of the association, and the latter began to tell him that it wasn't him, in words, who was planning to start his own guild. In that case, since he is a high-ranked hunter, he doesn't need to have his guild master's license with him at all. It would only be enough to make one call to the association, and they would handle it themselves. Jinwoo thought that he needed to find out what other privileges high-rank hunters had. However, the president asked if he had accidentally set up barriers or something on the island, but Jinwoo didn't know what he was talking about. The president went on to say that a small group of people had gone to the island to destroy the surviving ants and collect the crystals. However, they were found unconscious, and they were all hunters, both in ranks and guise from the Knights Guild. He started to ask if he could have put up a barrier and forgotten about it, but Jinwoo told him that he had done no such thing. Jinwoo wondered what these guys were saying. But the president replied that they didn't remember passing out, and they couldn't even tell if the technique belonged to magic or not. Jinwoo thought about the fact that there might be some ant traps in there, but suddenly a man came up to the chairman and said something to him. The chairman started to tell me that it seems their non-ghost had arrived earlier than he thought, and he needed to leave. Jinwoo thanked him for his time. As soon as they left, Jinwoo realized that he had to go as well. But just as he approached his car, some man approached him, apologized and asked for his attention. He said hello and started saying his name was Adam White and he was a senior member of the American Bureau of Hunters. Jinwoo could just call him Adam. He was in the office, but it turned out he wasn't easily caught off guard. He apologized for such an unexpected meeting in such a place, but Jinwoo thought about what he said about looking for him in the office. If one thought about it like that, would it happen to be the foreigner that Jinwoo was talking about? Jinwoo started to ask him what he wanted, but the man replied that he had information he wanted to share. It was possible that there was no other country or even organization he had received such information from other than them. But Jinwoo, why would he want to give such information to him specifically? The one replied that it was because it was only for a select few who would benefit immensely. Actually, he had planned to meet him in person from the beginning, but the raid on the island was too impressive, or something else. Long story short, his deputy at the bureau wants to see him as well. I have an important case, and he will tell him all the details by the deputy himself. He went on to say that there is a car waiting nearby, and whether he would like to take a ride with them. But Jinwoo started to say that he didn't know if he could trust them, and he would think about it and call back. Finally, the man started to say that he had completely forgotten how important it is to keep the bar during negotiations until the very end. Then the reward would be higher as well. He also clarified whether Hunter Jinwoo knew about the ability of awakened ones to increase the abilities of other awakened ones. After saying that, Hunter Jinwoo thought about it and soon agreed. Along with them, Michael Connor, the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Hunter Bureau, arrived at the site by car and was excited to meet them. He began to say that he would be the interpreter. Once they were all seated, he would get right down to business and provide the hunter with documents to immigrate to the United States. He went on to say that it usually takes about 2 years to process such documents, but in a second he would become a U.S. citizen himself. But Jean was actually here for the information Adam had promised him. After all, awakening could help improve skills and increase abilities. He wondered, was such a thing really possible? That man began to say that honestly, such a person with such abilities was already here. And he started saying to get the Selner girl in here. And after a few minutes, she started coming into this room. The man at the same time started saying that she was the only person in the world capable of helping awakened hunters overcome their limits. That was according to Selner's norm, but as I looked at her, I noticed that she had a very different aura. She didn't look like the other awakened ones. The man got up and stood in front of her and began to ask her to tell Jinwoo about her ability. She turned around and began to say that it must be hard to believe, and the other hunters thought exactly the same thing. However, once you experience my power, all doubts will disappear. She found herself even closer to Hunter Jinwoo and began to say that since he already knew, every awakened person had a limit and no one was capable of overcoming it. In other words, once he is an awakened, he can never increase his rank again. It turns out that she has the power to help awakened hunters break their shackles, but she has to go through 3 stages to do so. Nevertheless, she is confident that she can call her ability forced reawakenings. The man who was standing beside her began to say that everything said to her was true. However, such a power requires a large expenditure of magical energy, so divorce through reawakening only comes to a few people, but not more. Jinwoo reflected that he was also among them, and furthermore, if he wasn't telling the truth, such an ability was quite useful. He began to ask her how effective it was. The girl replied that it depends on the person, but after going through the 3 stages and improving by at least 20% or maybe even 30%, to Jinwoo this was unbelievable. And now he began to understand why Hunter Hwang Dong-soo decided to go to America despite all the criticism. And who in their right mind would turn down such an opportunity? Any other hunter would want to be in his shoes. And if word of this ability spread, the man began to say that this is why she is being looked after and they have taken responsibility for her life, as well as paying some money as compensation. The risk is great, but this is the only way Mrs. Selner can help raise the level of their chosen hunters, and it can be said that her ability is their gift to Jinwoo. Jinwoo starts to say that it's not a gift, but more like a bargain than a gift. Or is he wrong? But the man started to say that if he becomes a U.S. hunter, they will no doubt help him over his limit. In addition, he will be able to join any guild he wants. Thus, these were very favorable terms for the contract, but there was no need to rush. They invited him today, so he himself joked about somehow being awakened again. The boys are not his gift, and Mrs. Selner was right. That man asked Hunter Jinwoo if he wanted to try to go through with it, and he could take it as a gesture of reverence on their part. But Jinwoo hesitated. It seemed to him that she was saying, once you experience its power for yourself, you won't be able to stop. And apparently, this woman is quite confident. She took Jinwoo's hand and started telling him to look carefully into her eyes. And she started the first step. The man who was sitting next to her realized that this was Jinwoo's hunter, now in their hands. I'm the one who's so cold and aloof right now, he thought. And once he experiences the power, he'll immediately come to them. And maybe even sign a contract with them right now. After all, the raid on the island where even Ruji, a hunter who claimed to be a national-level hunter, had failed and was easily completed, thanks to the abilities of this man who no one knew even a short while ago. And he wondered, what was his limit? In some dark place, she began to look around, and soon in the pitch darkness, she saw Jinwoo's face peeking out from afar. At that moment she became very scared and started screaming in a loud voice. No one in the room could understand what had happened. The men standing behind Jinwoo pulled out their guns and aimed them at him, saying what he had done to Mrs. Selner. Another hunter standing nearby began yelling at them to quickly hide their weapons. After all, they had probably forgotten who was in front of them now. He approached them and began to tell them that they were just outwardly idiots. If they were so worried, they should just check on her condition. He apologized to Jinwoo and started to say that their agents had behaved a bit improperly. But Jinwoo, sitting on the couch, couldn't understand what had happened. Well, that man didn't calm down and kept saying that if they put on such a show in front of Thomas or Jigon, they alone wouldn't be left with a wet spot. They should get that into their heads. Mrs. Selner was holding her head and trembling with fear. The man who approached her asked what was wrong with her, for she was sweating profusely. He realized that she wasn't feeling well and started to say that she didn't look well today and suggested to continue the conversation another time. Jinwoo stood up and said it was fine. The man who came into the room heard what was being said to him and asked him to take Mr. Jinwoo. As soon as he left, Mrs. Selner began to say, with trembling hands, that he was the king and incredibly strong. She wasn't sure if it was just that he had reached the national level of hunter, for there was something else there. No doubt he was a king, but this young man was different from other hunters. The moment she looked inside him, a cold gaze pierced through her, but it wasn't the hunter Jinwoo. An abyss, all-consuming abyss, surrounded his soul, and she was looking straight at him. It most likely had no limit. It was building up its strength and becoming much stronger with each passing day. At the same time, the president of the association sat in his office and pondered why the hunter Min Ben had died. He wondered why it was the hunter, since he had retired long ago. It was a terrible tragedy, and the president's heart was breaking just thinking about it. But be that as it may, there would be many more trials ahead of them, and then things would be different. Suddenly his phone began to vibrate, and he saw that someone was calling him. As soon as he picked up the phone, he couldn't believe his ears. He began to be told that right now a gateway to another dimension had appeared in the middle of the road, and the president of the association realized that Coles was there talking troops. He decided to contact a major guild and suddenly realized that if the gate had indeed appeared in that area, the hunter Jinwoo previously mentioned said that it was near her guild office. However, at this time, Jinwoo was sitting in her car and thought about the fact that the girl must have seen something real. She was very much startled by something, and it seemed like she saw a real monster in front of her. He began to reflect on the fact that they probably wouldn't meet again. He sat in his car and didn't understand why there was such a traffic jam. After all, you could get home faster on the subway. But suddenly he saw an incoming call from the president of the association. As soon as he picked up the phone and asked what was wrong, the association president began to tell him that a higher-ranking gate had opened in his neighborhood. He too realized that this gate was the reason why there was such a big traffic jam. The association president asked if he could settle the matter, but Jinwoo, the hunter, asked him if he needed permission to clear it. The president began to answer him, "Where does your sweet permit come from?" And Jinwoo replied, "Do you want to know who I am in the association?" Then the president began to say, "Then who are you?" And Jinwoo realized that it was the president of the association, and he smiled. Subsequently, he began to say that he may not worry about anything. Hunter Jinwoo thanked him and said that he had nothing to worry about. He would take care of everything. A little while later, he was already near the gate. The cameraman who was filming the report said that a gate appeared in front of them, right in the middle of the roadway. But Jinwoo was approaching a girl from the association, and she started to stop him, saying that where was he going, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. She realized that she had seen this face, and it turns out to be the hunter Jinwoo. The ordinary people who looked out of their car also saw that it was the same Jinwoo, and he must have come here to sort things out. Well, that girl behind the association first asked him what he was doing here, and no matter what his injuries were, she wouldn't allow AWOL. And if he has permission to sweep that dungeon, Jinwoo was on the phone to the president of the association at this time. It seems like he wasn't welcome here with open arms, and he certainly came to the scene. But he seemed to have a little problem here. He handed the phone to that girl, or else he told her to pick up the phone, but she didn't understand. "Who is it?" she asked. And he started to say it was another person she couldn't let in. "It's the president of the association," he said. She started to get nervous and turned around. She said that of course she would do as she was told, but Jean had already turned around and started walking into the portal. She saw this and started to tell him to fall down and twist his ankle. But suddenly something started to happen to the gate. It started to change color and turned red. The girl couldn't believe how this could happen. They turned red. She hoped it wasn't because she had just said mean things to him. But Jean was already inside the portal and was starting to think about his heel. Something told him he had been tricked, and it was the red gate. He turned around and saw that the entrance was closed and getting out was a bit difficult. For his mom, the main thing was that he should do what he loved, and he started to remember how she said that there was nothing to be done if he got such a high rank. He just had to save people like his father, who by the way was a fireman and saved people too. That's why she loved him, and then they got married. And what can you do if their child bleeds the same blood? And she told him not to try to jump in over his head. Jean began to smile after this memory, for he was so glad his mother understood him, and it was a relief to him. Jinwoo had gotten a little frustrated and called these cities complicated. But today, he decided that he had to finish it quickly. He started summoning all of his shadow soldiers that had started to appear during the day. In front of him stood horrifying monsters, several meters tall. The shadow soldiers clashed in battle against these monsters. Jinwoo watched all this and realized that a hunter was born to hunt, and monsters aren't their only enemies. The hunter must always be on the lookout to avoid being hunted, because the situation can change at any moment. For having received a high rank, people often lose vigilance. And no matter how much game is not killed by his hand, a hunter will never stop hunting. And even if times are hard, a hunter will always come to the aid of his friends or family, who are always near him. And a hunter will never stop hunting, and so far no hunter has ever thought of stopping hunting. In one of the magical ruptures, where it seemed there would be utter silence, some man started breathing heavily and didn't understand why the hell he was being attacked. There was a strange humanoid monster standing over him, trying to find some particle of light here. However, he started to say that it wasn't here, and he seemed to have scattered them everywhere. Suddenly this monster turned around and saw another strange man who appeared through a portal and started telling him what he was doing here, and that there was a hiding place to the east of here. Although he himself said he was going to be in charge of that area himself, something didn't go according to plan, and he started saying that it appeared that the ruler was going to confuse them. He was heading a bit south, so he's vouching for that area. They began to speculate on this topic about the Shadow Lord following a contract. If that was the case, there shouldn't be any problems. That strange man who appeared from the portal started to say that they found the brightest particle of light in that place. and that was not a bad thing. On the other man coming to him to tell him about it. If he's going to give in to it, he's fine with it. They'd have to replace the Shadow Lord to their place, and they couldn't have that puppy prowling around the world. They wondered why he was so careless about leaving footprints. He was not an easy kid. Suddenly a strange man in ragged clothes came up to them, and he heard about the little piece of land in the east that they had been talking about. He started to tell them that they were talking about Korea. Those two turned around and started to say to him, "What do you care?" But they didn't decide to fight him, and as soon as the portal opened, they decided to leave with the words that if he wanted to stop them, he would have to act now. But that man didn't want to just leave them behind. He started to run straight at them and stop them from escaping. He threw a big ice barrier at one of those guys. After they collided, a huge barrier formed and enveloped the entire area that was near them. At this time, in the Red Gate, Jinwoo was fighting against the terrifying monsters. Eventually, he met a leader who spoke in human language and started telling him that he was the little man who was roaming around and killing his fellow humans. And it would be even better for him, for not only had he personally traveled all this way, he was speaking their language. However, the masters believed that now his end would come. His marriages had been waiting for him for a long time, and now they should show up right now. But suddenly, nothing happened, and this monster was lost. Jinwoo asked him, that was all he had to say. He turned out to be amused, and Jinwoo began to tell his soldiers to come out. And at the same moment, a huge army of shadow warriors began to come out from all directions. Jinwoo was saying that it looked like there was no one else here. That monster couldn't understand what had happened. After all of his comrades were dead, and he saw the utter destruction that reigned around him. After all the shadow soldiers were taking turns destroying all the monsters that were sitting in the bushes in ambush. And at this moment, Jinwoo began to tell them to act, and the entire dark army began to advance towards those monsters that were facing them. They met in a fierce battle, but some monsters didn't want to fight against the shadow soldiers and started moving straight towards their main enemy. But what they didn't expect was that a huge shadow bear would appear behind them and start fighting with all its strength and scattering them in different directions. The leader of these monsters started shouting that they were dumb-headed, because they felt like they were fighting for the first time. But before he could finish his thought, my Commander-in-Chief and General Bear dispatched him. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Fawn started using his giant song skill. And after the first skill, he started to do the second skill as well and use gravitational acceleration. Thus, the big monster started to press down with all its strength against the earth. Jinwoo walked right up to him and started telling him to start answering questions. If he panicked, he promised that his death would come quickly and painlessly. Soon after, Jinwoo realized that nothing seemed to be true here either. The system seems to be thwarting him in every way possible. But that's okay, because one day he would still find out the truth. And the item that fell out of a random cursed box during the raid on the island, he can now use this key. When his level was raised to 100, he met all the conditions, and now the information about the key was available to him. It was the key to the Karathion Temple. This key to enter the Karathion Temple is available at the entrance, and the location of the entrance will be revealed after a certain amount of time, and the remaining time is 417 hours, 6 minutes, and 52 seconds. And the key to the Karathion Temple. Jinwoo began to think that even if he decided to look for it, it was unlikely that he would find it since it was a dual dungeon. And the system started calling him back to the place where it all began. And it was not the same now as it had been before. Since that was the plan, and if he's still waiting for it, in that case he accepts its call. Let that horrible monster that once killed him wait for him to return. After all, very soon they will meet to figure out in the end what happened then in that double dungeon that caused him to be reborn and start becoming much stronger. Jinho sat in his office and started clicking his mouse on the desk. He was very much agitated, for he was very much on a case. To destroy the haters who were harming their guild, he didn't spare anyone for trying to harm his leader. And once he finished, he sighed, for he was finally able to deal with the leader's most ardent haters. At that same moment, Jinwoo walked into the room and told Jinho that he did a good job. Jinho was surprised that his master had shown up so abruptly, for first he had disappeared somewhere. Now he suddenly appeared as if he had grown out of the ground. But Jinwoo started to ask that while he was away. Nothing had happened, and his partner replied that everything was fine. But Jinho didn't understand what was wrong with Jinwoo, because he looked kind of strange and his appearance was very messed up. But Jinwoo replied that he had just come out of the dungeon, and since he said that they needed money to provide for the guild, he showed the crystals that were in his bag, and they were top-level crystals. Jinho was very happy about these crystals, because now he wouldn't have to worry about the workers' salaries. But Jinwoo was surprised when he heard the words about workers. But Jinho started to say that he had once told him that he needed another member. And Jinwoo started to remember something that he said that 3 people were needed to start a guild: a director, a deputy director, and an employee. But Jinwoo didn't understand what the point of that was. After all, it was best to hire people who were already proven. Still, this is a pretty serious matter, and Jinwoo didn't want to discuss it further. But Jinho said that there was one more problem that they should immediately solve, and that would be the name of the guild that they should come up with. But Jinwoo didn't even think about it, even though it was the most important thing. So Jinho asked, how about the Songyu Guild in honor of their 2 founders, or the Yusun Guild? Although he didn't particularly like this option, since his last name would come before his. But he suggested taking the last terms of their names, and it would be the Wuho Guild, or the first syllables of Jin Jin. It sounded kind of good to him, but Jinwoo said, how about Solo? And Jinho started to get nervous after saying those words. Jinwoo is a hunter who fights alone, but Jinho turned around and started thinking that this must be some kind of joke, and whether he should laugh or not. At this moment, because it seems like there are still things in the world that his mentor can't do. After all, he is a loner. But suddenly someone knocked on the door, and the 2 of them looked and couldn't figure out who it was. And as soon as they opened the door, Jinho heard someone ask him that it was the office of the Hunters Guild Sungjinwoo. It was Hunter Cha, and Jinwoo started to ask what brought her here. But she replied that she wanted to join the guild. And after a few minutes, they were sitting on the couches, and Jinwoo started asking her how she knew about this guild. But she replied that he himself had asked her to join this guild. But Jinwoo couldn't remember when he said that. And the next thing he asked, wasn't it the president or the association that sent her here? But she didn't understand what the association president had to do with it. But Jinwoo continued to ask if it could be that Hunter Choi kicked her out of his guild. But she replied that she didn't, and Jinwoo didn't understand what the reason was then and why she would join their guild solo. And as soon as the huntress heard what their guild was called, she turned blue with misunderstanding. She couldn't believe her ears that he had named his guild Solo. And as soon as Jinwoo asked her if she had any complaints about the name of the guild, Jinho interrupted them and started to say that the mentor had jokingly called their guild Solo, because he hadn't agreed to that. A little later, Jinwoo turned around and began to think about the fact that he needed to calm down first. And while he hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he didn't really understand what they wanted from him. He looked at this huntress and realized that with her heartbeat, breathing, and gaze, she is trying to hide the true reason for her visit, but she's pretty bad at it. He wondered why this huntress wanted to join their guild, because as far as he knew, Lady Cha had awakened less than 2 years ago, and her contract with the current guild still hadn't expired. But she replied that she had the money to pay the penalty. And after saying that, Jinwoo wondered if she wanted to join them despite the forfeit. The next thing Jinwoo said was that they are able to provide her with a monetary reward worthy of his level, but she replied that she shouldn't, because it doesn't matter to her. And Jinwoo asks herself what her true purpose is if she's raring to go to them so early despite the consequences. After all, for her, you could say it's a disadvantageous deal. But the huntress pondered and still couldn't decide whether to tell her or not. After all, even if she told her, she would most likely be taken for a madwoman. After all, at the beginning, she had sensed that there was no nasty smell from Jinwoo, and she was curious because he gave off a pleasant scent. And he disrupted Lee Min Sun's press conferences, and he had so many haters writing about him. And when she found out he was an S-rank hunter, she realized he wasn't so bad. Even though she tried to indoctrinate herself otherwise, believing that he was unlikely to pay attention to her. In this pitch darkness, however, she finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and fear, pain, and thoughts that she was about to die washed over her current mind in a cold wave. However, she realized, and when she awoke from her long sleep, the president of the association was sitting beside her, asking her if she was all right. But she didn't realize where she was, and they started to answer her that she was on a helicopter to the Hunters Association, and upon arrival, the president would immediately send her to the hospital. And when she asked the president that Hunter Jinwoo had also come to the raid, the president waved his head, and she thought so, because it wasn't a dream, and she really almost died that time. And she realized that if suddenly something happened on one of the raids, what would she do? and now she was sitting on the couch in front of the hunter who had saved her. It's like she's got water in her mouth, and she can't say that. She wants him by her side until her last breath. She was so ashamed of what she thought. She blushed, and Jinwoo couldn't understand what was happening to her. After all, she couldn't tell him about it. After all, judging from her flushed face, she is definitely hiding something, and he doesn't know what's in her mind. But realized that the fact that she might have planned everything in advance cannot be ruled out, and he ended up asking what her answer was. But Huntress Cha clenched her fists, and she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to say it so badly. And she wondered if she should or not. But Jinwoo hovered over to the mentor and began to speak, to give him an idea of how hard it was in the Hunter Guild, if even Cha herself had come to them hoping to find peace. And now she's around 22 to 23 years old, and most likely being a young hunter, she feels a great burden of responsibility. And on top of that, she was badly injured during the raid on the island. Jinwoo sighed and started to say that he was very sorry, to be honest. In order to join the guild, one must pass a certain test, which the letter didn't mention. After all, it had appeared to them relatively recently, so the vice president had apparently just forgotten about it. Jinwoo asked Jinho to go downstairs and get them something to drink and eat, and as soon as he left, the huntress started asking what the test was about. And Jinwoo realized that she was determined, because it didn't seem like it to him, and he started to say that she needed to defeat one of her soldiers. She sighed and began to reply that he was sure that would be enough to evaluate her, for she had her mind set on who her opponent would be, and he replied that he would pick the strongest warrior especially for her. The huntress was very eager to join this guild, and she stood up from the couch at the same time and started asking when they would start. Jinwoo answered her that they would start right now, as he thought that the Hunter Association's gym would be perfect. However, he suddenly realized that the journey to get there would take quite some time, so he decided to try using the Shadow Exchange. After all, it allows you to make an exchange with any Shadow Soldier, but after using it, it becomes unavailable for 3 hours. The waiting time depends on the level of the skill. And when she wanted to go out of the door, Jinwoo started to say that they didn't have to go there, but she didn't understand what he meant. Because there was another, easier way. But really, she would have to stand a little closer to him if she didn't mind. And as soon as Jinwoo pressed her against him, she blushed and he started using Shadow Exchange. In that same second, they began to fall under the ground as if the shadow was sucking them in. And as soon as they disappeared, Jinho came back to this room with food. He was going to say that he brought them some food so they could talk in peace. But in the place of the hunters, he saw a big tall orc. He was surprised where he had come from, but that orc was not confused and reached out his hand and took the food from him and started eating. At the same time, Jinwoo and Huntress Cha were in the training room at the Hunters Association. Once they arrived at the place, the huntress couldn't believe how he managed to do it, but Jinwoo thought so. His assumption turned out to be correct. This skill works like a gateway, and the fact that it can move with people only confirmed his guess. After all, some sort of entrance forms on the floor, and where it points to is the exit. Moving becomes the location of his Shadow Soldier, and it takes about 3 hours to roll the skill. But it can be used to build a gate connecting different ends of the world, and Jinwoo started to tell her that it was already time to start. However, the huntress started to tell him that she remembered that she forgot her weapon. But Jinwoo replied to her that the pickaxe he saw in her hands in the dungeon where he fought the higher orcs. She blushed and started to say that it wasn't her weapon. To all of this, Jinwoo said that it was just a joke, and the huntress started to say that it was okay, because she thought she could find something suitable in the warehouse. And once she got to the door of the warehouse, she opened it and started looking at the weapons that were there. After all, training is always going on here, so they had built a rather extensive warehouse with weapons next to the hall. And sure, it wasn't the best, but it was fine for training. And once she picked out a sword that suited her, she said she was ready. Jinwoo started to say that it was the final version, and all like that, she had never used it, and it must be very bad in the hand, that sword. But she replied that it doesn't matter, because as long as she can fight with it, then the monster doesn't care if she's comfortable or not. That was well said for Jinwoo, and he was afraid that with her fighting style, an ordinary soldier wouldn't be enough here, and she would tear him apart in a split second. Then he decided to summon the shadowy commander-in-chief Igris, and says that among his soldiers, he is the most skillful swordsman. The huntress began to reply, "Until when will they fight?" And Jinwoo replied that until his soldiers or she surrendered. Because although he said that he would put the strongest warrior against her, But Jinwoo was afraid that General Ant Bear could only traumatize her even more, in which case the shadow soldier would be the most suitable. And as soon as Jinwoo saw the huntress stand and he paid attention to her sword, he realized that any weapon could be used. He asked the huntress to turn away for a second, and as soon as she turned away, he started to pull out the Demon King's sword and handed it to his soldier, telling him to use it. A moment later, they began to fight. Igris was already advancing and headed towards the huntress with his new weapon, and as soon as he swung it, a bright lightning bolt struck the ground. The huntress was very fast as Jinwoo had imagined, because from such an attack, normally a human would have died long ago. But she was fighting him as an equal. Suddenly at this time, the president of the association was sitting in his office filling out some papers. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the window, where he saw that there was a light on in the training room. He started to remember that no one seemed to have booked the hall today, and he started calling his subordinates, asking them to send him the surveillance footage in the training hall. Once the subordinate realized, he saw that two hunters had appeared in the gym, and he couldn't figure out how they got there. He began to remember when he was near the hunter and they were flying together in the helicopter. She had asked him if Hunter Jinwoo had come to the raid. He smiled and realized how he might not have noticed it before. At that moment, he started telling his subordinates to turn off the CCTV cameras in the training room and put it on record that it was an inspection. He was sitting in his office and suddenly his picture shifted in a different direction because of the blows that were in the training room. He realized that it was youth that was the perfect match for people to unite. But suddenly in the training hall, Jinwoo was surprised to see that Igris was thrown back and fell into the wall. The huntress began to say that this was indeed his most skillful sword master, for he had said that he would summon the strongest shadow. She was confident in her power and repeated to the hunter to summon the strongest, but he replied that it might harm her. But she replied that it was fine. After all, she still wanted to fight him again. Suddenly, Jinwoo realized that she knew about General Bear. Video. And after Jinwoo started summoning his shadow, he decided to ask the huntress again, "Are you sure you want to fight him?" With the shadow, Bear became weaker than he was when he was alive. However, he was originally born to kill hunters, and the advantage was clearly not on the side of Hunter Cha. At this time, Jinwoo heard his shadow soldier Bear start to ask him, "What instructions will there be?" He told him to deal with the huntress, but in such a way that she wouldn't get hurt. And at that very second, Bear let out a huge scream, causing all the light bulbs in the training room to start cracking. The echo was so strong that all the light bulbs shivered, and darkness fell in that training room. The huntress saw that he was very strong, and couldn't believe how Jinwoo fought him alone. But suddenly, Jinwoo ordered his shadow soldier to stop and started saying that if the huntress hurt herself, he wouldn't forgive him. Bear at this point realized and started saying that he obeyed his king and nothing like that would happen. At the same time, the huntress was standing there, not suspecting anything, because she was just ready to fight. But suddenly a shadowy soldier appeared behind her and she realized that he had decided to attack. Just like last time, I also realized that it wouldn't work twice, and she swung her big sword, but the shadow soldier skillfully intercepted it. He didn't realize that the Lord's orders were the same: you need to deal with the enemy. I, above all, need to use my superiority to break the opponent's spirit. That was it, he decided, and the battle began. The huntress started attacking with her sword, trying to make her opponent a sieve. She realized that it was too early to land critical blows, but she kept attacking. Suddenly, she noticed that he was avoiding her attacks by being in the air, and in that very second, the shadow hunter was very close to her, emitting a bright sound that stunned her opponent. The shadow soldier skillfully grabbed him. That caused her to bounce aside. Jinwoo realized that it was already possible to make a judgment and began to speak his thoughts. This time, he believed that it would be enough, but the huntress disagreed. After all, she could still fight, and Jinwoo didn't understand what she was even thinking. He couldn't imagine that the huntress was the kind of person who would recklessly rush into battle despite the difference in strength. Bear was significantly different from his shadow soldiers. But even with his mind, he invariably remains a living weapon for killing, and he can feel Bear feeding off the urge to suppress his bloodlust. If he was up to something, Jinwoo hoped it was nothing bad, but at this moment, Bear felt the instinct to yours. Once on the brink of life and death, one eventually begins to realize who is in front of you, predator or prey. And that resistance to the predator is unacceptable. He continued to attack the huntress, but she was able to dodge all of his attacks that he wanted to inflict. She was jumping from side to side, and at one point she started to use her sword dance skill and pounced on the shadow soldier. But after the greatest blow that the huntress wanted to strike, her sword broke, colliding with the exoskeleton. She realized that this was her only chance, and since she was already almost out of mana, she could only use this skill once. But it should be enough, and this skill is a dream. She stabbed the shadow soldier with terrifying speed and great force with her sword of light. Jinwoo couldn't believe his eyes, for he saw the queen's order given to him at birth surfacing in his thoughts. Due to his instincts, he couldn't ignore those words that were forever lodged in his mind to destroy everyone. After the blow that Bear received, he became angry, and his aggression was clearly visible, for he had a bright red aura around him, and the huntress had no place to go, for he was close to destroying her. But at this moment, Jinwoo began to shout for him to stop, but it was already too late, and the blow was struck. However, it suddenly appeared that Jinwoo was so fast that he was able to jump up in time to block his strike. He began to say what had ordered him to stop and why he was disobeying. And as soon as the dust settled, Jinwoo began to ask why Hunter Cha was taking such a risk. At that moment, Biyard bounced aside, fell to his knees, and began to beg his king to forgive and pardon him. However, Jinwoo simply looked in his direction and sighed. After that, he began to say to Hunter Cha, "Why are you taking such a risk? What benefit is it to you to join their guild? After all, this is just a test of stepping into the unknown for everyone. Why would you put your life at such a risk? What drives you to take such a baiting step?" In answer to all these questions, she continued to remain silent. Jinwoo couldn't understand what was really wrong with her, so he asked, "Could it be that she is interested in me?" She asked him again, but Jinwoo realized that it wasn't the same either, and soon couldn't figure out what was wrong. But suddenly, she answered him, "Yes, it seems that's the case. It's all about him." At this time, in the American Hunters Association, a man and a woman came up to one of the hunters and began to apologize to him, for they were sorry. But he began to say, sitting in his chair, that he had not called them to apologize or for him to listen to their apologies, for they were to tell him how such a thing could have happened, according to Selner's surveillance report. The Jinwoo hunter was determined to be one of the kings, and the man who sat in the chair could not believe what she had to say, namely, that the Jinwoo hunters had the power to decree my national level power. But Mrs. Selner, who was standing in front of him, began to say that she wanted to clarify a little. One who has awakened possesses a power connected to the other side that allows him to see the channels of that connection. Sometimes the power coming from the other side can be too great. There have been awakened ones who seem to shine like diamonds. She calls them kings. However, she saw nothing of the sort in him as she looked into his eyes. The darkness looked at her, and it turns out that he is the darkness. At that man couldn't understand what she meant and asked her what she meant someone Hunter Jinwoo evil. But the girl began to explain that she is not speculating about the nature of the strong Hunter Jinwoo, whether she is good or evil. She's talking about where that power comes from. After all, the Hunter Jinwoo, he does not use the power that comes from outside. He does not draw power from these channels, but feeds on the power that is within himself, the channels of unlimited power. And that means that his power is infinite. And suddenly, after saying those words, that man stood up and started walking towards them, telling the girl that she had done a good job. But the other man, who was standing nearby, did not understand where the gentleman was going. But the man replied that he was going to the 24th floor of the underground, and he should go with him. After a while, they entered the elevator and started to descend. In the elevator, one of the men started saying that if they couldn't use Madame Selner's power, then they should find another way. If he remembered the very first S-level dungeons, it was the most terrifying dungeon breakthrough that turned the U.S. West upside down. And it was hard to forget such a thing if only 5 of the strongest hunters drafted by America for a huge sum of money survived. The U.S. gave these 5 certain state-level privileges, hence the term national-level hunter. The dragon Kamesh, whose fire would never die out, single-handedly destroyed dozens of hunters. They continued to descend lower and lower, and the one man began to tell the other that he would believe him if he said that this monster had left them a small gift. As soon as they started to open the door, they saw that they had the rune stone that had been left from Reed's body. And exactly 8 years have passed since he was killed, and there is no Maha among those 5. And the stone has been waiting for its owner in the cold cellar all this time. And the stone is ready to give a valuable gift to this beautiful country one more time. At the same time, but in Korea, the hunter Jinwoo was at his home and stood in front of a mirror. He thought about it, because he was sure that he had grown up and got stronger. But when he looked at himself, he realized that this was all, because every second person on the street was like that, and it was all because of rebirth. He wondered if it was because of the rebirth of all parts of the body, all the flaws had disappeared due to this effect. At that moment he burst into his sister's room and asked her what she thought of him, but she didn't understand what he meant. He started saying like male charm or something, but she didn't understand why he suddenly decided he was worth something. But her brother, at the same time, came up to her and started tormenting her. However, her sister at this time started saying that if you think about it, he is just a freeloader for our family. After that, Jinwoo smiled and thanked her for her objective assessment, but it was in jest. Soon after that, she started kicking him, but he started telling her that she would break her legs, because she seemed to have forgotten that he was an S-rank hunter and had some knowledge in his head. But she started to answer him that she was actually first in school in grades. Jinwoo started to tell her that he would think about starting his own guild, but his sister jokingly started to tell him that she would now listen to the boss's words if everything went smoothly. Jinwoo decided to ask her how she felt about what he called El Solo, but in response he heard her start to say that he was joking. After all, why would he call his guild that? After all, it sounds very strange. After all, his power summons those black soldiers. So technically, he's not working solo, she told him. And then Jinwoo realized that this was logical, and asked her what she was suggesting. And his sister started to tell him to let her name her guild Ajin, because the A is her, Jin. It's a level up, and even though it's her name upside down, it sounds cool. And once evening came at Hunter Cha's apartment, she lay in her bed and agonized over what she had said to Hunter Jinwoo back then, because it seems like it. After all, those words sounded like a true calling, and in that case, instead of joining, wasn't there a better way for her? And she started to blush and yell that he would probably think she was some kind of crazy person. But suddenly she switched gears and started talking in a voice about how he saved her life after all, and of course she was interested in him. And from that point on, she closed the subject. But at that same moment, she still couldn't calm down. And once she had already calmed down and covered her head with a pillow, she began to think about the fact that she had survived because of Hunter Min Ben's healing power. And as she started to look up at the ceiling, she remembered that she was a soul and she was grabbed by the hand of that healer who had saved her life, and he started to tell her to tell Jinwoo to be careful, for she must tell him to be careful with the power she possessed. She remembered that at that moment she had met the Hunter Min Ben. The next day, one of the hunter guilds was talking about another dungeon opening up. However, this time, they might have some difficulty in obtaining a permit because the dungeon's level rating was above average. One of the hunters thought that this dungeon was ranked S, but the other hunter replied that it was rated A. However, it turned out that it would be troublesome for this guild because in case of emergencies, they might find themselves trapped inside, and if the dungeon did turn out to be rank S, they would have to give up on clearing it. And if not, they would no longer be able to turn away, as their guild was one of the largest in the country. Therefore, it would be ugly if the public found out that they were unable to handle a ranked dungeon, and if they gave up on it, all the credit would go to other more famous guilds. They started to think about what to do. After all, they also have some pretty good hunters, but compared to other guilds, not many people know about them because they still haven't been able to recruit an S-rank hunter yet. Some of the hunters didn't think it would play such a big role, and suddenly one of the female hunters approached them and suggested that they form an alliance. The two men realized that it wasn't a bad idea, and she thought that they couldn't do it alone. However, the other guilds are probably already on board, they just don't know if they would agree. But the girl went on to say that there could possibly be some complications and suggested, how about we invite one person to join us? But the other hunters started asking her why they weren't going to a low-ranked dungeon and what was the point of it. Suddenly, he guessed what she was talking about after all, the hunter Jinwoo. Thus, teaming up with others would bring them nothing but a bad reputation, and with Jin, all eyes would only be on them. Besides, he was confident that under his patronage, his squad would be able to return in one piece. He started asking his co-workers if anyone knew what Hunter Jinwoo was doing. Another man replied that he didn't know anything except that he had recently cleared the dungeons on the highway. He decided to find out his contact information, but the other hunter interrupted him and told him not to bother, because there was no need for that. If he thought such matters were handled over the phone, he was wrong. At the same time, Jinwoo, sitting in his office, suggested to Jinho that their guild should be called Ajin. Really sounds good, Jinho said. They should stop there. The main thing was to not call it solo. Jinwoo then asked what else was on the list, since they needed to find another member. Jinho asked what about the Cha girl and how it went yesterday. Jinwoo replied that it didn't work out. She's not right for them. Jinho thought about the fact that she's a young girl and also a beauty and a hunter. He had high hopes for her. and he wondered how long he would be her mentor and who he was even looking for her to be a good fit for him. He started to say that if you think about it, he should have a hunter's license. Also, he wouldn't be interested in guild matters, and they should trust him unconditionally. Jinwoo started to think, and suddenly an idea came to him. And he seemed to realize who he wanted to invite to join him. But suddenly someone started knocking on the door again, and Jinwoo got up and started walking to the door. And as soon as he started to open it, he thought it was that huntress again, Cha. But it wasn't her. As soon as he opened the door fully, he saw 3 men from the association and the knights. They were surprised to see them here, and a little while later they took a seat on the couch and started talking about the fact that there was a gate in the video recording. The proof of that was that it was very big. And of course the size of the brother and the level of the dungeon don't always match, but here it's different. They matched. That hunter with the guild and Jinwoo started talking. To ask them, what does it turn out that this dungeon is S-ranked? But that hunter and started to answer that it's not clear yet, because this is the biggest dungeon that has ever appeared in Busan territory. He went on to say that if he had already realized that the association flatly refused to give them permission to clear the dungeon because there was no S-ranked hunter in their team. So they decided that they could use him to get permission and complete the raid. And of course, he would give Jinwoo a generous reward, because usually this kind of hunter would give 10% of the total profit to the hunter, but they would give him 20%. Jinwoo didn't even hesitate to tell him to divide 50-50. Yu Hunter couldn't understand and interjected Jinwoo, starting to say that he would agree to cooperate with them if they accepted him as a full member of the guild. After all, they had just approved the name of the guild. This man then said, so how about 40-60? But Jinwoo wasn't going to bargain with them, and that hunter from the Night Guild realized that this guy wasn't that simple, and started saying that they could take over as the dungeon boss. Jinwoo replied him that they could count on him, and that hunter went on to say that the dungeon had already been open for a long time. So they should hurry up, and they would all go as early as tomorrow. Jinwoo started to say that he still had plans and they could meet tomorrow. At this moment, he tied his shadow to that man's leg and said that he wouldn't be late and they didn't need to worry. But suddenly the other hunter began to say that it seemed to him as if his shadow had just moved. And at the same moment, the phone in Jinwoo's hands began to vibrate. As soon as he saw that the number was ringing, he apologized to the guys and told them that he needed to take this call and they could wait for him here. As soon as he was out the door, he started talking on the phone and heard his mom's voice. He was surprised that she had bought her own phone, but she said that she immediately wanted to hear his voice. He went outside and his mom asked him, I hope she's not distracting you from important things right now? But he replied, not at all, and began to think about the fact that it was his mom after all. But at this moment, a call from another girl, Jinwoo, was waiting. He was standing not far from the entrance of his building and suggested that his mom go out to dinner all together tonight and the next day in Busan City, near those big gates. There were a lot of different hunters who were all dressed in bright armor. One of the hunters who had talked to Jinwoo yesterday picked up his phone and looked at the time. He realized that he had barely talked him into it and hoped that he wouldn't be late, because it was already 11 o'clock on the clock, and he would need to move out in 5 minutes. At this time, Jinwoo was outside his house in another city and looked at the disgusting weather. He was thinking about whether his sister had taken an umbrella, and at this moment, he realized that it was already time for him to go and started to use his social skills. At the same time, when the hunters in the network started to enter the gate in the school, 3 guys were walking down the hallway and talking about their schoolwork. Why should they have to do the art teacher's job? They started to open the door to one of the classrooms and wondered how many statues they should bring in. But there should be about 6 statues, and that's all there is in this room. Another student began to resent that even if they took one each, they would still have to go back. A third student suggested that they could take all of them at once. Once they started to go inside the classroom, they saw that there was a lot of dust and everything was dirty. They talked at first about how this place had even been cleaned by anyone at one time. As soon as they saw these statues, they realized that it wasn't afraid of not being used. But suddenly one of the students saw a gate at the back of the classroom that appeared out of nowhere. Another student went up to them and began to say to the others, why are they trembling? Because as long as the gate is closed, there is nothing to be afraid of, because only hunters can come out of it. But no one can come out, and it will only open in a week or so. But the third pupil wondered that hadn't they been told that there was no one in the whole family here, and suddenly a huge green hand appeared from this gate, which grabbed one of the pupils by the head and lifted him into the air, and he began to ask for help from his companions. But his friends saw that one of the orcs started to come out of that gate. A few minutes later, all the students in the room were dead and lying on the floor. A supreme orc emerged from that gate, and it was clear that predators with unusual skills existed in this world. They possessed no intelligence, but their superior hunting habits allowed them to surpass man himself. The tart odor of blood and human flesh excited them. However, due to the fact that they came here as scouts, they had to suppress their true nature, for the task at hand was paramount. So the hunter, who had been lurking in the shadows for weeks, did not need to look for his prey, for his sixth sense told him that game was plentiful and right above them. The structure of the structure resembled the citadel in some ways. One of the orcs began to say that he would start the hunt, and the other should call his brothers. That orc decided that after putting down all the humans and taking this fortress under siege, they would start the real hunt. First of all, he would clear the way for them, and as soon as he stepped into the corridor, he saw many students standing at the end of the corridor. One of the students noticed the monster that was across from her. They all turned around and couldn't understand what it was. But that supreme orc was already attacking the nearest people who were standing near it. At this time, Jinwoo stood and watched the gate that was across from him, and he realized that it looked even bigger in person than it did in the video he was watching. He noticed that there was a collection team on the right and an extraction team on the left. There were 30 A-Rang hunters and 20 W-Rang hunters among the attackers, and there were still many A-Rang hunters. No wonder, since this guild had the largest number of A-Rang hunters. But suddenly, Jinwoo heard someone start to address him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw so many hunters standing in front of him and started telling him that he was great in that raid on the island and how he had summoned those dark warriors. Was it summoning magic? They all started asking, and Jinwoo couldn't answer anything, because there were too many of them and they were asking all different questions. Suddenly, one of the girls ran up to him and started to tell those groups of hunters to calm down, because don't they see that they are inconveniencing the hunter Jinwoo with their questions? That girl started to introduce herself. Her name was Jong Rim. I was the head of the healers from the elite attack squad of the Knights Guild, and she doesn't know what about the others. But she thinks that as the two most responsible people, they should get along with each other. And you don't think so? She asked the hunter Jinwoo. But at that moment, Jinwoo turned around and started to tell that hunter he had recently talked to in his office what he hadn't told him. And suddenly that hunter began to say that now was the time and began to tell all the hunters who had gathered near him that the current raid would be led by him. But those hunters who were standing in front of him started to say that it was him again. Why is that? After all, they already have a Jinwoo hunter. But the leader began to answer them that the Jinwoo hunter would have their backs and ensure their safety. But those hunters started to say that he really thinks that they are so weak that they need someone to protect them, and one of the guys started to ask Jinwoo, does he also think that their Knight Guild is only made up of weaklings? But the leader started to say that it's nothing like that, the youngsters are going, and asked Jinwoo if he thought the same thing himself, because maybe the root of the problems lies a bit deeper in upbringing. Well, or something like that, and Jinwoo told him that he agreed, because this guy has a lot of confidence. As soon as the time came, the leader realized that they had to move out, and the raid began. And at the same time, a call started coming into the Hunters Association, and a girl picked up the phone and started saying that the Public Emergency Communications Center was ready to listen to whoever called. The other end of the line started saying it was the association, and this girl confirmed that was correct. A student from the school started to say that right now there are monsters walking around their school, and they have a dungeon open. The dispatcher started asking where they were, and the student said she was hiding in the restroom. She was with a friend, but he was already dead. The dispatcher asked how many monsters she counted nearby or not, but the student didn't know anything. The dispatcher heard a lot of screaming coming through the tube. The apprentice was saying that she was probably going to die now, but the dispatcher wanted to calm her down and started telling her to listen carefully. You see, the hunters are already moving out to help them, and there is no way they will leave them in trouble. Therefore, she must not lose her temper and hold on until the very end. After these words, the student felt better. The dispatcher began to ask her if she happened to know what kind of species the topic monsters referred to. The student replied that she had seen them on TV, but she had forgotten what they were called and began to remember. The dispatcher asked her to describe them, what kind of monsters they were, and what they looked like, and the student began to say that they had a body like a human and a scary face. Suddenly she remembered that they had green skin, and it was an orc. She also remembered that they were called orcs on TV. But at this time, this orc with a big gray had already entered the restroom and was heading towards the student who was hiding. Suddenly, there was a very loud scream through the tube and the connection was cut off. However, the dispatcher kept yelling for her to get out of there as soon as possible because they could smell blood. The last thing she heard was the girl screaming for help. Her phone fell to the ground. All the students that were in that school started to get out and were horrified at what they saw. They noticed a lot of blood scattered on the walls and outside and started to run away. But suddenly one of the students started to stop and ask her friend to stop, because her friend was still at school. But that guy started telling her that the hunters would sort it out and they should run away as soon as possible. There were already people on one of the floors, but they missed them and they managed to run away. But another orc, who was behind the first one, started to say that let him run away, because they still had many left, who were hiding upstairs, and they had nowhere to run to. They were ready to sweep the next floor and decided that they would kill everyone in the school on the floor above, where everything was trashed. Some students had blocked the doors so no one could get inside, and they stood with what weapons they could find, a school chair and a mop for cleaning. A few more students stood on the task, but suddenly they heard some sound and the doors that were barricaded started flying apart. They were all horrified at what they saw, for in front of them stood a mighty, large orc and covered in blood. That orc saw one of the students start to run away, but he knew that there was another one hiding behind the wall, and he swung his big axe and smashed the wall that separated the student from him, and at the same moment the student said goodbye. In his life, and those two big orcs stood there and started to feel the man with magic powers, and one of the orcs said that they should kill him first so that he wouldn't make trouble. And in a corner of one of the school classes there were many students who were forgotten in the corner, and one of the students was a sister, Jinwoo, who closed her eyes and thought only that her brother would come and save her because she was very scared. But suddenly, there was a loud shout in that class. No, and one of the girls who was in that class started to say that she was a hunter, though not a ranked hunter. But Jinwoo's sister started telling her to calm down a bit. The minks who were standing in front of them looked and realized that it wasn't her, but the strong magic was coming from that girl standing next to her. And judging by her scent, it was that girl. The single source decided to finish her off at that very moment, but the girls started to get scared and lowered their heads. But suddenly, as soon as they opened their eyes and saw that nothing had happened, they noticed another orc in front of them. It was the shadow soldier and her brother who had grabbed the orc that was attacking. It was at that moment that her sister realized that it was the protection her brother had provided. The shadow orc hit the green orc with great force and it flew off into the sky. The other orc, who was watching all this, was greatly frightened. He saw three huge orcs in front of him who, although they were his kin, were now standing and protecting the humans. He couldn't understand why they were doing this. At the same time, Jinwoo entered the dungeon, and the hunters who were with him in this raid started shouting that they had seen a two-headed orc. The leader began to say that everyone needed to focus now, as they were facing a dangerous opponent. The huge orc, as soon as he saw the hunters, became furious and started swinging his big axe towards the hunters. But that hunter who was standing in front of him didn't get confused and started using his skill, and a barrier appeared in front of him. And as soon as that big hammer reached its target, there was a big explosion, and that hunter managed to contain its pressure. At that moment, he started screaming for help, and the other hunters realized that they started to act. He climbed up on that big axe and started running on it towards the big orc with the aim of finishing him off. Once he got to his target, he wounded those two big heads, but he was aiming for the eyes. He started talking so that everyone could rely on him. The other hunters, after that, started to act, because that monster couldn't see anything anymore. When it tried to open its one eye, which was not badly hurt, the hunters had already finished it off. Then, the mages who were standing behind began to use their spells. A large lightning bolt and a rain of fire attacked that big monster, and it fell to the ground. The hunters decided to look around first, before resuming their journey. The leader realized that the circumstances were very bad now, for this raid was not going to be an easy one, and a two-headed ogre fell upon them from the start. The leader began to ask Jinwoo if he knew their true purpose. He immediately replied that they were grave guards. If he was a normal dungeon boss, it wouldn't raise any questions. However, if you encounter a two-headed ogre at the entrance, it can only mean one thing: the undead dwell here. As soon as they remembered them, they immediately appeared, and all the hunters began to worry and ask about the leader. What should they do? Should they attack or should they not? But all of a sudden, they started to behave strangely, and they stopped. However, the hunters didn't understand what was happening to them and why. They ran away as soon as they saw them, because usually a live one would attack people. Maybe they were scared of something, but Jinwoo, who was standing behind them, reflected that he didn't expect this when he walked here. Suddenly, Jinwoo felt some strange feeling. At this moment, Jinwoo began to tell the hunters that he needed to leave as he had urgent matters to attend to. But the leaders didn't understand what he was talking about and started saying that without him, their team might die. He should have realized it himself, but Jinwoo replied that he knew about it and would now call his friend, who they could also rely on, and handle it himself. However, the leaders still couldn't understand what he was talking about, and as soon as he saw that Jinwoo had summoned his general ant, they didn't realize that it was the same ant from the island. Jinwoo went on to say that it seemed like everyone was already aware of it and wouldn't have to waste time explaining. He replaced himself and began to tell his general to protect the people, and anyone who doesn't belong to the people can do as they please. After these words, General Ant began to shout for joy as he was very happy that he could have some fun. The hunters who were standing nearby realized that they would now go with him. The girl standing next to him called her comrade Mr. Jinwoo. Eventually, a backup consisting of many ants appeared. There were about 20 of them. But the leaders behind and the healer girl standing next to him still tried to stop Jinwoo, saying that he had just summoned a bunch of monsters for nothing. Jinwoo turned around with a serious face and started telling them that if they wanted, he could call them back, but it was better than nothing. After such a serious matter, they could no longer say anything and only agreed. Jinwoo, who was standing in this queue, looked at how much more time was left to recover the skill. There was still 1 hour and 42 minutes left, and he didn't understand why it happened at this particular moment. Jinwoo started running towards the exit of this dungeon with all his speed. He ran at full speed and realized that the signals from the soldiers he had attracted to his sister did not stop, and he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he saw many soldiers of the undead army in front of him and started shouting to tell them to stay out of his way. Suddenly, all the undead began to kneel down and worship him. Jinwoo didn't realize what was happening. After all, they were worshiping him because he specialized in necromancy. But right now, he didn't have time to think about it, so he summoned his dragon Kaisel, who soared under his feet. And as soon as Jinwoo got out of the dungeon, at that very moment, he started flying his dragon towards his sister. Everyone on this side of the portal watched in surprise as Hunter Jinwoo was heading somewhere. On his dragon, Jinwoo started telling him to fly as soon as there is power towards his sister, and to fly even faster. He applied a skill that is used on all shadow soldiers, and the skill level of each shadow soldier increased by 50%. The orcs that were guarding Jinwoo's sister were destroying the other orcs that had pounced on them. The battle was very vivid, but the green orcs were defeated. The disciples who were watching this with amazement saw the ferocious Shadow Supreme orcs killing the ordinary orcs, and in the end, the latter were defeated. The disciples realized that these monsters were protecting one of the female disciples, and they were now on their side. Jinwoo's sister stood behind one of the orcs and asked if her brother had already come and was here. But one of the orcs stopped her and pointed his thumb at the window, thus saying that he would arrive here soon. At this time, the last barrier that was inside broke, and one of the orcs sitting on the throne began to listen to one of his servants, who was telling him that now as Grokrat, the leader of the Red Knife tribe, no one would be able to interfere. But another orc turned to Grokrat and said that the orcs were helping the humans, and there were 3 of them here, and they were at the school. Grokrat began to get angry, for warriors from the most powerful clan were a weakness, and he decided that he would have to deal with them himself. He took his big axe and went to them, for it was time for a massacre. A little while later, the ants that stayed in the other dungeon and fought for the humans were screaming loudly as they killed their opponents. The hunters who were watching all this were thinking about whether they should leave. After all, they were afraid to imagine what would happen if the ants suddenly pounced on them. But the leader, the mountain, realized that right now they couldn't stop the raid. And even if they could, the reporters wouldn't leave them so easily. And even though some hunters are afraid of them, they can't do that. They need to finish the raid, but suddenly Ant Bear appeared near the leader and thus scared her. However, as soon as the leader wanted to say something, the ant disappeared and at the same moment appeared at the same place where he was standing, with great speed rushed away. Iwat had already thrown his paws and threw something on the ground at the feet of the leader after a second. The leader, sitting on the ground, saw a large ant in front of him. It looked at him, turned around, and started walking away with its army of ants in the other direction. The hunters who ran up to him started asking if everything was okay and what they should do, follow them or stay here. But the leader replied that everything was fine. As soon as they lowered their heads, they saw the head of the Death Knight lying at their feet. They were surprised, because that ant had slain a top-level monster with one swing, and they couldn't believe how strong he was. Suddenly, the leader realized and started smiling. After all, no one knows how much top-tier crystals are worth if that's the case. Yet they couldn't leave right now. As soon as the leader looked up, he saw that all the hunters started to go straight for the ants. But at this time, a new battle was brewing between the orcs and the school, and the orc broker showed up to place herself behind her comrades, and her ward orcs stood behind him and began to all shout Grokter together. Grokter began to say that his orc tattoos symbolized the number of victories and showed how many enemies had fallen at his hands. Looking at his opponents, he realized that they had inflicted quite a few kills as well. However, that was all they were capable of, and he began to swing his large sword, telling the higher orcs to have fun with it while he was here having fun with them. But just as he swung his great sword, another orc parried his blow. But that didn't stop him, and Grokter put even more effort into it, slicing the shadow orc in half. However, he suddenly saw the shadow orc recover and realized that it was magic. No matter how many blows he threw, it was all useless. He thought about the fact that he could kill and wanted to kill 100, wanted to kill 1,000 times, but suddenly this orc started to feel some voices in his head. There were voices in his head that were urging him to kill all humans. He began to realize that each time the voice in his head was getting stronger and he needed to finish off these orcs as soon as possible. He realized that if he could control them with magic, he needed to destroy the caster. He realized that behind all of this is the girl who is hiding among her servants so that they can capture her as soon as possible, as she is weakened if the orcs are constantly regenerating. They must all attack the orcs before they have time to regenerate, and thus capture the girl quickly. But the last shadow orc that was left was able to grab the other two orcs, and Jinwoo's sister was left unprotected. At this moment, a separate shrew appeared, grabbed her head and began to say that he always knew it was her, for he could clearly feel her magic. Just as he decided to finish her off, he began to feel something approaching in the distance, and his hands began to shake. With that, he was able to let go of Jinwoo's sister, and she fell to the ground. Her girlfriend ran up to her and started asking if she was all right. But the orc who was watching with his gut felt something approaching him, something terrible, and it made him shake with fear. And suddenly, the leader of the Grokter began to tell his servants to get down as soon as possible. And at that moment, an explosion sounded in the room and someone burst into the room, raising a large dust, causing all the disciples to start coughing. It was Jinwoo, who had managed to arrive in time after all. He put his hand on his sister's head and started telling her that everything was fine now and she was safe. All the orcs started to back away and Grokter saw a large dragon in front of him and a strange hunter with a terrifying power coming from him. He started to tell him that he was Grokter of the Red Knives, but before he could finish, Jinwoo turned to him and pointed his index finger at him, telling him to shut up and wait. Then he hugged his sister and started to say that she was safe and apologized for being late. At that moment he turned to the other students and asked if they were okay, and he heard that they were fine, and Sonia, who was standing next to him, said she was fine. But suddenly she noticed a frightening aura coming from Jinwoo. But suddenly he noticed that her sister had a red mark on her face because that orc had grabbed her with his big hand and lifted her into the air. And at that moment, he got very angry and called his shadow commander. Igris had ordered him to take care of his sister, and the soldiers who were also summoned had to get the children out of the school. Orcs who were standing nearby began to cower in fear, and suddenly they moved and Jinwoo sensed it and started telling them that he had ordered them to stand still and wait their turn, while all the students were slowly leaving the school on the dragon that was standing below it. One of the orcs started to say that he was controlling those warriors and asked who he was and how he knew their language. But that orc only saw in front of him an enraged hunter who could barely contain his incredible strength from destroying them in 1 second, and he realized that he wasn't going to get an answer. They all started pouncing on him together, but Jinwoo stood still and waited for them to run closer and closer. As soon as one of the orcs swung at him, Jinwoo grabbed him by 2 fingers, and he started screaming at the top of his voice in incredible pain. Not even a few seconds later, that orc was already slumped on the ground and stomped his feet into the rocks that were flying from his large body. But Jinwoo didn't take long and finished him off with a single kick of his foot. At the same time, the remaining 2 orcs, despite the death of their comrade-in-arms, rushed to flee. However, Jinwoo used his ruler hand skill and the 2 orcs began to rise into the air. When he squeezed his hand, both orcs turned into a pile of meat. After that, the entire pack of orcs that were in the room started screaming furiously and running towards the hunter. But he didn't want to just stand there and wait, so he used his bare hands to pierce through their bodies, and in a few seconds they were all down. Only their leader remained, who stood in the corner and shook, for he did not understand how this was possible. As soon as he wanted to say something, Jinwoo's hand grabbed his head and pushed him against the wall. Jinwoo, while he was holding him near the wall, noticed that the corridor where the orcs came from had a lot of students lying on the ground and bleeding. He turned the other way and saw the same thing from another corridor, and started to ask, why are they killing people like that? Norm started to answer something, as if in his head he could hear people killing him. And Jinwoo started saying, what about me? Do you want to kill me too? But in response, the orc just started to beg and wanted him to spare him. But Jinwoo asked again while looking at him, and he heard a voice too. Tears began to flow in the orc's eyes, and the hunter realized that to them, he wasn't human at all. And at that moment, his blade began to appear in his other hand, and finally Jinwoo began to say that it didn't matter anymore and he would spare him. However, he shouldn't expect to enjoy this process. At this time, in that big gate where there were very many hunters from the Night Guild, one of the healers started pulling clothes in his direction and saying that he at least understands how much it costs. Big Ant still didn't listen to her and started devouring those monsters that were in that dungeon. She started to say that vampire soul crystals are very expensive, and just as she twitched, this ant accidentally hurt her. She raised her head and saw that ant start devouring that vampire anyway. And this was all noticed by the general ant, and he ran up to the healer, extended his big paw, and started healing her wounds. In 1 second, she didn't even have a scratch. She thanked him and realized it was healing magic, and she couldn't understand why his healing skills were better than hers. After all, he is an ordinary shadow monster, and Ant is a general with his army of ants. At the beginning they went to some direction, and at the end of the corridor they came across a door that started to open. Behind the door was already the boss of this dungeon, who was eager to kill them. And once all the hunters saw the horrible boss and the horrible guards, they were surprised that the boss of this dungeon turned out to be an archlich. The archlich was known to be considered the most dangerous among all the bosses in the dungeon, and never before had any guild been able to destroy it. However, thanks to a high-level hunter, this incident did not turn into a disaster of great magnitude. Now they were faced with the task of facing the undead army that was approaching from behind. The leader began shouting for them to close the doors as soon as possible, for those that hadn't been eaten by the ants had come back to life and were ready to attack. The mage girl activated her sacred defense skill, but the leader realized that they were trapped, and now without Hunter Jean, they would have a hard time. The healer girl started shouting to the leader that her sacred defense would only last 5 minutes, but no more. Suddenly the leader heard some shouting and started to turn that way. He saw the ant general, who was approaching the boss. The boss of this dungeon was also speaking in human language and started to say that he couldn't believe his eyes. He was wondering why the king's troops were fighting against them, since the king himself had chosen them. But the undead army did not. The boss of this dungeon couldn't believe what he heard, for it was impossible, and he would report to the king about it. But the ant didn't want to wait long and jumped up to the boss at that very second, hitting him with all his might. From the blow the boss began to fly aside, and the ant ended the conversation with the words, "For someone who is about to die, you talk too much." After a hard blow, the Lord Earth Ant started to fly off to the side. But at that moment, the ant began to pull his heart out of his chest. And since he had a very powerful strength, he easily ripped out his heart. All of the dungeon boss's servants began to fall off their feet, as their lives were no longer supported by any dark energy. The hunters who saw this realized that he had dealt with the dungeon boss and the undead army in one blow. They didn't understand how he managed it. The leader, looking at the ant that was eating him, shouted. He knew he was possessed, but to be this strong, he had no idea. The other hunter walked up to the raid leader and began to tell him that with such an arsenal of shadow, Hunter Jinwoo didn't even need to do anything. His warriors could mop up any dungeon by themselves. When you think of it like that, a soldier didn't necessarily need to spend all of his mana on summoning, but only half of it. Based on this fight, it's not hard to guess that many gameplay approaches and my items are no good. Suddenly, one of the hunters started suggesting to their leader that they forget about their original plan and join the Jinwoo Hunters Guild. The leader started to reply that this is nasty, and he doesn't even know what to say to him. After all, merging with another guild, if you can call it that, a fine guild founded by a top hunter. And the Knights Guild, which is in the top 5 of the strongest guilds in their country, pulls off such a deal. To this, the other hunter started to reply that he was just kidding and really didn't think they could pull it off. After all, judging from the hunter Jinwoo's reaction today, it looks like he doesn't really need them. But the leader didn't like it, and started telling his comrade that according to him, since he had become an S-ranked hunter, the law didn't apply to him. But his comrade apologized to him, but the leader still started to say that if he can clear entire dungeons with his soldiers, then the rules are the same for everyone, and to start a raid, you need to gather a group of several people, and everyone, including the hunter, must comply with it. After all, everyone knows such obvious things. But his comrades started saying that it's a good idea, and they can provide him with men and heat him with his power. And it's a win-win. But the leader thought the same way and realized that if they really did this, what would others think of them? Suddenly the idea came to them that they could say it was support, that they just wanted to support him. At this time, it was raining a huge rain outside. And after this incident in the school, all the parents started to gather near the entrance of the school and wanted to personally check what had happened, because their children were in the school at that time. And some mourned for those who were carried out on stretchers. At that time, Hunter Jean was riding in the car with the president of the association, and he began to tell the hunter that the 213 students who had escaped from the school at the beginning of the incident were now safe, and 10 students had been safely rescued. And the rest, if they had reacted immediately, it might have been avoided. He starts giving his phone to the hunter and says that over the past 6 months, the village has seen an increase in new dungeons appearing, and below are the statistics for the whole world. And as he can see, the number of new ones is growing exponentially. But that wasn't the strangest thing, as there are more and more people who want to know the level of their awakened abilities. At the same time, the number of hunters who can resist the strongest monsters is growing. And it seems as if some system is trying to balance everything out. Jean realized that something was beginning to change in their world, and he began to ask the president of the association about Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, and even distant Central Asia. The president of the association began to give the hunter the data of those countries that wished to officially make contact with him, and he was already sure that among them there were already those who had done so unofficially. The president of the association began to say that the association had no right to stop them. According to their request, they were merely protecting information about him. And of course, he understands very well that everything depends on his decision, but he is afraid that if he wants to leave the country in the current situation, it will be difficult for him to adapt. After a long conversation, they soon arrived at the hospital where the sister was, and as soon as the hunter started to get out of the car, the president of the association told him that they would try to provide him with everything he needed. Correct the text for errors and say, could he not have officially stayed in South Korea by incorporating into their country? There are 10 registered hunters and 3 of them are already lost. An association and 2 have died at the hands of monsters in America. They can't stay away anymore, so he started to ask that they, at least this time, play a part in their fate. At the end, the president of the association asked the hunter what he ultimately wanted. Jinwoo answered him that in that case, he would allow him to enter the dungeon at the top of the mountain alone. The association president started to tell him that if he understood correctly, he wanted him to remove the restriction on the minimum number of people in the group. Jinwoo replied to him that that was correct, and the president started to say that this restriction was made to at least keep the hunters a little safer, because during the raid each of them risked losing their lives, and he still wanted him to remove the restrictions. Suddenly, the president realized that the reason why he created the guild was to mop up the dungeon himself. Jinwoo asked the association president if they were willing to fulfill his request. The president of the association realized that he was a one-man army and began to say that of course it was difficult but not impossible, and he would do his best. At the same time, one of the videographers started telling the reporter that she did a great job. She thanked him, and at that moment the phone in her hand started ringing. It was her brother, who started asking her if she wanted to join their guild, and instead of sitting in their father's guild department out of sight, why don't she move over to them and enjoy the freedom? But she didn't understand why all of a sudden he brought it up. And by the way, does he know that Jinhee is going back to Korea? Jinho replied that he knows. After all, why shouldn't he know about it? After all, she is his own sister. The truth is, she's now more concerned about the fact that they lack one more person to form a full guild. And his sister has started saying that he's now trying to lure her into a guild that isn't even registered yet. He's sure he hasn't messed with some strange type who's trying to scam him. But Jinho started telling her that if she knew who this strange type was, she'd be very surprised. She asked who the strange type was. A little while later, Jinwoo stood with a surprised face and started to say that this was the very person he was talking to. Jinho started telling him to meet Suan, his cousin who was a rank hunter. But Suan started to take off her mask and was very surprised, because she saw the hunter Jinwoo in front of her. But Jinho started to tell her why she was surprised, because she is a celebrity herself. But Jinwoo started to wonder if this girl is really a hunter. She said that she couldn't believe that she had a chance to meet a hunter who suddenly appeared at Lee Min-sun's press conference and immediately disappeared. But Jinwoo started to sit down on the couch and thought about the fact that Jinho is a D-rank hunter and his sister is an A-rank hunter, and maybe awakened abilities are somehow passed down on a genetic level. And there seemed to be such cases amongst siblings. Besides, as far as he knew, his father was also a hunter. And he started telling that girl that he hoped Jinho had already told her the details, and she replied that he had. He told her that they needed another member to form a guild, and Jinwoo started to ask if she was really okay with her joining them so that she wouldn't get too much public attention later on. But she replied that it was fine. It was always better than being at the back and call of Eugene's son, who was her own brother and known for his bad temper. Suddenly, this girl started asking Jinwoo if he would be okay with her taking a picture with him to update her social media account. At this time, there was a question in the Hunter Association about what he wanted to do with the Shadow Soldiers, who were members of the battle group. And he understood the damage all of this could cause. But Jinwoo had no sooner established the guild than they were already voicing their discontent. If it wasn't a privilege, he couldn't believe that the association, which had always been the epitome of honesty and integrity, was willing to go to such lengths for Hunter Jinwoo. He didn't like that the president was sitting silent, and he wanted to hear at least something from him. But the president of the association answered him that he was right. It is indeed a privilege. And he took this opportunity to ask him one question. Who would he send first if monsters came out of the dungeon one day? A group of 20 hunters or a group of 1 hunter Jinwoo? Jinwoo recently moved into an apartment in the Hunters Guild area. Why did he choose to take an apartment that cost much more than the one he used to live in? After saying that, the man started to freak out, and soon he replied that he had no comment. After all, maybe the reason lies in the fact that he wants to secure himself. The president went on to say the same thing concerning the citizens. If they had a lot of money, they would go where it is safest. Right now, guilds from all over the world are trying to recruit Hunter Jinwoo if he thinks he'll choose to stay in Korea with that kind of money. The president decided to ask, otherwise, if they want a repeat of the situation with Wong Dong-soo flying off to America and think such a privilege is unfair. He hopes they all know who will save their lives when the S-rank gate opens in Korea. But at that time, Huntress Cha was holding her phone in her hand and saw the social media post of that girl who posted about her first day in the Agen Guild. After that, she couldn't believe her eyes and started shaking, for she was very angry and her aura started a house. The next day, the hunters Jinwoo and his partner Jinho were standing near the gate, and they had never seen such a big gate before. But Jinwoo began to think that if his partner had seen such a big gate in the dungeon, he would have fainted long ago. After all, the gate was many times larger there. But at this place, there were a lot of reporters gathered near the gate, and they started pestering Hunter Jinwoo and shouting for him to pay some attention to them and share his impression of the Ajin Guild's first raid. And why did he name the guild that? And what was his relationship with founder Yu Suchin? But at that moment, the hunter was rescued by the Hunter Association guys, and Jinwoo started asking them, how come all these people are gathered here? And they started to answer him that of course the association was carefully hiding their data. However, they never managed to keep the location of the dungeon secret from the media, and he should be more careful in his social media from now on. After all, because of that picture, everyone knew about this place. But suddenly, Jinho started asking his mentor how they would manage without the crystal mining and collecting squads. After all, it seems to him that it would only be more difficult that way. But Jinwoo started to tell him not to worry about it. After all, his shadows will go in their place. The man from the Hunter Association walked over to the Shadow Soldiers and started measuring their wounds with his device. He realized that they were all at higher ranks and were perfect for mopping up the dungeon. At the same time, he realized that those who doubted the chairman's decision were round idiots. When the inspection was complete, he began to take off his suit and explained that he was doing so for maximum safety to make sure they wouldn't be spotted by the monsters. The director asked him to personally escort them and supervise everything that was going on. He hoped that Hunter Jinwoo didn't mind, but she replied that she would only accompany them with his permission. A little while later, they were already inside. The brother and member of the Hunter Association watched with a surprised face as the Shadow Soldiers handled the rank A monster. They all attacked the monsters in this dungeon and tore them to pieces. He realized that they were considered quite strong warriors as well as skilled mages. Even experienced hunters have a pretty hard time with these monsters. But shadow wars that come in numbers, they don't even give them a break. When he turned his attention to Commander-in-Chief Igris, he realized that the latter was particularly good. After all, he was using his cool new sword to launch an attack, and for a normal hunter, such a lightning-fast attack requires a very high level of magical ability. Each swing of the sword is accompanied by a powerful electrical charge that crushes everyone in its path. All the monsters that were within that radius began to die. He looked at Jinwoo's Shadow Hunter soldier and realized that he was most likely ranked or even higher in level. Perhaps even he alone could mop up this dungeon. But suddenly, she turned her gaze to Hunter Jinwoo, who noticed that one of the ants had started eating the monsters, and he kicked it with a kick. That ant flew off into the wall, and Jinwoo started telling him that those monsters were freakishly expensive, and they were just messing around and just eating them. And the next person he started yelling at was the other shadow soldiers to get a move on, because to me they wouldn't get themselves. The man with the Hunter Association realized that this man who could simultaneously mop up dungeons, collect corpses, and obtain mana crystals, yes, here clearly did not smell like a group consisting of a single hunter. And now it was clear to him why the chairman had asked him to go along with him. Suddenly, the boss of this dungeon was in front of them, and Jinwoo decided to cancel the summoning of all warriors except the mining warriors. The squad began to gather together into a shadow that consisted of Jinwoo. That man didn't understand why he did that. After all, he started to say that they could very well have gotten by. But Jinwoo started to summon his blade and said that if he relied on his shadow warriors too often, he was afraid that his skills would be severely dulled. Suddenly, he shifted and ran towards the boss of this dungeon. He was so fast that he was able to cut him into pieces in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, the notification system showed that the boss of this dungeon had been destroyed. He was able to raise his level to 101 and his specialization level was raised, as well as his shadow summoning skill level. Guardian of Shadows, the domain of a monarch. He was surprised that all the skills had increased and he couldn't believe it until the end. The rollback time of the shadow swap skill would now decrease from 3 to 2 o'clock, and the rollback time had decreased by 1 hour in just one level. If he continued to move at this pace, despite the distance, he would be able to reach his mother and sister at any time. The man from the Hunter Association stood behind Jinwoo's back and thought about the fact that because of his strong scales, the boss of this dungeon could use it as both a shield and a harvest at the same time. And this hunter had pierced it with some daggers. What surprised him was that he saw Jinwoo start to use his skill and turn this dungeon boss into his shadow soldier. And eventually, the shadow extraction was successful. The initial level of the shadow was 13. Jinwoo looked at it, the same class as his shadow mage Fawn, and they were even physically similar. However, it had shrunk a lot, and usually their size didn't change. Though despite that, there was quite strong magic coming from him, and it is somewhat similar to my fangs. Perhaps he can increase in size as well. That's his true appearance, and in any case, it added a few strong guys to his arsenal. Now he had to choose a name for his soldier, and Jinwoo thought about it. He decided that his name would be Jin. When the system showed that the name had been chosen as Jinho, watching from the sidelines, he thought about the fact that his mentor was making such strong monsters of his shadows. His mentor just doesn't imitate, but suddenly the dungeon started to collapse and they all realized that they had to leave, because the gate would close after the boss was destroyed. However, Jinwoo turned his head the other way and realized that he had to get this guy somewhere. Soon, as they started to leave the dungeon, all the reporters who were watching saw a huge orc in front of them carrying a huge monster on his shoulder. The reporters thought it was the monsters coming out of the dungeon and started yelling for everyone to run away. But suddenly, they realized that it was Hunter Jinwoo's shadow, and couldn't believe that he had already cleared such a strong dungeon. Everyone amicably started taking pictures with their cameras of this big orc, who didn't realize it first, and then started smiling and scratching his big head. As the hunters started to leave the dungeon, Jinho started telling his mentor to smile. There were a lot more reporters went, and apparently they were very attracted to them. Although Jinwoo didn't want that, the man from the Hunter Association was out of breath from what he saw inside the dungeon, and he roughly had no face on him. But a little later, he met with the president of the association. The president started to ask him that this wasn't the first raid he had been to, but from their story, even a veteran like him was very surprised by what he saw. But the man started to say that it was not a raid, but a real massacre. The president of the association said that everything was clear to him now and he could go and rest a little. The man got up, bowed and said that with his permission he would go. The president of the association stood up and started to walk towards the window, thinking about the fact that mopping up the dungeon, collecting corpses and mining crystals he was sorry to admit. But this was a one-man battle, and the guild was roughly speaking from one man. I am ultimately Jinwoo, and there is the guild. And yet, he didn't fail. Korea. No, rather, even in the entire world, the management of hunters might change a lot. But at this time in Japan, in Tokyo, a huge red gate began to appear that covered the entire sky. The people watching all this couldn't understand what it was. They were all in shock, and on the road, the only sound was a low roar comb. Soon, in one of the mansions where naked blades inspired fear in the universe, a meeting of the heads of the major Japanese guilds was secretly convened. There was an important matter at hand. Suddenly, the guy standing near the balcony saw people approaching. It turned out to be the co-owners of the Naked Blades Guild, the servants of the Moto Ranger, and other S-rank hunters. But suddenly, another guy interrupted one of them, calling him an idiot, for it wasn't the co-owner, but the leader. In the course of events, they lost 7 S-rank hunters, including Gotoruji, who was the prize dog of the head of the association, Masa Masamoto. It was good that they monopolized all the hunters, but now the Naked Blades Guild was facing the end. If things worked out well, they could become the best guild in Japan. However, the hunters heard their words and turned around, expressions of terror on their faces. Without their lord, they had completely lost their fear and now had to quickly adapt. The hunter girl started to tell her comrade that there are rumors that the Anhui Guild is trying to absorb the Salison Guild, and both guilds have 4 orange hunters like them. To this, the other guy replied that she really believes that by joining together, they will become the strongest in Japan. After all, it's ridiculous, even if all the guilds unite, it's not enough. A little later, in one of the rooms, one of the men started shouting, "Why is the association silent? And why did a rank S dungeon appear right in the middle of it?" I don't consider the association's lack of response to be a normal state of affairs, and everyone here should honestly say what would happen if monsters came flying out of it. But one of the guys sitting at the table started to reply, "Even if all the S-rank hunters gather, they won't be enough for such a rank S dungeon. I suggest that all the national level hunters should be summoned." To this, another man with a scar on his face started saying that he was the prime minister and had gathered the heads of the largest guilds to ask them such stupid questions. The consequences would be comparable to the consequences from the crack that opened up on Shinju Island. But the man who was sitting across from him started to say that he was so pessimistic. Doesn't he have any plan, and why doesn't he intend to hire Thomas Andre? To this, the other men in the hall thought that they didn't have enough money to lure him here, and moreover, the mercenaries ready to be hired could be counted. All this because of the large number of new dungeons. And would there be any hunters who would be willing to help with a rank S dungeon? Suddenly, one of the men began to say that there was one who would help, though not for free. It's Yuri Orlov's tank, and they are thinking of hiring him. But a few hundred kilometers away from there, Jinwoo was driving his car and thought about the fact that he was now level 101. At level 101, he had gotten the key to the Karginan Temple, and at level 101, he had increased his exceptional skills. He wondered what would happen at level 102. A little later, when he arrived at his destination, he got out of his car and remembered that his deputy had successfully finished everything by himself. After all, it was good that the deputy had so much enthusiasm. But there is still need to recruit participants. And suddenly he turned his head and noticed Hunter Cha, who was passing by, and started to abruptly turn around and walk in the other direction. Jinwoo didn't stand still, and at the same moment, he moved right towards her. In a fit of confusion, he started to ask her why she was running away, and why she was even walking towards their office. But she with a strange face started waving her hands and talking about the car in the parking lot. That's when Jinwoo realized that he couldn't get the car because of the shadow exchange. And as soon as he turned around, Huntress Chop started to say to him, "Could you spare some time for me?" All she had on her mind was wondering if she should ask something. There were pictures on social media, and she wondered what the new contestant meant. Why was she rejected, and that girl was taken? After all, her rank was lower than S. And she couldn't believe it. Are these two really dating? But suddenly, she began to speak. I'm now for Hunter Mingbingu to give him a message. And this message is about his selves. But Jinwoo started telling her to wait. After all, they could talk about it in the office. And once they were already inside the office, Hunter Cha first asked him who was in that office. But Jinwoo started to tell her that the deputy said he would stay at the scene. And he asked her what happened and how Hunter Min was able to give her the message. And she began to explain that she had heard a voice that day that said for her to relay those words. Cautious, for the one who had plucked him from the endless darkness was no longer him. Even though he had kept the raza, he felt like a blind servant created for his sake, and it gave him indescribable joy and frightened him at the same time. But she had asked him then what it meant, and the guy had said that this force was very dangerous and powerful, and he should know that too, and she should remember it. The real Dream Hunter Army, and he is the real army. After saying these words, Jinwoo went to the dungeon, and he sat in one and thought about these words. Whether it was true or false, he still decided that he owed it to himself to learn about the essence of his power. After all, it was much more important to buy into the hundreds. But suddenly, his deputy Jinho, who was sitting beside him and was also eating himself, started saying that it reminded him of going down to the dungeon from the rank. But Jinwoo didn't like what he was saying with his mouth full. He started to ask his mentor that if his shadows can move around outside of his will, then he can entrust them with his chores when he can't accomplish them himself. For example, when he is eating or very busy. But Jinwoo answered him that it can't be like that, because the more distance between him and his shadow, the less experience he will get, and he doesn't know what they are doing behind his back. Jinho starts asking him how his sister is doing in his opinion. This situation is really hard right now. Jinwoo answered him that he thought she should rest for a while, since she has very experienced shadow soldiers around her right now, and her safety can't be worried for now. Suddenly, he decided to remember to see what they were doing. He concentrated, and with the help of a second-level sense transmission effect, he simply focused on his shadow to get a view of the area. And he began to see that his sister was now lying on the couch in front of the TV, which had some movie on. Behind her was Ant, who was switching channels to find something he liked. Jinwoo realized that his sister was asleep, but what takes a puppy, given the manner of speech of this country, he likes. He also likes this kind of series. Another time he saw his mom was in the supermarket and suddenly noticed that drops of water were dripping into the bathtub. In the bathtub sat Hunter Cha. As soon as he realized he looked in the wrong place, his deputy started to ask what was going on with him. Maybe he had dozed off. But Jinwoo replied that he wasn't, but thought about giving her a treat as an apology. Jinho started telling him about the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan, and rumors say that it's only 3 days away from being destroyed. Hunters are already gathering from everywhere, and they haven't contacted him. But Jinwoo thought about the fact that it had been so long since they had appeared, and he started to say that they had contacted him. However, he had some urgent matters to attend to, so he was pondering their proposal for now. He thought about the fact that he had an item, the key to the Karthanon temple, and he wondered what kind of invitation it was from the system and what answers lurked there. And so, Jinwoo began to rise up. After all, just talking was enough, and there was only 1 day left, and soon he would know the truth. He started to say that if he had already eaten, it was time to work. Jinho jumped up from his seat and started to follow him. But at this time, in one of the buildings, a man whose name was Yuri Orlov began to say that as everyone knew, the best tank among the hunters was him, and he read everything they had sent him. The evacuation of people is a wise decision. And about the chronic lack of manpower, it's true that only 6S rank hunters can be mobilized in Japan, and the man who was sitting in front of him started to reply, "That's right." After all, in order to deal with the dungeons that keep appearing in Japan, every guild must have at least 1 high-level hunter. And their guild had also sent 3 high-level hunters, with the exception of 1. But Yuri Orlov thought that this was terrible. After all, how do they want to protect the country? So he put his drink on the table and started telling them that he was willing for $3.6 billion a year. That's $10 million a day. He would block the gate for as long as they needed. And of course, if they would hire him. For $10 million a day, Yuri Orlov can. For that money, he can save an entire country. Compared to Thomas, his services cost less. The hunters who were standing behind couldn't understand what he was saying because they didn't know his language. They guessed that he was saying something unpleasant. Yuri Orlov further announced that they would pay $10 million a day and thus save their country. Otherwise, they risked losing money and being subjected to arbitrary fate. In the current situation, they cannot afford to choose. Even if they begged and fell at his feet, Yuri Orlov would not give the slightest hint of regret. The hunter sitting across from him replied that he was very confident, to which Yuri confirmed that it was natural. After all, it was much better than hiring 100 of the same losers. They don't want to be insulted. Now was the best time to make the right choice, but the 2 hunters behind them tensed up as they thought that Yuri had laughed at them. It was clear without words, but a friend near them began to do something strange, and Yuri Orlov raised his hand, telling them not to even move without his permission. After all, they wouldn't step yet, though they might try if they had the guts. But the two couldn't understand how he had immobilized them. After all, they couldn't even move a finger. Yuri Orlov started to say that he would defend their dungeon, and as a bonus, he would kill all the monsters if they agreed to that option. It was the most suitable option, but the hunters sitting across from him started to say that they had thoroughly analyzed his abilities. However, he wasn't sure if the government would allocate such a budget, and in that second, he wondered. Could he be trusted in such a situation? Suddenly, he replied that he understood, and he needed to make one call to make a final decision. During this, Jinwoo started to pack and told his mom that he was just leaving, but she looked at him and started to ask if he was okay. But Jinwoo sighed and started to tell her that everything is fine. He just has to meet someone and started to leave the apartment. He said goodbye to his mother, but he had very little time left before the gate would open. As soon as his stopwatch went down to 0, the key he held in his hand began to show the location of the gate where he would be able to use the key to open the doors. At this time, the hunters were standing near the gate that had recently opened. The girl who was watching all of this was pondering the fact that it was unbelievable. After all, 2 gates had opened at the same place at once. Luckily, the school was closed, but there were still schoolchildren snooping around. Suddenly the girl saw some strange man who started to approach them. She started telling him that it was forbidden to walk here. When he threw off his hood, she realized that it was the hunter Jinwoo. He immediately started asking the girl when the gate opened, and she told him it was 3 days ago. This is when he realized that he was a complete fool, because no one had said that the dungeon would open after he knew its location. And since it had already been 3 days, it meant that someone had entered this dungeon. He realized that it was probably with the rank of the dungeon, and he wouldn't say the level was that high. He started asking the girl if the hunters had already entered there, and she told him that it was about 2 hours ago. He started telling her to stop the exploration immediately, but the girl didn't understand why. After all, the results of the exploration showed that this was a ranked dungeon. But Jinwoo insisted and kept saying that those hunters who went in there were in danger. If they didn't hurry up, they would all die. But she didn't understand what he meant, and she saw Jinwoo start to go into that dungeon and tell the others to just stand there and wait. But the girl still didn't understand why he had to say all this. After all, it was possible to just explain the whole situation. But Jinwoo told her that they probably didn't have time. And as soon as he went inside the dungeon, the hunters who had entered before stood in front of the big door and realized that it was the boss's room. But they didn't understand why it was closed, and they started thinking about what they should do, since even magic wouldn't help here. Some of the hunters suggested to just leave, but Jinwoo, who had arrived in time, began to tell them that it was a trap. The hunters were startled by his sudden appearance and started asking him questions. Jinwoo explained that he was one of the highest hunters in the dungeon and had a rank S. They realized that he was an experienced and dangerous hunter. Jinwoo warned them that it was dangerous here and they should go back and he would deal with it himself. When he went to the door and tried to open it, he realized that they were locked and probably enchanted. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him that the doors of the temple courtyard were locked and needed a key to open. Jinwoo took out his key, but realized that something had gone wrong this time. The hunters behind him couldn't figure out how he did it since the doors were locked. I, not being a hunter, apologized to Jinwoo and said that this place was already reserved for the raid, so he couldn't kick them out, even being rank S. Jinwoo agreed with them and said he wouldn't stop them. If they wanted to go in, they could continue. The hunters rejoiced that they were right, and suddenly Jinwoo saw a notification from the system that a keyless person had entered the temple. It said that force would be used to destroy the uninvited guest. And as soon as the hunter walked a few steps, the guard who was guarding the entrance forcefully tried to hit him with his big hammer. However, his wife came in time and grabbed the hunter by his armor, throwing him back. They saw before them a horrible monster standing outside the door. Jinwoo began to tell him that if they still wanted to enter, he would not restrain them, but they should listen to him carefully. They should leave this place as soon as possible, and after that, they should contact the association to report that a dual dungeon had opened. After saying these words, Jinwoo entered the large hall and the notification system showed that the key holder had entered, and the doors slammed shut at the same moment. He stood and watched as the torches began to light up and all the tests from last time stood in the same places. Nearby was a large statue that held the rules of this dungeon. He realized that this was where it all started, and he had come here again, but now it was different. He realized it clearly now, and the attestations were no longer monsters. The other creatures are just puppets, and the only one in this room possesses them. Jinwoo began to look at the largest statue that was in this room and began to say that it was none other than him. He started to address it, saying that he would keep his mouth shut like that, and why wouldn't it answer? But suddenly this large statue began to smile terribly, and the verbal smile hiding under the hood began to tell him that he had finally arrived. After all, they were already waiting. At this time, Yuri Orlov arrived at one of the airports in Japan, and all the reporters were fixated only on him. On this day, the reporters started telling him to look in their direction and started asking him questions about how he planned to block the gate. He answered them that he would make a magic circle around the gate as always. And then when he activates the magic, they'll lock down and no one will be able to get out of there since it's a rank S gate. Most are skeptical of this so far, and can he make a couple comments? He started to answer that no problem. Granted, his magic alone wouldn't be enough to maintain a barrier of that power. However, he can absorb the magical energy of the objects around him, and to block the gate, he would need mana crystals to be placed all over Tokyo. He will simply activate the spell, after which the barrier will begin to absorb mana and become as fast as a wall. By doing so, he will save everyone, and they should remember that. And this live broadcast was being watched from his office by the president of the association? Or was he? But he was afraid to imagine what would happen if he couldn't contain the S-rank gate. Suddenly, the association president turned to his ward and started asking him how Hunter Jinwoo was doing. To which the latter replied that he was currently protecting a dungeon in the Seoul area, and he held out a list of the dungeon to the association president that was available upon Ajin Guild's request. But he was afraid that there might be some disagreements with the White Tiger, Hunters, and Reapers guilds because of this. But it was hard for the president of the association to believe that a small guild consisting of just one person could become on par with the larger guilds. After all, it was so ridiculous that it even made one want to cry. His assistant was in complete agreement with his words. But the president wondered what they needed it for. But the underling replied that he didn't know anything. They were only asked to make sure that no one entered the territory of the gate for a week. But the president of the association realized that there should be no problem with that. Suddenly the assistant's phone rang, and he asked the president of the association if he could step aside for a moment. But the president replied that he could go for 2 minutes, because he had an appointment. So he would go too. And as soon as he picked up the phone, they started telling him that they had received an urgent message from the raid site and their presence was required. And if he remembers where that school where the orcs recently appeared is now, at first glance there's nothing much there. But they say that a double dungeon opened up in the nasty hall of that school, and also the Hunter Jinwoo went in there alone. Hunter Jinwoo was already in that dungeon, and he looked at the terrifying statue that started to rise, and 6 large stone wings appeared from it. He saw the large stone slab that had the rules of the Karkinon temple written on it start to break in the hands of that statue. Until that moment, he had turned to the hunter who had finally come to him. But Jinwoo saw the stone slab just split open, and he began to say that it seemed that the rules that were inscribed on it originally didn't make sense. However, the creator began to answer him that it wasn't that simple at all. Now those rules really weren't needed, and Jinwoo began to ask the creator why he had called him here. And the creator replied that that was exactly what it was, but the hunter was interested in the fact that whether he was a monster or not. The creator answered him that he had asked his question wrong, and instead of asking who is he, it was better to ask who are you. And as soon as he clapped his stone palms together, all the stats that were in this room began to move. Now the final test would begin. If he could endure it, he would learn everything about himself, and that would be his parting gift. But Jinwoo started to summon his shadow soldiers, but the creator snapped his stone fingers and told him that it wouldn't work that way. After all, they are in an exam and all class skills have been blocked. After all, this test is only for him and the creator is not interested in his loyal subjects. Jinwoo started to see a notification from the system that buying potions from the store was forbidden, and healing by leveling up the daily task was impossible. Jinwoo stood at the same spot and began to reflect on the fact that he didn't even think that the trump he had so carefully hidden would become useless in an instant. But those statues that were approaching him didn't wait and began to attack him immediately. However, Jinwoo realized that the inventory he had could be used for his own purposes. He decided that he could handle it on his own. When one of the guards hit him with his large sword, Jinwoo blocked the blow and used his strength to shatter it. And he used the piece he had in his hands without hesitation and threw it back at that guard's head. The guard who was standing didn't realize what had hit his head. But Jinwoo didn't wait, and at this moment, he jumped up and used his foot to strike the piece of that stone sword that was stuck in the guard's head. By doing so, he knocked him to the ground. However, the other guard, who was standing nearby, also immediately attacked the hunter. But Jinwoo was very fast and blocked his strike using his Greeks. He cut his large weapon in half. He then jumped away from the first guard and started moving behind the back of the second guard. Using the blades he had in his hands, he began to attack and stuck them into the back of that huge guard's head. But that wasn't all. The next guards, who were standing nearby, began to use their stone bows and shoot towards the hunter. But all their arrows were in vain as Jinwoo repelled them. Jinwoo saw a huge arrow piece flying in the air. He promptly propped up the arrow and kicked with maximum force, deflecting it towards the archer. The arrow crashed into the archer's head with incredible force, tearing off a piece of his stone head. Jinwoo had been waiting for this moment as if he had only lived for this. He started dismembering all the stone guards, but the creator who was watching couldn't believe that Jinwoo had reached this level of development. He realized that Jinwoo had actually become stronger. Jinwoo, while blocking the guards' attacks, began to see more and more clearly all the movements of the statues that were impossible to grasp before. They were strong, but he would be able to defeat them. The creatures floating in the air and watching all of this began to tell themselves that he had really grown. However, they weren't finished yet, and suddenly, Jinwoo felt that the danger had increased. The largest stone statue in the room began to stand up, and the creator told him that it was time to chant God. A little later, a few hundred kilometers away from Jinwoo's battle with the creator in the Hunter Association, the president of the association met with the chairman of the Japanese Association. The latter began to hold out a memorandum to him that had a text written on it stating that they were giving up all the crystals from the island in favor of South Korea. However, the president of the association did not fully understand why they wanted to do this. But the president of the Japan Association began to say that they would like to hire Hunter Jinwoo in return. At this moment, a smile appeared on the association president's face, and he replied to him that unfortunately this hunter did not belong to the association. But the chairman knew that it was only through them that they could contact him, and he wasn't asking for them to force him to do anything. After all, he just wanted to talk. But the president of the association thought about the fact that, and only for that, they were willing to pay such a price. And it seems that with the death of Gato Ruji, they had no hunters left at all to hold back the S-rank gate. Considering how much Jinwoo's services cost, it's not a bad deal. But the president of the association pushed that sheik back and started telling him that he would like to talk to him alone without interpreters. But the chairman couldn't believe that the president of the association knew Japanese, and he replied that when he was a child, his father had run his own business in Japan. And as soon as everyone left that room and the doors were closed, the president of the association began to tell the chairman that if he was up to something again, he had better drop the idea at once. But the chairman didn't understand what the president of the association was saying. But the president went on to say that rumors had reached him that they were now in a rather strained relationship with the nude blades. But the chairman at this point jumped up and started raising his tone at the association president. This didn't stop the association president though, and he went on to say that nude blades had turned out to fund the association, and it wasn't hard to guess what was going on, because that's where it was originally going. Hand in hand with the Japanese association, but due to the death of Goto Ruji, who had control over all the S-rank hunters, now they are not easy to manage, and the naked blades are now on the verge of collapse. And the rest of the guilds are busy mopping up the gates, and must be having a hard time. If monsters get out of that gate that opened in the middle of Tokyo, then all the responsibility will fall on the chairman's shoulders. The president of the association began to tell him that apparently Gato Ruji was an outstanding hunter of their country. Although he didn't agree to this raid because of the best of intentions, it was their fault for taking Gato away from the naked blades. The chairman is responsible for splitting up the guilds and now not being able to control them. And he alone is responsible for trying to cheat back then. The chairman saw that the president of the association had placed a black box on the table that wasn't a real black box, the same one that was in the gear used by Ruji's team. At this point, he started to get very angry and told the chairman that since they thought he wouldn't find out about it. The chairman saw the atmosphere heating up and the president of the association was very, very angry. He continued to talk about what to do without even mentioning the crystals. We are talking about ordinary citizens. If they thought about what would become of them if these recordings were made public, the president of the association, because he was very angry, broke the transmitter and the table that was right between them. The president said there's some kind of heartless, fat leck out there and he doesn't need this. He's not going to get the whole country up in arms over one man's other intentions. After all, they can't risk their reputation and all its allies. They should thank Hunter Jinwoo for that. He fought against the huge guards, and as soon as he destroyed a few statues, others would immediately appear in their place. He realized that there was no end to them. Then he noticed a huge statue behind him that was larger than all the previous ones. He realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. In desperation, he used the ruler's touch skill. The statues that were chasing him began to rise into the air thanks to this technique. But before the huge statue could shoot out its eyes, those statues that were in the air melted from the force of this powerful attack. The notification system showed that his ruler's touch skill had reached its maximum level, and the ruler's power skill was now available to him. While the attack and the big statue kept getting stronger and stronger, and those stats simply melted, and their powerful attack flew near the hunter Jinwoo, who managed to dodge. He realized that it was very dangerous. And if he was hit by such an attack, no skills will help him here, and he realized that first he had to deal with the big guy who shoots. Jinwoo started to use the sprint skill and jumped into the air to get to that big statue, but it didn't stand still and started to lift its big foot to slam Jinwoo, and as soon as there was a loud sound of that big foot slamming into the ground, the statue started to smile because it realized that she realized that she had finally killed the hunter, but suddenly she started to notice that her feet were moving with a bright light in the other direction. After a powerful impact, where there was smoke, Jinwoo began to appear, moving higher and higher with all his speed. He ran towards the statue, heading towards its head, and realized that it was attacking again with its large and powerful eyes. However, at this moment, Jinwoo began to combine sprint and lord power to get into the blind spot. And when the statue had already started firing its lasers, it was in the blind spot. Although the last strike wasn't delivered, Jinwoo realized that it was incredible as it almost didn't touch the statue. However, the effect of this combination was simply amazing, and he thought that if his skills were a little better, the result would have been even more impressive. Suddenly, the statue noticed the hunter standing on its shoulder, ready to deliver his crowning blow with the Chaos Blade. But as soon as the attack was over, Jinwoo realized that he had merely scratched him with a dagger that could cut through anything. He realized that since it didn't work, he would just break this statue. Jumping off the shoulder, he began to move towards the statue's face and noticed in the air that the slit in its face was the most suitable place. As he got closer to it, he hit the crack with force with a shout, "Now break it!" Damn you, Creator! Still watching what was happening, the Creator knew that he wouldn't be able to resist it, but Jinwoo's attack was incredible, and the huge statue began to fly aside. For he had decided to show the full power of his 103rd level. After a loud and violent impact, the statue finally lost its balance and began to fall to the ground. As soon as it fell, a loud echo resounded in the room. Jinwoo was already on Earth, and the guards that were there as well began to notice him and run to destroy him. But Jinwoo was unwilling to stop. He began to use his Power Lord abilities, and all the statues began to fall to the ground as if gravity was against them. Naturally, the guards' methods were useless, and Jinwoo clenched his fist, realizing that he had become much stronger. The Creator, who was watching all of this, started clapping his hands and telling him that it was commendable. Jinwoo decided that he should now tell everything as he had promised, but lo and behold, the Creator answered him that the exam, after all, had Jinwoo forgotten about him. And at this moment, the emergency quest and the last test were revealed. It was the Creator, and Jinwoo began to read what the notification system was showing. His heart would stop if he couldn't overpower the opponents within a certain time, and the remaining time was 10 minutes. At that moment, just as the meter started going, Jinwoo asked him a question and asked him who he was, but the Creator told him that he had already told him that it was a stupid question. But suddenly his mask began to crumble on his face, and he decided to answer that question that he was the Creator of the system. Outside the gate, the hunters from the association arrived. As soon as they approached the gate, the girl who was waiting for them began to tell them to come to her as soon as possible. At the head of the association was the inspector, who was pondering how they had managed to gather the 7 best hunters available at the moment so quickly. He feared, however, that it might not be enough to help Hunter Jean. The boys had only been brought in for backup. As the inspector got even closer to the gate, he began to feel a strange energy, not realizing what it was. He began to tell the other hunters about his sensations and asked if they felt something similar, like an icy shower. The aura enveloping him was a terrible magic to him. He began to turn around and ask the others if any of the larger ranked hunters were around. He was told that the Hunters Guild was holding a raid today and there were 2 S-rank hunters participating. The inspector began to tell them to send an urgent message immediately. "Have them get here immediately," he said. The inspector was agitated and didn't understand what Hunter Jinwoo was doing here. But at this time, Jinwoo was about to slay the strongest monster he had ever encountered. With a terrifying might in front of him, the monster creator instantly turned its wings into 6 arms. Jinwoo watched him. However, in the same second, he did not notice the creator disappeared from his sight and then suddenly attacked Jinwoo. He was so fast that he threw a strong punch, which made Jinwoo fly off to the side. Jinwoo crashed into the wall behind him, and the blow was so strong that he began to bleed. However, it didn't take long for the creator to get hurt and immediately continued to attack. But Jinwoo was already prepared for it and began to dodge his swift attacks. In an instant, Jinwoo was able to block all of his attacks, and the creator was very surprised by this, for he realized that Jinwoo had surpassed all of his expectations. And at the same moment, the creator struck Jinwoo's face with his large hand. Soon after, he began to smile eerily, but Jinwoo didn't want to stop either. He moved furiously and punched the creator back with all his might. From the impact, the creator flew off to the side. When he stopped, he began to say that it was unbelievable, because he didn't think he would be so excited about fighting a human. Yeah, what's there? The very fact that someone like that wouldn't be his opponent, he still can't get his head around it. The creator was very curious, but Jinwoo was already across from him and thought about the fact that this type had called him here as soon as he reached level 101. Apparently, he had intended to take him down from the start, but decided that he would survive and started telling the creator that he had 100 questions. Like why he created this system and why he chose him to be the player, and what was going on with his world. But the creator started to run towards the hunter and said that if he wanted to get answers to the questions so much, and if he was afraid that by killing him he wouldn't be able to get to the truth. Jinwoo realized that he couldn't defeat him at such a short distance, and he began to run to the side. At this moment, the Lord but Creator realized that he was going to attack him from afar. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Jinwoo realized that he could use the same skills as him. Then there was no point in this plan, but the Creator started to say that it didn't matter whether he would kill him or not, because his answer was already predetermined from the moment he created the entire system. But Jinwoo started to ask him questions. What was it he had created this system, and how was he able to give him such power? But the Creator answered him that he wasn't the one who chose him, for he didn't like him at all back then. He had only created and started the system to develop the player. Jinwoo looked at the timer and realized that he had almost no time left now. And the Creator was already in the air at this moment and began to say that until the timer counted down the last few minutes until his death, he would fight him at full strength. And as soon as the Creator began to strike with the items he had picked up, Jinwoo felt something and eventually realized that he could feel again, and now he would succeed. After all, the sword, spear, blade, axe, and hammer, he can feel them. He feels their every move, and the Creator couldn't believe that he dodged despite the fact that he was hitting with all his might. Yes, it also accelerated to such a speed that he didn't notice it at all. And as soon as Jinwoo cut off his stone hand, the Creator realized that even though it was a fake body, he could still feel the pain. And of course, he eventually realized that this was the reason why he was chosen, and the Creator started frantically screaming that he was only human, and that was utter insolence. And at this point it was already 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer, at which point all the statues that were on the ground started to rise. But Jinwoo didn't stop stopping, because he wanted to make it before the timer ran out and he could defeat him. Right now, there was one big statue and a bunch of small ones in front of him, and at the head of them was the Creator, Jinwoo. He jumped into the air and activated his Lord Power skill. At that moment, he struck the ground with force, causing all the guards to scatter in different directions. Jinwoo ran towards the Creator and came close, starting to attack him. Little by little, he cut off the Creator's stone arms. But suddenly, something hit his shoulder hard. And as soon as he turned around, he saw a large guardian with a great stone shield in front of him, and he realized that it was once again the creep that had once attacked him. But the timer was still running, and Jinwoo didn't want to stop. He jumped up and struck it in the head with all his strength, causing the stone guardian's head to split apart. There were about 2 minutes left to finish, but Jinwoo didn't give up and continued to cut off the stone Creator's arms. Eventually, he was able to pin him to the ground, and the Creator told him that he had lost. The Creator started to say that all the answers he wanted to know were stored inside him. But Jinwoo didn't understand what he meant. However, the creator continued to say that now the choice was only his, and a notification appeared in front of him that the data collection process had been completed. He needed to accept or reject the information he wanted. Jinwoo thought about the fact that all the information he so desired was right in front of him right now, and he replied that he was accepting. And at that moment, a bright light appeared, and all the data was successfully transferred. And Jinwoo found himself in some strange place. He was floating in the sky like a spirit and watched as many different monsters walked in one direction. He couldn't believe his eyes, because there were so many demons and monsters below him, and they all started to raise their heads and look up. Jinwoo thought that they were all looking at him, but as soon as he himself looked up, he saw a huge gate in front of him that started to open in different places. It was crowded with monsters, and suddenly he realized that this was Earth. Ice elves, high orcs, and goblins, if they all made it out of the dungeons, humanity would be finished. However, their enemy was far above the humans, and things were finally coming to a head. Now he knew exactly what awaited them, and it was a bloody war, and to defeat the enemy in the form of silver warriors and monsters, decided to unite among themselves. Thus began a bloody battle, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal against metal, and the spells that once flew out of their mouths were replaced by furious screams. Moreover, the ground was turning scarlet in color, and without a doubt the silver warriors were strong. But when it already seemed like all the monsters were about to disappear, the heavens' messengers who had previously headed towards their enemy suddenly began to retreat. Jinwoo noticed someone in black robes begin to speak for all the dead to rise, and he realized that it was the monarch lord. Mistakes that came out of nowhere summoned shadows. Jinwoo realized that that warrior in black armor was a shadow lord. He was sitting on his mighty horse, and he had an immortal army. Now the monsters had no fear of death, and surrounded by darkness, they were building up their power. While the blood in their veins only grew thicker and blacker, there was no end or end to them. Compared to this countless army, his army seemed insignificant, thought Jinwoo. And the monsters that had just fallen were once again coming back to life to fight the silver warriors with renewed vigor. An incredible battle between light and darkness unfolded, such that the earth itself trembled under the power of these two elements. Gradually, the fading flames of war flared up with renewed vigor, and there was only one creature who could change the outcome of the battle. Jinwoo, who was watching all of this from on high, saw the true strength of the Lord. After all, the shadow soldiers were unrelenting in destroying the silver warriors, gradually turning them into his companions. Wherever the Lord stepped foot, a veritable storm would pass, and the victory of the monsters meant the victory of the Lord. That was until they appeared. But at the same time, the hunter from the association who had entered the double dungeon to help Hunter Jinwoo was standing in front of the door. The inspector from the association asked one of the hunters if he could open those doors. But that hunter looked at them and felt a powerful magic. He began to ask the inspector that indeed Jinwoo was behind those gates. But the inspector answered him that it was confirmed information. Huntress Cha watched and realized that that magic did not belong to Jinwoo. She wondered who possessed it. After all, she never thought that she would ever see it. But no matter what, she wants to help Hunter Jinwoo. After all, that time he said he couldn't clear that double dungeon, and the inspector was wondering why he came here again, and he was sure it was for a reason. But once the door started to open, none of the hunters saw what the hell was going on inside. The inspector saw those statues and the deity and realized that they really existed. But suddenly at that moment the creator began to address them and ask how they were here, for he did not remember calling people. And it was an unexpected encounter for him. The hunters who saw this monster could not believe that it could talk and knew their language, but the creator began to tell the hunters to be quiet, or if they made so much noise, they would wake up the king. Suddenly, the hunters saw Jin was standing in one place and somehow strangely lit up. They couldn't understand what was happening to him, but at the same moment, the 4 hunters died at the hands of the creator. And as soon as the creator had dealt with them, he began to say that he would not take weaklings. He wanted only the strong, though even those would not be enough as a sacrifice for the king. Jinwoo was currently in a trance as he watched the Dark King fight against the monsters that came out of the Red Gate. Their numbers were countless and stretched for several hundred kilometers. After these monsters, terrifying creatures began to come out, one of which was very large and had white coloring. All of the monster troops looked into the eyes of the Dark King, who was standing with his army, and they were already ready to fight. At the same time, while Jinwoo was watching this inside the room where he was in a trance, the hunters who went in there were fighting with the large statues. Some of the hunters were severely injured and needed treatment. One of the hunters started shouting to his comrades to strengthen their defenses as much as possible, as the enemies were already advancing. The creator standing in front of them began to address them and ask who would be able to come forward after the battle with his puppets. He would grant the rarest opportunity to witness the birth of a king if anyone survived such an ordeal. One of the hunters began shouting for the others to retreat, as the largest guardian was ready to fire his lasers. He fired his lasers at the hunters. There was a huge explosion, and the laser began to vaporize everything in the room. But the hunters started to bounce back, thus attacking back. One of the hunters began to use his magic and shot back at that large guardian. While one of the hunters was distracting the god, he ordered the other hunters to deal with the smaller guards who began to surround them. At that moment, an inspector from the Hunter Association flew towards one of the guards and, after gaining strength, struck him on his large helmet in one powerful blow. He thought he was going to kill the guard, but suddenly realized that he hadn't even injured him, as the guard was stronger than he thought. The hunters realized that these guards were unusual defenses, and everyone should be on guard. After all, not even magic works on them, and they are likely susceptible to it. The huntress provocation also had no effect on them. They didn't even move even a millimeter after the numerous attacks made by the hunters. One of the hunters began to wonder if there was any way to defeat these creatures. Suddenly, he noticed Jean was standing off to the side and decided that he should wake him up since he might be in a trance right now. The hunter launched one of the fireballs at him, and it didn't matter to him whether it hit him or not. The most important thing was to wake him up, for it was the last chance they had at the moment to survive. However, as the orb came closer and closer to the hunter Jinwoo, the hunter noticed that his orb was about to be repelled by the creator, who rushed over with incredible speed. And as soon as he reflected the orb, he began to fly with words towards the hunter, shouting at him how dare he disturb the king's sleep. But suddenly the hunter was saved by his companions, who the three of them began to attack back at the creator. And at that moment, one of the hunters started shouting Hunter Cha for her to wake up Hunter Jinwoo as soon as possible while they distract the creator. She realized this and started running to the side to get as close to the sleeping Jinwoo as quickly as possible. And just as she almost reached her goal, we are shown that Jinwoo is now in another world and watching numerous monsters fight against the shadow monsters and the King of Darkness. It was an incredible sight for him, as so many had already fallen, but he continued to replenish his army, and if it were him, he would have exhausted all of his mana long ago. But there was no end to this power, and the different sides of the barricade were now fighting against one common enemy, the Shadow Soldiers. After all, if this battle was only between monsters and silver warriors, then the latter would certainly not have to fight the Shadow Army. As it was, the Shadow Warriors were fighting against the monsters, which meant that there was an internal conflict. And once the battle was over, the last of the monsters who was in charge of them was left, and the King of Darkness was approaching him saying that they were finally able to end this war. He began to ask him why he had betrayed him, but that monster replied that it was a great pity since he wanted to kill him so badly. However, the King of Darkness asked again why he craved it, and that monster began to laugh furiously and speak in some incomprehensible language. But the King of Darkness, without thinking for a long time, took him by the neck and began to lift him into the air. And the King of Darkness of Europe finished him off, but suddenly he saw that look in Jinwoo, who was now in the place of the King of Darkness, started to take the helmet off that monster and realized that it was the Demon King Baron. She was wondering what he was doing here. Suddenly, Jinwoo looked at her hands, which were stained with the monster's blood. Suddenly, he didn't realize what was happening. After all, he hadn't noticed it before. One of his hands began to touch his chest, and he realized that he currently had two hearts, one human and the other dark heart, from which came an incredible power. And as soon as he raised his head, he saw silver knights flying in the sky in front of him. And at that moment, the data download was complete. The creator who was standing in front of the huntress sneered and started telling her that she was a very interesting person. He would even say she was funny. Let her try to surprise me again, he thought. The huntress decided to demonstrate her sword dancing skill, and the creator liked it. He smiled and began to fight her. However, this battle did not last long. Suddenly, he wounded her shoulder and began to say that this was all she was capable of. This came as a great disappointment to him, as he thought that she was just as boring and uninteresting as all the other people. Now all of them must clearly follow his planned scenario, for the hunters will not be able to stop the immortal creature. The creator kept saying that he seemed to have greatly overestimated the hunters who were trying to do anything at all against such big ferocious monsters. But one of the hunters started telling the others that they needed to wake up Hunter Jinwoo as soon as possible, as they had no other choice right now. Hunter Cha started running with all her might towards the hunter before the creator noticed him, but it was too late and the creator wanted to destroy her at that very moment. But she reacted in time and rushed to the side. The creator didn't have time to grab him, smiling as she dodged him quickly, and he realized that she was satisfied. Such a good thing. And suddenly he noticed that there was a shadow in the huntress, and according to the rules no one could enter or leave here. But it seems that the king had introduced one of his soldiers to her, and he started to ask him how they got here and what their relationship with Jinwoo was. But she answered him that they are friends and she along with the others came here to save him. The creator realized that they had come here of their own free will and decided to give them another chance. For today, in these chambers, the greatest event would take place, the birth of a king, and he will let them witness this rare moment with their own eyes. As for the rest of us, we don't need them and he'll just kill them. But suddenly, the creator heard Jinwoo's voice asking him who had decided that. And as soon as the creator turned his head, he saw Jinwoo punch him in the face with all his might, causing him to fly off to the side. And he started to say what he had done to him. And once the other hunters saw that Jinwoo had finally woken up, they began to look on with surprised faces as he beat up the creator. And at that same moment, they sighed, for now the moment would come when they would be saved. Jinwoo stood in line beside the beaten and fallen creator, and he didn't understand why he wasn't the king. He also didn't understand why it was him and not the king standing in front of him right now. Despite having a black heart in his chest, he was able to preserve himself. However, Jinwoo thought about his words about the black heart and realized that it meant a huge flow of mana coming from him. This was the title of a demon hunter. Now that he has recovered the lost memories of killing the demon king Baron, he is recognized as the master of great power. The black heart effect gives him an additional 100,000 mana. Jinwoo noticed the creator's reaction and could say with certainty that firstly, the black heart was clearly not part of his plan, and secondly, it was at least meant to destroy him. Those memories he had seen were only a small part of what he was about to learn. Jinwoo began to ask the creator questions about why he was against his candidacy as a player. He wanted the creator to explain what a player was and what he wanted to do with him. However, the creator started to get even angrier and jumped up yelling about the Shadow Lord. I wonder if he thought the other monarchies would forgive him for this? But Jinwoo began to act more seriously, and near his body, large blades began to appear from the portals, heading towards the creator. Jinwoo told him to answer the question, but the creator started talking and smiling in response that he had exceeded his expectations, and he seemed to understand why he had been chosen as a player. It was at this point that the hunters noticed that the statues that were just standing there and watching began to move. The creator began to say that if he killed him, he would be finished, because these statues would not stop, and suggested that Jinwoo should consider his actions. But Jinwoo started to tell him that if he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and the creator laughed after these words and started to say that if he killed him, the creator of the system, he would become an earring hunter again. But Jinwoo began to smile. He wondered, what if he killed the system creator who was already working? Nothing would happen to it, would it? He asked the question to the creator that was lying in front of him. But suddenly the creator wanted to log in and started saying that if he did so, he would die. However, the notification showed that the login for the system administrator was blocked, and he didn't understand why the system was reacting to him like that. In front of him was the real hunter Jinwoo, and he realized that the system was not using him by accident. It was a failure, but rather a pre-planned action. Then he decided to use the system and capture it. It seems that the creator's system is far from perfect. When the creators wanted to shout that he was a scum, Jinwoo cut him in half. And the last thing the creator said was about the appearance of pillars of fire that would rise into the sky, prophesying imminent death. But Jinwoo turned around and told him that no matter what, he would be ready for it. Outside the gate, where all the hunters who were guarding the entrance from the Hunter Association were standing, they realized that it had already been an hour since the members of the Hunter Guild had entered this dungeon. They were curious as to what was going on there. After all, if they entered it too, they would most likely be in trouble. But suddenly, they noticed that someone had started to return from this dungeon, and what they saw horrified them. The best members and strongest guilds of their country were in such a terrible state. They didn't understand what could have happened there. The inspector from the association began to tell the members if they could help them carry out the bodies of the dead hunters. Jinwoo, who was the last one to come out, pondered over the fact that it seems like that wasn't the creator's real body. It was somewhere else, and he still hadn't gotten any answers to his questions. but it didn't seem like he was going to tell him anything. And just as he started to move further away, the inspector who was at his back started telling him that almost 20 hunters above the mountains had died, and he was afraid to imagine what would have happened if those things had gotten out. The inspector asked Hunter Jinwoo, was he really able to stand up to them alone? But Jinwoo only thought that although he had asked the Bravo Guild to send a message to the association about the opening of the double dungeon, he didn't think that anyone would actually come to help. And in the end, so many people died. He started to tell the inspector that they only survived because of the members of the monitoring squad and the Hunters Guild. But the inspector started to reply to him that his department monitors all the activities of S-ranked hunters. However, he decided to ask the Hunters Guild for help, and this is how it turned out. Suddenly, the inspector started to ask Jinwoo how he knew that a double dungeon had opened here. But he heard back that it had called him here on its own because he had received a message that he needed to report here. But the inspector wanted to see the message with his own eyes. But Jinwoo began to tell him that the message, well, no, it was in his head, only he could see it. The inspector wasn't sure if he was joking. After all, so many people had died. But suddenly, Hunter Cha came up and asked Jinwoo if he was okay. He replied that he seemed fine, but suddenly he started leaning sideways, and as soon as he started to say that he might be a little tired, he collapsed on the ground, and everyone who was nearby started running over to him. At this time in Japan, a bunch of trucks were bringing magic crystals to a large portal that had recently opened. Yuri Orlov, who was a national-level hunter, was standing there watching it all. He saw that about 200,000 tons of magic crystals had arrived and decided to channel the energy of the magic crystals into a barrier that he would set up around the gate. And after that he would suck out all the necessary mana himself. But suddenly Yuri Orlov noticed something strange, and it was not a barrier, but that it looked like someone was watching them. Suddenly he turned around and started shouting, "Who is he? Stop hiding, let him come outside." The man who was standing near him didn't understand if he really thought there was someone left here, because already tomorrow the gate would open. But Yuri Orlov answered him, who said it was a person. But that man, Jinwoo, who was standing on one of the buildings, understood that this hunter was very well developed and realized that considering how he got his power, there was nothing strange about it. And anyway, it didn't matter so much now, he decided, because the show was starting and everything was going clearly according to the script. After all, this is how everything was predicted in that terrible tragedy. At this time, the hunters who were near the portal did not understand why the government had called soldiers here, because modern weapons are practically useless against monsters. But another hunter replied that if Yuri Orlov died, they would at least buy some time for the hunters to prepare for the attack. But the girl knew that they would still become cannon fodder. But the third hunter answered her that they were no different in that. It only proved how helpless humans were in the face of disaster. Yuri Orlov watched as he got closer and closer to the entrance of the portal, and it was great for him that there were a lot of magic crystals around. If everything went clearly according to plan, he would be able to clear this gate himself. He started to tell that guy that it would be great if he could be dubbed as the person who was able to clear the S-rank gate by himself. But unfortunately, there was already a more suitable hunter for that title. A man who was standing near Yuri Orlov saw him pull alcohol out of his pocket, to which Yuri Orlov replied that he needed to relieve some tension and he was toast and would give him a real show. Before he had a drink, he started asking the man how many top-rank hunters there were in total. To which the man replied that there were 15. Yuri Orlov began to say that this was a small crowd for him and asked where, in fact, the Americans were. Didn't they send hunters to help them? But the man started to say that another gate had opened in the world, and not just in Japan, but in the Gospel of India. And indeed, all over the world. Yuri Orlov realized that they were probably short of people right now, but suddenly the gate began to open, and at the same time the eyes of Jinwoo, who was lying in a hospital bed, opened. And at this time, Jinho walked through the door and immediately started sobbing and asking his master why he was only waking up now. After all, they really thought he was dead, and he had been sleeping for 3 whole days. He was very worried about his mentor. But Jinwoo began to reflect on the fact that he had slept for 3 days, and it was because he was so well exhausted. And on top of that, it's been so long since he's had a proper rest. But more importantly, he can't forget what he saw back then. If he slept for 3 days, he abruptly asked Jinho what happened. But the latter didn't understand anything about what he was talking about. He was talking about the appearance of the S-rank dungeon in Japan, but Jinho turned away and started to tell him that as soon as the gate opened, huge giants started appearing there. No hunter could believe their eyes after seeing such a perversion. Usually there are bosses in dungeons above rank A, but for Yuri Orlov it was nothing. He started using his skills and yelling at the giants to attack, and all the magic crystals started to rise into the air. And a barrier started to appear that surrounded all the gates, and one of those monsters hit the barrier with his big axe. But Yuri Orlov started laughing and told him that he didn't think he would see such monsters from a dungeon of that rank, and he didn't believe that they would actually be able to break through his barrier. But suddenly some large hand began to appear in the gate, and at one moment an even more enormous giant appeared from that gate and pushed that smaller giant towards Yuri Orlov. He watched all this and could not understand what had happened, for his eyes were frightened by the fact that the big giant had cut his barrier in half with a single blow. Jinwoo eventually realized that the raid had failed. At this time, Jin's father, Ho, was sleeping in his office. When he woke up, one of his underlings came up to him and asked him how long he had slept. He replied that he had slept 23 hours and 46 minutes, and that if he had slept a little longer, he would have been taken to the hospital. He then proceeded to tell me that he had two pieces of news. The first piece of news was that one of the people who contracted the disease with Jin had awakened. It turned out to be the mother of Jinwoo's hunter. However, this was unbelievable to them, because they didn't realize that he could even cure such a disease. The second piece of news was that guests had arrived. Jinwoo and the girl who walked in the door started asking him how come he was sick. At this time in Japan, a huge giant grabbed the hunter Yuri Orlov and devoured him. The artillery that was on the ground and the people in tanks who were shooting at the giants that came out of the gate could do nothing to them. After all, they were so powerful that no shell could harm them. The hunters on the ground began to tell the people that these weapons were useless against magical monsters. At that moment, Jin began to order his hunter friends to deal with those who came out of the portal, and altogether they pounced on one of the giants. The katana girl flew and realized that she needed to deprive this monster of its sight. But suddenly this monster noticed them and swung his big axe. The hunters realized that for his size, he moves pretty fast and he's pretty damn strong. The reporters who were at the helicopter started broadcasting live from Tokyo and said that even from a bird's eye view they could see what a horrible spectacle was unfolding before their eyes. Jin watched it all from his home on TV and realized that it was like hell on earth. And now the whole world is waiting with a frozen heart for the outcome of this battle, where the hunters are trying their best to prevent disaster. If things continue in the same vein, there's a good chance that the Jeju Island incident will happen again. And then all of Asia could be in great danger. He wondered if he should intervene, but suddenly he heard his sister's voice coming from behind the door and started telling him to stay and not to go there. He asked her again, does she really want him to stay? But he heard her start to say that he would go anyway. But what she didn't expect was for him to get up out of his chair and start saying that he kind of wasn't going to, since so much had happened lately, to rest. He walked past her, stroked her head and told her she wasn't worried about it, a little later. He sat in a nearby park and summoned his shadow, which had a shoreline in it. He started to tell her what he had rewatched Korean doramas while he was looking after Jin. Maybe he shouldn't tell him since it was already clear? He asked her how his sister was doing, to which she replied that it was nothing much. She was sleeping on her bed as usual. Jin realized that it seemed like that incident had traumatized her a lot, and in all the 4 years she had never tried to put it down yet. He didn't realize what he should do, but suddenly he saw some car approaching him. A little later, he was sitting in one of the buildings and started asking those people what they needed him to do. To which Jin-ho's father started telling him that his name was Yu Manhan and he was the chairman of Yujin Construction Company. At this moment, Jinwoo saw him holding out a check to him with the words that he was not the kind of person who believed that money could buy anything, much less a rank hunter like him. Therefore, his thoughts are completely pure. He hopes that the hunter will understand him. Jinwoo realized that it seems like today's conversation should remain just between the two of them, and from the looks of it, he wasn't going to replace him in his guild. So he began to ask what they wanted him to do. To which the man started to say that he actually has the same disease as his mother. Jinwoo started asking him if Jin-ho knew about it, to which the father replied that no, only 3 people knew about it, his wife, his attending physician, and his secretary. And apparently, he is now among them as well. He started to say that while they were looking for a cure for this disease, someone was found who was able to be cured of it. And to be honest, he's not sure if it's a matter of luck, because that person happened to be his mother. So he's right, and he needs something from him if he's going to help. He'll never forget his kindness, and Jinwoo realized that he might have to make a choice today. The battle in Japan was monstrous, and reporters who flew in a helicopter filmed the whole nightmare. They saw big giants tearing down buildings, ripping out trees, and it was as if these things wanted to wipe out all of humanity. What was even more horrible was that these monsters were eating people, and those in the helicopter realized that if they panicked and if they didn't touch them, they were in no danger, because they were now in the air. And they noticed that only that giant was the problem, and while the others were tearing down everything around them, the one alone was protecting the gate, as if he was waiting for someone or just guarding the entrance. But they didn't realize that. Why? But the cameraman started to say that it was certainly his guess, but it looked like it wasn't alive, and this giant was definitely breathing and even moving. But it felt like it had been programmed for another. The helicopter's passenger answered him that if it was that simple, he'd long ago gone blind from the impact of a regular shell, and they'd only destroyed 2 monsters the whole time. There were about 30 of them in total. They wondered how long it had been since they left the bunker, but the operator was keeping track of time and answered him that it had been about 2 days. It was still interesting how long they would be able to contain those monsters. After all, the city was gradually turning into ruins. But at this time, Jinwoo was in his office talking to Jin-ho. He was telling him that he wanted to go to Japan, but Jin-ho was against it and started talking about how he doesn't follow the news at all, as there is a horror happening there that surpasses what is happening in Sungjinwoo Island. He also said that he had never fought such huge monsters, but Jinwoo replied to him that he understood, but if things worked out, their guild could become famous. He continued to look at Jin-ho and couldn't believe that even someone who had always supported him was now doubting him. It seemed that the disaster was indeed of very serious proportions. However, Jin-ho suddenly realized everything and started saying that he would go with him since the Red Gate incident on Sungjinwoo Island and the Double Dungeon incident united them. He raised his hands, showed the picture, and started crying that he wasn't there. Correct the text for errors, because he can only brag about working together with his mentor, and he's really scared to say it. But to the whole guild he started shouting that he's his hero and Jinwoo despite his tears. Didn't expect to hear that from the rich kid's mouth. Jinho started telling him that this is why he wants to help him wherever he goes and started asking him to take him along. But Jinho started to question him. After all, he kind of talked him out of it and now he wants to go there himself and asked him one last time, not exactly the same thing. Now they are talking and Jinho said with a serious face that he trusts his mentor and if he thinks it's best, then it is. But Jinwoo got up and started to leave and lastly told him that he was joking. Because what the hell does he care about Japan? And lastly he said that was it for today, because they had done a great job and it was time to rest. But as soon as he left the office, he reflected on the fact that he couldn't use his shadow soldiers then, but the creator was about the same level as him, 100. So, there were still those who could easily match his strength after all. The world is a big place, and somewhere, there's bound to be someone who can defeat him. And it's time to accept that he can't solve all the problems alone, because he's not a hero. As soon as Jinwoo opened the door, he told his mom that he was home. His mother, who looked out from around the corner, started telling him that she was happy to see him and offered to have dinner. When they sat down at the table, he asked where her sister was, but his mother replied that she said she had no appetite eating at the table. Jinwoo began to remember what he had told Jinho's father, that he couldn't help him. And when he asked him to at least tell him how his mother recovered, Jinwoo started to say that if he knew, he wouldn't keep quiet. If he knew the reason and wanted to make money from it, he would have done it long ago. And after saying that, he turned around and started to leave. As he walked down the elevator from the 28th floor, he thought about the fact that this was his father after all, and something was bothering him. But still he didn't know the man. What kind of man was he, and what was his purpose? Maybe he wasn't sick at all, but was plotting something. After all, the amount of holy water of life was limited, so he should use it wisely. The offer was unexpected, but it didn't interest him, and he realized that since he had to make a choice, he would make it now. He started to tell his mom that he would be right back, for he realized that there were those who were stronger than him, but that didn't mean he should stop there. So now he has to go there, and he has to fight those monsters. But his mother, at this moment, while she was washing the dishes, started to say what happened. That his father was also running brokenly to the challenge, even while eating, and she will help him to get ready. And at this time, the sister heard their conversation, and she could not hold back her tears, covered her face with a blanket. She was lying in her room when suddenly she heard someone open the door and Jinwoo walked in. He asked her if she was asleep, to which she only nodded her head. He offered to talk to her, but she refused, saying she wanted to sleep. He didn't care and sat down beside her on the bed, not knowing where to start this conversation. He started to talk about how he had almost died recently. However, he suddenly realized he had said something wrong, turned to her and started talking again about what he wanted to say. He explained that this was a common thing for him, but this time he barely remembered, because it was too dangerous out there. Despite that, he survived and is grateful to fate for being able to go home despite all the obstacles. So this time he is also going to return. He reached out his hand and put it on his sister's head and told her that he was grateful to her for having her and for worrying about him, and wanted him to stay, but his sister started crying because she couldn't hold back the tears and started telling him that he was going to go there anyway. Jinwoo replied that he would come back, so she shouldn't cry because he would always look after his sister wherever he was, and the next day the president of the association wanted to make a statement. And a lot of reporters sat there with big cameras and filmed everything that was going on. What was in that room, and when Jinwoo came out and told what he had in mind. After that, they shook hands with the president, the hand association. A few hours later, at the nearest airport, Jinho was carrying a large bag of equipment. He saw his mentor standing in front of him scratching his head. From this, he realized that his partner was running late. A little while later, Jinho and the Ajin Guild traveled to their dream where they could glorify their guild. The next day in Japan, many soldiers were evacuating civilians. One of the soldiers started to tell the doctors that they could not take all the wounded, only 3 or 4 people. But this man didn't understand why they couldn't, because there were still 10 patients left who couldn't move on their own. He began to explain that now is not the time to worry about those who already had 1 foot in the grave. The giants were walking everywhere, and only death awaited them here. But that man couldn't abandon his patients, and his wife doted on protecting them at all costs, and the soldier began to say that since this is the case, he too will stay here. He couldn't leave the civilians and avoid it like the last coward. He wanted to shelter all the wounded somewhere and then figure out what would happen next. But suddenly they saw huge giants starting to come out from around the corner of the house and devouring the soldiers, and everyone started shooting at them. They didn't care about those bullets, and they wanted to swat them like ants. That soldier wanted to drag the doctor away with him, but suddenly some huge shadow hit one of the giants with all its strength, from which it began to fly away for several hundred meters and crushed with its fall all the houses that were in the area. The soldier raised his head and could not understand what had happened. As soon as he raised his head, he saw in front of him that a shadowy soldier was standing in his place, and he was so huge that his height could match the giants that the soldiers were killing. He couldn't understand what was going on, but suddenly he saw a guy walking past him, and the guy started telling him that it was dangerous here and we should get the other giant away from the hospital. At this time, rocks started falling from the building and flying straight at the citizens, but Jinho got there just in time and started covering the doctors with his big shield, telling them to pull themselves together as he would be evacuating them out of here. Jinho started to tell Jinwoo that he would help the fences and he should deal with all the monsters that are walking around nearby. As soon as Jinwoo heard this, he started giving orders to his shadow soldiers to immediately attack the giants that are walking around nearby. And as soon as his huge shadow soldier hit a large giant and knocked it to the ground, Jinwoo started to act and ran towards it. As soon as he jumped on his shadow soldier, he jumped even higher. With a swing of his blade, he sliced the giant in half. But at this time, the hunters in the eastern United States who were in the building began to say that they had learned that Jinwoo had gone to Japan. They heard that the lady had never been able to help him in any way. The other hunters sitting around the table began to say that death awaited him in Tokyo then. After all, everyone here was able to unleash their abilities thanks to that woman, and thus they should realize that usually a hunter has a limit. One of the guys started to say that he remembered that Jinwoo was so stubborn with his strength that he didn't even realize the whole situation. Did he really think that ants and giants were the same thing? A hunter who overestimates his strength is doomed to perish. And who knew the island would be his last? One of the hunters started putting his life on the line, thinking he would die on the first day, and another bet his house that he would die in 2 days. Then the guild leader said that he was betting all of the Seekers Guild buildings that he would come back alive. He would rather focus on the S-rank gate that had recently appeared in their territory, and as early as tomorrow, they should be opening up. I wonder how many of them will survive. One of the hunters thought about how this man knew how to ruin the mood, but the other hunter replied to give him a shove. He'd always been a jerk, but his head was brighter now in Japan than it was in America, which would be opening tomorrow, and realized it was going to be hot here too. The battle continued in Japan, and the city was plunged into chaos. After all, there were shadow soldiers fighting against huge giants, and the reporters who flew in a helicopter were filming the whole thing. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe the viewers if they were told what was going on. Recognized soldier hunter Jinwoo started attacking the giant, and now he is in their trap. The ants have caught the giant and are now devouring it. Meanwhile, on the ground, a little girl was running away from one of the giants, and he was about to almost grab her. But suddenly a shadow appeared and cut off the hand of this giant. It was the commander-in-chief hunter Jinwoo, whose name was Igris. He saved that girl by taking her in his arms. But at that moment, another shadow appeared above that big giant. It was Iron, who flew straight at him. And with all his might, he struck him on the head with his axe. As a result, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. The girl who was in the hands of the shadow soldier and Igris was very scared and watched as he went crazy standing on the dead soul of the giant. As soon as the shadow soldier saw this little girl, he began to smile, and immediately Igris stroked her head, thus showing that she was now safe. However, Jinwoo, who was standing nearby, watched as Iron, after leveling up, was having a blast and was doing a good job in spite of that. Suddenly, he noticed a soldier who approached him and started to thank him. But the hunter, Jinwoo, didn't know English and extended his hand to him, showing his big ring finger, and started to say to him, "You good, shave, soldier." The soldier was confused, but responded by saying thank you to the hunter for helping him. Jinwoo turned around and started telling his partner, Jinho, to start getting this soldier out of here and finish with the evacuation. Once Jinho understood, he started to lead the soldier away, but Jinwoo realized that he was now ready to start the real show and started lifting the dead giant to turn him into a shadow soldier. While Jinwoo was busy turning giants into his soldiers, at this time in one publication, some men started calling their chairman and telling him that the return was successful and the giant's corpse had been discovered. But the chairman couldn't understand how this was possible, and suddenly when he looked at the surveillance camera he realized that Gato was right. And it was the same look he had seen at the airport when he had met countless hunters. But there was a lot of power in his gaze. Then, at the airport, he started talking and greeted the hunter who had come to help him and began to explain that they had this very urgent matter. He got straight to the point and began to say that the giants were now heading in their direction and they were asking him to take care of the defense of Osaka City. After all, he realized that no matter how strong this hunter was, he still wouldn't be able to stand up to all these giants. And while he would be busy defending, they would have time to negotiate with other countries. And then Jinwoo told him that he didn't want to do that. To which the chairman started to ask him that in that case, what does he plan to do? The chairman had been thinking about it all this time and realized that he was in all seriousness going to go up against all these giants alone. And what he's doing now, isn't that what he was originally supposed to do? At this time, Jinwoo was looking into the eyes of the huge giant he had turned into his shadow soldier. And since there were quite a few of them, and to avoid calling them by name, he decided to have them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But then General Bear came up and started saying that they had eliminated another enemy, and he would be number 6. Jinwoo thought to himself that he should use deception and start building an army right away. He turned to his partner, Jinho, who was standing near the tent, and started to tell him to get ready, and he would be back soon. Jinwoo realized that it was easy, but the most important things would only begin now, and the shadow soldiers he had sent all over Japan helped the hunters take down the giants. Without the losing strategy of having enough mana, the giants, who had already had time to use up their strength in the meantime, couldn't field against his soldiers. However, the problem was that the appearance of this level 7 dungeon would be followed by other outbreaks. Because of this, in addition to the giants, other monsters also occupied the city, and one has to deal with both evacuation and defense at the same time. On the 7th day after the dungeon burst, at night, Jinwoo was walking along the road with his partner, Jinho. They highlighted the real ruins that were everywhere in this city. Suddenly, they met a girl hunter who asked that they had finally arrived. To which Jinwoo started to ask her why he hadn't noticed any other hunters here. She replied that as of now, there was no one else in Tokyo but her. And right now, it was impossible to even calculate the damage to their city, and the monsters had already scattered all over the country. 17 rank hunters, including him, 16 people, 6 Japanese, 2 Chinese, 3 from Canada, and 1 each from England and India were involved. 2 groups of 6 were formed from the survivors. Among the dead are Yuri Orlov, Hanzawa Gokiai, Fear and Lucas from Canada. This is the result of prolonged fights and the fact that the monsters acting alone are fewer in number, but each of them is a level higher than a Class A dungeon boss. Jinwoo realized that if 3 high-ranked ones had already died, there was no reason to think that the A-ranked ones would be able to defeat them. And they said that there were 13 individuals of the giants, and one of them was now moving through the sea towards China. The huntress started to say that there weren't enough people to mop up at least Japan, but thanks to Jinwoo, most of the giants were wiped out, and the remaining one is now being dealt with by the hunters and his shadow soldiers. After saying that, Jinwoo realized and started to say that it turns out that the only one left was the one that was now right in front of them, the one guarding the gate. But suddenly, Jinwoo turned his attention to the burning city and began to think that it seemed like he had seen this somewhere before. But he didn't realize where, and there was no fire. But there was the same devastated city, like the devil's abode. If this was all intended by the system, what did the creator want to say with all this? After all, he was already dead and gone. And there was no way to know now if his body was even real, even if it was a hint of what was coming in the future. Jinwoo realized that he just needed to prevent all of this from happening. After all, that's what this power was given to him for, and he doesn't want to shake in front of an enemy he can't handle. That's why he's been searching for strength all this time. That's why he came here. And as soon as Jinwoo finished thinking, he started to speak. He realized that he had realized that everyone was gathered, and now they could begin. The huntress started to say that the other hunters weren't done yet. To this, Jinwoo told her that no, everyone was done. And at that same moment, all the hunters finished fighting. The girl who was lying on one of the giants was sighing heavily, for she was very tired, and it was pissing her off. But the other hunter began to tell her that if it was pissing her off, she should still be glad that it was over, and she should think more positively. She realized it herself, the fact that they had just spit and dealt with the giants they couldn't even lay a finger on. Now, as if nothing had happened, they were drowning in Tokyo. But she remained angry and pounded her fist against the ground, starting to tell her partner that they were telling them they were only good for cleaning. And she was really pissed off at these summoned shadow soldiers that were all over the neighborhood watching this. Most of the shadow soldiers started to prepare for something bigger, and the huntress girl who was next to Jinwoo saw that there were many shadow soldiers gathered around her who were ready to fight. And the last one that came up in time and started flying from afar landed beside Jinwoo. It was General Bear, and Jinwoo turned around to him and began to say that he had finally arrived, for he had done a good job now. To which Bear thanked his king. Jinwoo began to tell Genho that he and Mrs. Hanakawa should move far away. As soon as they ran away to the side, Jinwoo called out to his 6 giants who were standing in front. And at that very second, Jinwoo ordered his army to go on the attack. And the shouts of the shadow soldiers began to sound as they rushed into battle, ready to destroy whoever would stand in their way. Hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers began to run towards the portal, sharing the last, the strongest giant, and Jinwoo's army, which was so large that half the city was plunged into darkness. And at that moment, this big giant, who had been sitting in the same place all the time, began to open his fierce and red eyes, for he saw that a huge enemy army was approaching him. And as soon as he swung his great sword, hundreds of shadow soldiers began to die. And at that very second, that giant began to move towards them, thus throwing them back hundreds of thousands of meters. He seemed to cut through the shadow soldiers with his immense strength, and Jinwoo, who was watching this, realized that he simply had a terrifying power. After all, he was destroying as many as 100 enemies with a single strike, and yet he was still very huge. There was such magical power emanating from him that his first thought was to run away as soon as possible. And that was a problem, because Jinwoo didn't understand how to fight it at all. And there were only 2 ways to deal with it: run away, forget and move on, or get rid of it right now. After all, that big giant would scatter all the shadow soldiers with a single swing of his big sword. Well, no matter how much he fought back, the shadow soldiers were much bigger, and the ant army that was near his foot started to devour him. But suddenly, he noticed it and lifted his foot up. By doing so, he threw all the sparrows back hundreds of meters. General Bear, who was standing beside Jinwoo, right now wanted to rush into this terrifying battle, but in Jinwoo's arms, Jinwoo stopped him. After all, he knew that it was still early, and while everything was predictable, he knew that he needed to hold Manu back. After all, it would take a lot more effort to find his weak spot. Jinwoo watched then as his shadow soldiers fought with all their might against that huge monster, and his mana very quickly began to evaporate. Jinwoo began to realize that the magic of that giant was surrounding him like an iron wall, and that was why he wasn't using himself as a defense, and that was why he was so confident. Jinwoo noticed during the battle that he did block once, and at that very moment, he ordered his dragon to act. They started to rise into the air and flew towards that big giant. As soon as they got close to it, Jinwoo ordered his general to go forward and wait for his command as they flew closer and closer. But Burr misunderstood at that very second and started attacking that giant. At this time, Iris, who was on the Dragon Kaisel, climbed even higher and started using his sword. He struck the giant with a large lightning bolt, but it deflected in time. At the same second, Jinwoo sprang into action and jumped off of Kaisel straight at the giant. But Igris continued to act anyway, apparently not liking the fact that he dodged after his first and second attacks. He jumped straight at him, and while that giant started swinging his sword, Igris was already on his body. The giant noticed that he was getting closer to him and started to attack him again with that big lightning bolt that hit his face, but he managed to block it with his big hand. But at that time, Jinwoo appeared and struck him in the eye, causing that monster to start screaming. Jinwoo realized that he was right after all, protecting only his face. At this time, Bear began to divert the giant's attention to himself, and Jinwoo began to use the monarch's power, growing stronger and lighting up with violently bright colors. And in that same second, he started to launch many attacks on the face of that big giant Jinho, who was standing hunter, and observing that it didn't look like a battle between a hunter and a monster, but rather a battle between two monsters. After all, Jinwoo attacked him with very great strength and speed, to which that giant could not reply anything. He was just agonizing in pain. Jinwoo, who was standing and ready to strike with his Chaos Blade, at that very second, struck with such a force that it destroyed the giant's right eye. At that same second, Jinwoo started shouting for Bear to spring into action, and Bear flew up with great speed, hitting that giant right in the eye. In response, the giant raised his hands up and shouted frantically, for this was something he could never have imagined. At the same moment, the Chaos Blade skill was applied, and as soon as Jinwoo started to use it, he and his general struck their final blows. As a result, the huge giant began to fall to the ground and was eventually defeated. As soon as the enemy was defeated, Jinwoo's level instantly increased, and he stood on the building, starting to reflect on the fact that the enemy had been damaged. At this moment, Jinho ran up and started congratulating Jinwoo for being so awesome and defeating the giant boss. But Jinwoo thought about the fact that the message didn't say that the dungeon boss had been defeated. He realized that this raid wasn't over yet, and the black aura wasn't gone yet, and he couldn't extract the shadow of the garden giants. And as soon as Jinho started to approach Jinwoo, he stopped him. After all, he realized that the danger was still not over, and danger could come at any moment. But suddenly, General Bear began to appear from the giant's body, and tell Jinwoo that it was him. But Jinwoo, even so, realized that Bear was already dead, and his magic was very difficult to sense at this moment. The gate that was in front of them began to act strangely somehow, and an incredible wave of magic began to be released. Suddenly, Jinwoo remembered what was near him, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Igris had covered him with his shadow, and in that very second, the gate sucked in magic. Jinwoo had never seen such a thing before. He ordered Jinho to stay where he was, and he himself would go and check the situation outside the gate. Jinwoo jumped into the gate and suddenly found himself on the other side. His brother was standing there, and he realized that they were in some strange place, a castle. Looking around, Jinwoo noticed that it was very spacious and realized that this place was perfect for giants. His BR, presumably a weapon, that was with him spoke up, asking if he could hear a voice coming from the other end of the hallway. It was a strange laugh, and Jinwoo couldn't understand why he had enemies in this dungeon. But it was funny to him, and he obviously had a good sense of humor. At this moment, he decided to move on, but at the end of the corridor, there was a huge giant waiting for him who was laughing with such force that his stomach must be hurting. He started talking about the prophecies of the rulers and the one who had appeared to him to wish him well and find out how he was doing. But Jinwoo looked at him and did not realize who it could be. But that giant began to tell him to release him from his chains, for he knew the plans of the monarchs, and it was urgent to tell the other rulers. But as soon as the giant raised his head, he started to get angry as he saw the stranger. Jinwoo started asking who they were talking about, calling them monarchs or whatever. They did this to him, and the giant began to reply that they were the ones they were using as the cornerstone in the actual war. Jinwoo had tried to dialogue with the monsters earlier, but none of them could explain where they came from. He proceeded to ask the giant what kind of monarchs he was talking about. Then the giant replied that they were the longtime enemies of the rulers. And Jinwoo realized that if they were enemies of the rulers, then they were also his enemies, so he asked the giant if that was how they had bound him. To this the giant replied that it was right, for he too is a ruler, and perhaps the rulers and monarchies are already coming after him, and he has not the power to resist them all now. but he would need more power to go against them. But Jinwoo didn't understand what kind of power he was talking about, and the giant started to ask that he would release him and he would help him. But Jinwoo asked, who is going to help whom? The monster to the man? And he offers to take his word for it, but the giant started smiling and saying, I'll have to make you believe. And just as the ruler of the giants started to use some strange skill, at that very second, a notification window appeared in front of Jinwoo. It said that the King of Giants is the first ruler to apply the skill Oath of Loyalty, and if he takes this oath, then whoever uses this skill will not be able to lie to each other. And Jinwoo wondered what he should do. Without thinking long, he took an oath, and at that moment, the Pledge of Allegiance was taken. The Hunt Rabbit started to ask him to release him and he would help him, but Jinwoo was now completely sure that this was how the oath worked, and he wouldn't be able to lie even by force. Jinwoo started to ask him how he could freely dialogue unlike the other magical monsters, but the ruler of the giants didn't understand what magical monsters he was talking about. And Jinwoo asked him again that he meant the monsters that come out of the gate. The King of Giants answered him that he meant the Chaos Dwellers, and the ruler of giants was interested in how he could put the ruler and the Chaos Dwellers on the same level, as well as the ones that get out of the dungeons, which are the soldiers of the defeated army and those caught by the ruler's army. Naturally, they have defects after years of influence. The ruler kept saying that he was a king, unlike them, and he was able to keep his sanity. He remained calm for many years, waiting for the moment of release from their hands. And so, he waited for a hunter named Jinwoo. But Jinwoo remembered about the ruler's army and began to wonder if it was not the ones in white armor with wings by chance. To which the giant replied that that was right, they were the ruler's warriors. And Jinwoo asked him why they were sending the monsters. Well, the ruler started to answer. Didn't he tell him that they were preparing for war and were going to turn this planet into a battlefield to fight the rulers? But Jin understood everything, of course, for he says, they are going to monsters to turn the earth into a battlefield. But the ruler replied that the reason is simple. They want to breathe magic into their world. If the monsters coming out of the gate is a disaster, then the release of magic is, on the contrary, a boon. And not only hunters, but also ordinary people considered soul crystals and mana stones as objects filled with magic, the best sources of energy. It turns out that it was all about making war, for the spilled blood of those who flow with magic is the best way to bring power to a place where it never existed. And for this, the monarchies decided to use the prisoners, and the concentration of magic on this planet began to grow only because of their blood. The magic has strengthened their planet, and their plan is to create a world that will not collapse under the onslaught of their power. Jinwoo realized that this is the second war between the rulers and monarchs. Soon their world will become hell, and the ruler began to say that there is no time now. And once it is known that they have met, neither the rulers nor the monarchs will stand aside. And who knows, perhaps the messenger of the rulers had already started to act, but Jinwoo started to ask him what he had set up to this point, that he was their target and why. But the ruler realized that he really doesn't know anything. In fact, the power that he has is not his. But the fact that it is in his possession is a confirmation that the original master of the power betrayed the rulers and became an enemy to the monarchs and rulers. But the giant started to swear that he would fight on his side if Jinwoo would help him. But Jinwoo started telling him that usually when he wants to win someone over to his side, he just turns them into his shadow soldier. What the ruler noticed was that for a moment, this guy's image changed and he started talking about rulers and monarchs gaining immortal bodies. Even if you kill their body, you can't extract their body, but he can become their soldier. The ruler turned to Jinwoo, saying that he now had enough reasons to help him. Jinwoo now understood the whole situation, but still he was somehow uneasy, for he was definitely missing something. As he got closer and closer to the ruler, he began to tell him that if he helped him, he would take his side, and the ruler promised to return the favor, because it was a deal between the rulers. But the ruler thought about the fact that for a second the guy was blocked by a shadow, but it was just an illusion. And Jinwoo started to cut the chain and says that then it turns out that he is on the side of the people. But suddenly Jinwoo asks why he's not talking. Could it be because of the oath? And suddenly she noticed that the stone on his neck, and it turns out that he also hears the monarch's voice telling him to kill people. At this point, the ruler started to get angry and tried to hit the hunter, to which Jinwoo started to say let's pretend the deal didn't happen and it's too dangerous to let him live. So Jinwoo stuck his blade into him, because he realized that this could turn into a disaster. But the ruler began to say that he was wrong, for it is not him who is in action, but you. And just as the ruler tried to attack again, Jinwoo was faster and was able to dodge to attack back. He jumped uphill and moved behind his opponent's back, starting to kick him in the stomach with very fast punches. As a result, his opponent fell to the ground and started talking about how the fiercer the battle between the inhabitants of his world and the inhabitants of the Chaos World, the more the world would turn into a battlefield. Then everything he was trying to protect would simply be engulfed in the flames of war. But Jinwoo replied that this would not happen and eventually defeated the boss of this dungeon and was able to eliminate one of the 9 rulers. Jinwoo realized that it might take some time because of his great experience, and he felt sorry that he couldn't get shadow soldiers. Holding some strange thing in his hand, he began to think that it would be a trophy. At that time, one of the helicopters flew to a fancy house. And as soon as the helicopter landed, 2 people got out of it and the owner of the house, which was a national-level hunter, Christopher Reed. He started to say that he didn't know that somebody was going to come to see him, and he saw that it was the deputy and Ms. Selner. They wanted to talk to him and asked if he could ask everyone to leave the house, to which Christopher told his subordinates that no one was to go near his room until the 2 had left. A little while later, they were sitting in one of the rooms and Christopher began to ask them what had brought them here. If it was because of another dungeon that had appeared in the east, he would tell them straight out that he wasn't going. But Selner started to say that that wasn't why she had come, because there was a bigger problem. But Christopher didn't understand what that bigger problem was, that it would be more dangerous than even a level 9 dungeon. So Selner started to say that there was a possibility that someone would try to kill him soon. After hearing this, Christopher set his coffee cup on the table and began to say that he certainly understood and was certainly grateful for her kindness. However, they are not in a relationship to joke around like that. Christopher started to get very angry and started saying who else was going to kill who. To this, Mrs. Selner began to tell him that she had a dream recently where he was surrounded by several male silhouettes and then he was killed. But Christopher didn't understand why they had come here to talk all this nonsense just because she had some dream. He started yelling that he shouldn't be bullshitting, because he knew what they were up to before they woke up. They've had a lot of rumors, including the real reason why their abilities are so different from others, and maybe it has to do with the fact that she was a psychic in the past. Christopher says that he is a national-level hunter, which means that no one can kill him. Selner went on to say that she saw everything clearly in her dream, to which Christopher replied that let's say he believes her, what's next? Does he need to ask someone for help? And do they really think there is anyone in the world capable of protecting a national-level hunter? Christopher went on to say that it was already clear by his guesses that there was no such person, and what was the point? But suddenly Mrs. Selner began to say that there was one, and it was a jinwoo hunter. Maybe he could protect him. Jinwoo was coming out of the magic gate at this time, thinking that he had done the right thing by killing the king after all. A suffocating aura emanated from him even when he was shackled, and if such a monster got out, there would be even more destruction than there was now. It was very good that he realized it in time. He also started to think about the fact that he needed to become even stronger. After all, the news that all the giants had been exterminated had quickly spread around the world, and social media had started a heated discussion about the proposed hunter on a national level. Compared to the raid on the island, it wasn't just Koreans who were affected by the topic. One of the giants that tried to cross the sea was defeated by Jin hunters in China, and the head of Japan's Matsumoto Association voluntarily surrendered to authorities. And no one knows if he tried to take responsibility for what happened. On the other side of the earth, in Maryland, USA, American hunters who had successfully completed a raid into the dungeons decided to hold a buffet at the government's expense, and in part of the end of the raid, the government spent a lot, for the buffet was lavish. The hunters chatted about how the raid that was recent was too easy. After all, they thought it would be harder. But suddenly the head of the guild came up and said that he was looking for them, if they remembered their argument. That one of them put a yacht there, and another put his house there, and the third put on his expensive tie. The head of the guild ended up taking it for himself, and a little while later he met with his assistant. She immediately told him that the tie he was wearing was quite expensive, but it didn't go with the Hawaiian shirt at all. The head realized this and tossed the tie aside, whereupon the girl started telling him that they had bigger problems. The Hunters Department had sent out a list of guilds invited to the international conference, and among them was the Ajin Guild. This was Hunter Jinwoo's guild. The guild head smiled because he realized that he would be flying to America soon. This time in Japan, the giants were looking at their king Jinwoo, who was observing that with the exception of the giant that escaped into the sea, he had significantly replenished his combat power. But the soldiers behind him didn't understand how such a thing was possible and how one could have such an incredible ability to summon such huge creatures. The real nearby Jinwoo saw the surprised faces of the soldiers, and he began to realize that those who had never seen his mentor in all his glory only had to stand there with their mouths hanging open. But suddenly the huntress came up to him, started to pull his hand, in which there was a phone, and said that it was him who was calling. And as soon as he picked up the phone, he was dumbfounded by what he heard. And at that moment, he began to speak. "Jinwoo, it looks like I need to go back to Korea. I don't know, but apparently there was a problem at home and I should go back." And after a few minutes, the huntress girl started saying that they would take him to the airport, and as soon as he got into the helicopter, he started to realize that his heart was pounding as hard as if it never had before. He wondered what had happened, but he stopped thinking about it and hoped that nothing serious had happened. It was already a little while later, at the international airport, a man approached Jinwoo and started saying that his car was already waiting and he should follow them. He should brace himself in such a difficult hour, stay calm, and all the details would be explained to him on the way. But Jinwoo did not understand what it could mean, and it was difficult for the man to explain in a nutshell. Nevertheless, he started to tell that his father was now in the last stage of a serious illness, but as soon as he saw his father chained to a hospital bed, he started to scream. He was stopped by another man and told that he couldn't go there now, because hunters who couldn't control their magic couldn't be allowed near him. Lowering his head, Jinwoo began to say to himself that it seems like he ended up being a useless son. But suddenly that man held out his hand, which had a book in it, and he started to say that the chairman had been working on this before he went into a coma, and he thought that maybe he would look for it when he woke up. But it seemed to be more important to Jinwoo right now, and as soon as he opened the book, he saw the entries and realized that it seemed to be something that had been passed down to him by his father, articles, contests, and competitions that his son, his sister, and his brother had participated in. He'd collected it all, even Jinwoo's latest accomplishments. He couldn't hold back the tears, for he realized that his father had never said he didn't love him, and it was just that his expectations were as great as his love. That man motioned for Jinwoo to go home, but for a moment, Jinwoo noticed as if someone walked near him, but he realized he was imagining it and they started to leave the hospital. But at that moment, Jinwoo appeared, and he didn't like that his friend was crying, because his tears hurt Jinwoo's heart. He began to approach the bed where the chairman was lying and took out a vial of Jinwoo medicine from his pocket. He left the hospital shortly thereafter, but on his way out he met a lady who had come to the same hospital. They crossed paths on the way out, and she realized that the man was her brother's friend. As soon as she entered the ward, she began to cry, for she saw that her father had woken up. The doctors standing by him realized that this was an absolutely amazing case, and he had come out of the last stage of sleeping sickness. They couldn't even imagine how the media would react to this if they found out about it. Outside, Jinwoo smiled when he saw the lights on in the ward. He turned around and started to leave, thinking that even though it was a little early, happy birthday to Jinwoo, after all, it was his present. A little later, Christopher was thinking about whether he should go back to Japan and finally finish everything there. But suddenly he paid attention to his shadow exchange skill and saw that there was 1 hour and 54 minutes left before the skill reset. He started to think about what he could do in those 2 hours, because now he had free time. He didn't even know who to talk to or what to do. Remembering a hunter named Cha, Christopher thought he could meet her, but suddenly realized that it was already dark outside. Deciding to look for derelict dungeons, he headed down the dark hallway of his house. At this time, where he lived, Christopher was sleeping in his bed, but as if he felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes and started to get out of bed to look around. The silence was so profound that he didn't even hear the sound of the glass when he accidentally dropped it on the floor. A little later, as Christopher was contemplating whether he could go back to Japan and finally end things there, he turned his attention to his shadow exchange skill and noticed that he had 1 hour and 54 minutes left before the skill reset. He began to think about what he should do in the meantime, since he had some free time and didn't even know who to socialize with. When he thought of the huntress Cha, he decided that he could meet up with her. However, when he realized that it was dark outside, he decided to look for the derelict dungeons. At this time in the house where Christopher was staying, he was sleeping in his bed and felt that something was wrong. Opening his eyes and getting up from his bed, he headed down a dark hallway. Here he noticed that it was too quiet and decided to grab a wine glass to wake up. But as soon as he dropped the glass, he didn't even hear the clinking of shattering glass. But the 2 monsters behind him started to see the immortal fire, and they were surprised that a human was controlling it. But Christopher was already satisfied with evil and started attacking them to destroy them. At one moment, the whole house began to burn with bright flames, and at that time, Jinwoo was driving in the car. Through the car window, he could see very many people standing on the road and waving at him. All these people had gathered here to see Hunter Jinwoo, and it was estimated that there were about 100,000 people here. Inside the car, General Bear, who had appeared from the shadows, began to tell his king that these people had gathered here to express their gratitude to him, and he would in turn greet them. To which Jinwoo replied that that wasn't the case at all, and a little while later he was already sitting in an airplane seat and began to say, "What are the odds of meeting a familiar face right in the next airplane seat?" He turned to the man who was sitting next to him and began to tell him that if he said it was just a coincidence, to which the man replied that it would be nice, but apparently if he said that, the hunter wouldn't believe him. Jinwoo started to say that they had met Mr. Adam Light again. I have to admit that he remembered his name, and that part for him to meet him, but Jinwoo didn't really know his name, and Bear here told him he couldn't or it would shake his image. Jinwoo asked him that they had already talked things over last time, and Adam knew that and that it was too impertinent of him to come like this uninvited. But he had an important conversation to have, and Jinwoo asked him, "Has America failed to contain the Gate S rank?" To which Adam replied that no, for there was nothing wrong with it. He then began to open his laptop and asked that Jinwoo take a look at it. Jinwoo started to watch a video where the firemen were saying that it was useless to try to put out these flames, because it was an unusual fire, and everyone should move away, because one touch and they would only be left with embers. But Jinwoo didn't realize what it was, but Adam told him to pay attention to the man behind the screen, and it was Christopher Reed, the one who started the fire. He was one of the strongest hunters on the national level. 18 firefighters and 14 top hunter mages had been mobilized to put out the fire he had started. Jinwoo realized that, in all likelihood, there was a battle there. Christopher was so strong that he was killed, and no one could believe it. Adam started pulling a picture out of his pocket and said that it was a picture of who the Hunters Bureau thought was the prime suspect. Suddenly Adam began to rise into the air and a dark energy enveloped him. It was all because Jinwoo got so angry that his laptop that he was carrying twisted into a ball because of the dark energy. He didn't like the picture that was shown to him and started saying that if he was going to mess with him like that, be prepared to say goodbye to his life. To which Adam started yelling at him not to do that. He began to explain through the pain that the creature in the photo had come out of the dungeon, and maybe it wasn't who he thought it was. You couldn't tell from the magical energy that it was a normal monster, and besides, it immediately attacked their hunters. And if Jinwoo remembered the explosion that happened a few months ago, the incident that raised the whole world's ears, it was because of Jinwoo's father. After saying that, he put Adam back down on the ground and Adam started to say that he attacked their hunters and then escaped. After this incident, their bureau started to follow him closely, but they couldn't find any evidence, because it was like he vaporized and fell through the ground. Jinwoo understands the hunter's feeling as well, but they also have every reason to consider him the prime suspect. And Jinwoo asked him, "Then why did they show you this photo?" To which he started to answer, "At the International Guild Conference, where all the most famous guilds from all over the world will gather, the Hunter Bureau will spread the word that he's a wanted man, which means the investigation will no longer be classified as secret." Jinwoo, looking at the pictures, realized that the American government had lost a valuable national-level hunter, and now they would do anything to catch the killer. However, Adam began to say that the Bureau of Hunters wished to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with him, so they wanted to give him advance warning about it, and he thinks it would have been embarrassing for Jinwoo to see his father's face at that conference as the prime suspect. Jinwoo couldn't believe that his missing father 210 years ago had turned into a monster and decided to come back. At that time, the guards approached Adam and started asking if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine, just a malaise. What he was actually pondering was that Jinwoo possessed telekinesis, and this technique was completely different from the ones that mages used to move ordinary objects. He thought that it was only available to national-level hunters. Then it came to his attention that he himself was a national-level 6 hunter, and he needed to immediately inform the deputy head of the department. A little later, a conference at the International Guild was to discuss the main issues of the future development of the Hunter Society. A few days later, the list of invited guilds was released, and the Ajin Guild was chosen as South Korea's representative. This news was widely discussed around the world, including back home, as the only member was Jinwoo. However, the fact that one hunter could single-handedly handle entire guilds from other countries was the main argument in favor of Ajin. At the international conference, there were heated discussions about having Ajin Guild members instead of hunters. Mr. Choi Chonin was asked about this and replied that he thought this decision was quite reasonable, and he not only accepts it but also agrees with it. Indeed, that is exactly what he thought. But the question was asked again from the audience that because the Ajin Guild is literally made up of one person, and he wasn't embarrassed by that? To which he replied that that person was the hunter Jinwoo. And isn't that an argument? If they're comparing the guild in terms of the number of people who can fight high-ranked monsters, then he decided to say that Jinwoo could replace 100 of them. Besides, during the raid on the island, he had personally seen what he was capable of, and was willing to confidently say that Ajin Guild was not inferior to guilds from all over the world. But suddenly another guy stood up and began to say that still, considering that the Hunter Guild had represented Korea at the international conference year after year, he felt that such a decision might not satisfy him. To which Hunter Choi replied that he wouldn't be negative about it, and that it made him a little upset, since he had even renewed his passport to travel to America. But his sense of pride overpowered all his regrets, because in that raid on the island, when they thought hope had already faded, there was a hunter who didn't hesitate to challenge that ant, and in fact he and the guild members were able to return alive. It was only because of the hunter Jinwoo, and he was actually proud that he was the one who was chosen to represent their country. When the conference was over and the head of the hunter guild started to leave, he was met by a guy and started to say that they had booked a dungeon that appeared before lunch today in the Susa area, and it was A-ranked, but according to the measurements, it wasn't very dangerous. To which he was surprised that Ajin Guild didn't even bother to book it this time, and he realized that it had already been 4 days since Jinwoo had returned from Japan. After all these events, he didn't appear anywhere else, and for some guilds there was a celebration, but he was different from the White Tiger and the head of the Reapers. After all, what were they better than monkeys who were happy about the free apples that fell from the tree? But suddenly, the head of the Hunters Guild only heard a guy who was standing next to him saying that since Ajin Guild stopped meddling everywhere, sales had gone up by 40%, and the guild head realized that here was another monkey. He replied that it was no big deal and asked him what the association had to say about it. After all, before the second inspection, he was clearing 3 to 4 low-level dungeons each. Even after he became an S rank, he was already appearing in other guilds' territories. And a person who had just recently single-handedly dealt with dungeon monsters can just lay low like that. At this point in South Korea, in the office of the president of the Hunters Association, an inspector approached him and began to say that there was a request from China for information about Jinwoo. To which the president asked that the information about him was personal, and the inspector replied that it was not official data, but a request from the personal interest of Jinwoo's researcher. The president began to wonder why China was suddenly interested in Jinwoo, since they had made it clear that he was not interested in invitations from other countries. But the inspector explained that it wasn't the Chinese government that requested information about Jinwoo, but a Chinese 7-star level hunter named Lu Jigong. China has a system for evaluating hunters' abilities, and Lu Jigong is considered an outstanding hunter with 5 stars. He became interested in Jinwoo, perhaps because of their battle against the giants together. The president saw it as an acquaintance between the strongest and ordered the inspector to deny the request, suggesting that he write something superficial. At this time in America, in one of the guilds, a girl approached the head and reported the arrival of hunter Jinwoo, who was soon recognized by the president. But at this time, the hunter entered the room and surprised the guild head with his presence. He started to say that there was one urgent conversation and he would be brief. He asked him not to touch the hunter Jinwoo, who is coming to America tomorrow. He knows about what happened between his brother and Jinwoo, and he has doubts, but at the same time he wants to know the truth. Suddenly, he saw a huge power in the form of his guild leader. It gave him goosebumps on his body. The guild head pointed his finger at him, otherwise he says that he doesn't recall letting him speak. The girl who was standing next to him pondered about him just doing what she was told. After all, not many people are able to threaten national-level hunters. The most dangerous among them is Thomas. However, Wang Dongsu is just as obsessed with hunting as Thomas. She repeatedly orders him not to touch the hunter Jinwoo under any circumstances. And so during the conference, he should go to the villa and get some rest. He asked again if he could fulfill his request, to which Wang Dongsu replied that he could. Then he turned around and started to leave. The girl standing next to him walked over to Thomas. He thinks he'll listen to her, to which Thomas replied that no, of course not, because he's not that stupid. He ordered his assistant Lola that until Jinwoo leaves America, she should keep an eye on Mr. Huang Dongsu. But she didn't think he would like it, but Thomas replied that like it or not, it was better than dying. The next day, all the guilds gathered in one building, and when almost everyone was already gathered, one of the hunters who was walking through the building didn't understand why there were so many reporters there. And the forgotten representative of the German guild, Richter, was reminded of his presence by his attendant, who explained that it was because of the arrival of the Korean hunter everyone was talking about. And at that moment, they saw that he was already here. Richter decided to say hello to him. After all, it would be good to make connections with strong hunters. As he started to walk, he suddenly stopped, noticing something. His escort asked why he wasn't walking, that he wasn't seeing what he was seeing. It turned out that he wasn't talking out loud, but just so he was walking along with them. With so many escorts, one could easily think that he was going to go to war on the States. Suddenly, Jinwoo turned his head, and Jinho started asking him if he saw any familiar faces. To which Jinwoo replied that he hadn't, but some foreigner kept staring at him. Jinho started to say that he's all they talk about on the news, and there's probably a bunch of fans already, and he probably just wants his autograph. Suddenly, Jinho started wondering why the boss with the association had come here. To which he, no strange expression on his face, started to say that he was assigned to guard Hunter Jinwoo, but he was even embarrassed to say it out loud. But that Jinho once again asked what he said there, and he replied that to guard the hunter. And suddenly Jinwoo started to say that he thought they had come to meet him after all, and the man in front of him started to say that they were waiting for the hunter. To which Jinwoo replied that he thought he heard that they were in charge of Asia and Adam. To which she says that he is now in charge of Jinwoo's hunter. Others started to say that all but Hunter Jinwoo they will take to the hotel. I even suggested could he go with them to some place, but Jinwoo beautifully serious face that it has to do with his father. To which Adam replied that this conversation wouldn't hurt him in any way, and didn't he say that they were thinking of him here in the US? But what they would be talking about was classified, and some of the items were classified level 1. Sitting in one of the cars a little later, Jinwoo started asking where they were going, to which Adam replied that to the building in charge of the hunters, and in fact time is really pressing on them right now. And since Christopher, their strongest hunter, is dead, they need to bolster America's fighting power right away. However, the data about Mr. Christopher's death is unofficial, and they are offering all their strength to find a hunter to replace him sooner rather than later. And Jinwoo asked him that he is one of the contenders. But Adam started to show the records and said that he, as he surely knows, is proportionally strong as a magical monster who had this stone as well. Right was a huge disaster for humans and was a historical event that one would rather want to forget. The dragon reed and the rune stone that was pulled from this dragon caused a desire to find the owner of this stone. Adam asked what the hunter thought about their proposal, but Jinwoo asked Adam to zoom in on the photo. He wanted to see the very first photo and started looking at the photo that showed Reed's body. Jinwoo couldn't believe that the US had preserved the dragon's body. To this, Adam replied that it was true, but Jinwoo wanted to know where it was hidden and needed to go there soon. After all, he was happy to give his time to him, so he could ask for at least that in return. But Adam began to reply that he knew that this was only information that had been authorized from above, and the location of Reed's body was also unknown to him. However, he feels that if he asks for it, things will be resolved quickly at the top. He needs to provide a report, and he suggested to Jinwoo if he would agree to wait a bit, to which Jinwoo replied that since he would have to wait, he would go with him and wait there. And a little later, when he came to the higher authority, he started to tell him that the hunter had come here and wanted to see the dragon's body. That man started to say that he needed to talk to the deputy head of the building. And as soon as Adam left, the two guys who were standing in the room began to reason. Why does he want to see the body of Reed? The other guy didn't even know, because the only thing you could be sure of was that he wasn't just a tourist. And the value of his skills is immense. High-level hunters don't save money on the runes and stones they need. Skills are a power that hunters have, and their lives are directly dependent on them. Being able to see the body can give him more than gaining skills. Another man asked if his abilities weren't limited to the magical monsters he defeated. After saying that, they realized that if he could make a rumored monster that wasn't killed by him and was long dead, he might even make Kamish his servant. If that was true, then they should definitely refuse him, for one man's powers should not be allowed to grow so much. But the other men said that, however, if they refused his request, it might be difficult to keep friendly relations with him. Things became clear then, and the man began to say that he would personally guide him, and maybe this would be a great chance to look at his skills in person. A little while later, they were walking down the floors, and as they walked down, the man began to think about how he wished the environment was calmer. Jinwoo stood nearby and pondered the fact that they had built a building on the site of Reed's death. It was unbelievable. A little while later, they continued down the hallway, and the man leading them told them to follow him. As they approached a large door, he began to enter a password for the door to open. Jinwoo began to realize that he could feel the magical energy in the air. When the doors opened, he realized that this energy had lasted for 8 years after the events. He wondered how much strength the dragon would show when it became a shadow soldier. Inside the large room, they saw the skeleton of a large dragon that was very huge. The man began to say that he had killed all the powerful hunters, and only the remaining 5 on the state level were able to capture him like this, already dead. All the magical powers used in the building come from the magical reed stone. He then turned to the hunter Jinwoo, asking if he was satisfied. The hunter replied that they needed to step back, and Jinwoo began to approach the body of the reed stone. The men behind him began to scrutinize what was about to happen. Jinwoo was talking about the method of resurrecting the dragon and how to extract the shadow to cause the rebirth. He could feel the dark energy appearing, and in the end, he was unable to extract the shadow, with only 2 attempts left. Jinwoo sighed and started to try once more to resurrect the huge dragon that was very powerful. The second time, he also said, "Here rise." And dark energy enveloped the skeleton, from which a huge dragon began to appear. It started screaming furiously, and everyone in the building was terrified. After all, they didn't expect to see something like this, and the entire building began to shake in all directions and crumble. The barrier began to crumble, and all the corpses that bound the building, and the huge dragon screamed and began to tell the hunter that he was the one who had summoned him, the king of the dead, the lord of the shadows. Not the men who stood behind the hunter. They understood what was happening, for this was some kind of horror. But the dragon began to say that he needed to kill the man and all men, and the barrier that held the dragon back began to crumble little by little. Whoever was in charge of that building looked at the glass reinforced by the top-level mage and saw it simply shatter. And that dragon began to gather energy to destroy everything in that room. The other men started to say to their lord, well, they need to leave. But that man says it's the breath of the reed where he suggests they hide from it. Suddenly Jinwoo started saying to calm down, and the magic stone has long been removed from his head and he doesn't have to take orders from the monarch anymore. But those men noticed that Jinwoo was speaking in the language of monsters, and the other man himself didn't know how to explain it, what he was seeing. The dragon began to say that this is what it feels like to be summoned by the Shadow Lord. The dragon began to bow with the words, "Pathetic servants of the Dragon King." But Jinwoo couldn't understand which Dragon King he was talking about. To which the reed dragon began to say that that was right. He was serving the king of the wild dragons, the ruler of destruction. After saying that, Jinwoo began to feel a huge rage, and he couldn't believe that this shadow soldier could be so strong. It's on a completely different level from the monsters he had managed to encounter before. This is truly an incredible creature. Suddenly, the man who was standing behind noticed that this large and terrifying dragon began to move its tail like a small dog being stroked on the head. Jinwoo realized that the king of the dead, the Shadow Lord, and also the giant rabbit ruler, so he was one of the 9 rulers that the system showed. But suddenly the reed began to say that he would have to say goodbye to him, because he was afraid that they had met too late, and Jinwoo realized that even with the power of a Shadow Lord, he couldn't bypass those 8 years. Reed began to fade away and said that he envied the warriors who would be able to serve him forever. Lastly, he said that there were 4 people who had borrowed power from the monarch, and he should be wary of them. It was important for him to meet the new king, even if the system showed that it had failed to extract the shadow and further attempts were pointless. Jinwoo turned around and walked over to the man, beginning to tell Adam to convey his apologies to the department head. He would provide all the help he could to rebuild the place and started to walk away. But as soon as those men turned around, they saw Jinwoo punching the wall with anger, which instantly bent. He was too angry about not being able to obtain such an amazing shadow soldier. That night, an inspector from the association met him and started asking him why he wasn't answering his phone, to which he replied that he had spent some time in a place where there was no network. The inspector asked if he had seen the hunter Jinho, as he said he saw to answer our call, and said he was waiting for him at his office. But Jinwoo started to say that he had just returned from there and didn't know what it was about. Suddenly Adam came over and said that Jinho was not on the guest list. The inspector couldn't believe it, because just 2 hours ago a hunter from the Vultures personally came and said he would see him off. The Vultures have a close relationship with the management, but are not authorized to act on their behalf. The inspector decided to contact the Vultures directly, but at this time, Jinwoo had a bad feeling. The girl sitting in the vulture department received a call that someone from the vultures had taken the banner of the Ajin Guild. She realized that she knew who it was. The inspector was standing around the corner talking on the phone, and he was asked if Jinwoo knew anything about it. He started to say that he didn't know anything, and at that time someone introduced himself by his name. The girl told the inspector that she would find out as soon as possible, and shortly after that call, the inspector started telling Jinwoo that the vultures had said they would find out everything and just had to wait for word. But Jinwoo wasn't there anymore. He ran to the tallest building in the city and realized that he had made a mistake by not putting guards at Jinho's place, using shadow swapping to protect the representative. He wouldn't forgive himself if something happened like what happened to his sister. And at that moment, he began to summon his shadow soldiers. I order everyone to search for Jinho in the bride's net. The soldiers began to sort themselves out in different directions, but at this time, in one of the rooms, the guild leader saw that his subordinates had escaped. As soon as he took off his glasses, he realized what he had done after all, and the deeds of that damn Hwang Dong-soo. He started ordering his subordinates to find him before Jinwoo got to him, so it wouldn't be worth it. And one must be sure to find him first. A few hours later, as it got darker, Jinho stood at one known spot and watched as his shadow soldiers darted all over the city. He could hear people talking and suddenly realized that Jinho had probably left the city. But Jinho was a hunter of fairly high rank, and ordinary people, even in large crowds, were unlikely to overpower him. If he was taken away in another direction, the Hunter Bureau would immediately suspect something amiss. More importantly, the kidnapper had given him one clue. It was a scavenger guild. If this type belonged to the scavengers, then it was none other than Hwang Dong-soo's younger brother. To find out the truth, he decided to trap them once they were in America. After all, he and Jinho were the only survivors of that raid. Jinwoo was sure that Hwang Dong-soo suspected them of his comrade's death, and what Jincho warned them about at the time happened. He doesn't regret what he did back then, but if he had left another soldier with him, it wouldn't have happened. If something happens to Jinho, he will destroy everyone involved. But at this time, the head of the scavenger guild sat on his chair and asked his subordinates, have they found Hwang Dong-soo? To which he heard the answer that no. And the guild leader understood that he was fed up with his life, and of course, he was also an S-rank hunter. However, he himself should also realize that he was as far as the moon to Jinwoo, and since Mr. Hwang had left, he knew from the beginning that he would interfere. And the head realized that, perhaps, he had been too soft on the hunters lately. He started calling Laura, his assistant, and asking her how the situation was. To which she began to say that thanks to the Bureau's information, she had been able to track Mr. Han's movements over the past month, and apparently he had visited a place 3 times that was nowhere on his schedule. So the head started telling her to get all their guys over there right away, and he's moving out too. And lastly, he asked her how she managed to convince the people at the Bureau to cooperate with them. What if they don't find Hwang? How important is it that they find him quickly? It is a high probability that you will soon encounter the hunter Jinwoo. At this time, everyone in the Bureau started to get up from their workstations. After all, one of the guys ran in and said that all the members of the Scavenger Guild had suddenly become active, all 100 of them, and they had even canceled the raid. And now all the hunters had all gone to one location. And since the entire Scavenger Guild had come forward, it meant that Thomas was behind them. They didn't know what was going on. But at this time, in one abandoned room, 3 hunters from the Scavenger Guild were standing beside the hunter Jinho who was bleeding. Their Wandansa began to say that they wouldn't kill him, just to find out a few things. Mr. Thomas asked him not to touch hunter Jinwoo, but he wasn't going to mess with him from the beginning. After all, there is one more person who can answer his question if he doesn't lie and is honest about what happened in the dungeon. Then he would be released. Hwang Dong-soo only wanted one thing, to hear that Jinwoo killed his brother. Once he confirmed his words, he wouldn't need Jinho anymore. And at that very second, he leaned over to Jinho and started telling him to start getting up. And he slapped his chest to make him wake up. But the other hunter who was standing near them started saying that he was doing pretty good, and probably a tank. And if it were an ordinary person in his place, he would have died by now. But Hwang Dong-soo didn't understand how this dumbfounded boy could keep his mouth shut so stubbornly. Although his bravery was commendable, recklessness was unforgivable. So he slammed his head with all his might against the iron surface that was beyond his day, and began to tell him that he was not going to kill him, for the fellow beside him was a skillful hitman, and so even when he was on the verge of death, he would be able to pull him out. and until he heard the truth out of him, he would suffer terrible pain. And he began to say that this place had long been abandoned about 5 years ago, and no matter how much he screamed, no one would come to help him. To which Jinho started telling him to go fuck himself. Wong Dong-soo hit him even harder, but those hunters who were standing nearby began to tell him to act more cautiously, for he wouldn't want to be involved in a murder for money, and asked him to leave him alone. After all, he thought, they had already learned enough. But Hwang Dong-soo looked at his face and started to say what he was talking about. They had just started, but suddenly the hunters noticed that an orc had appeared, looking straight at them, and Hwang Dong-soo couldn't understand where he had come from. He realized that there must have been a break in the dungeon nearby, and he started to walk towards it. But as soon as they looked at that orc, they wondered what he was scared of when he saw the hunters. And just as the hunter in the bathroom swung at the shadow orc soldier, at that moment, Jinwoo's voice sounded out about the exchange. At the same time, his mother and sister were watching TV and began to hope that his son was all right. But a shadow began to appear behind them. It was the shadowy soldier who was guarding them, and he started saying that the king's mother. If anyone dares to anger the Lord, they will not live. They were watching TV and saw the events from the U.S. start to be told. Currently, the event arranged by the Hunter Bureau was showing Jinwoo. But suddenly, Shadow Soldier Bear began to feel a strange feeling. At this time, a bunch of hunters who were going on a raid started to talk about how recently in the dungeons, the monsters have become unpredictable and you never know what will happen there. So no one should let their guard down, and no one should get hurt. But suddenly, the other hunter noticed that the shadow that was near his feet began to tremble. But his partner thought he was just messing with him, because he wanted to intimidate him before the raid. But something that guy started getting angry and yelling at his mentor that he didn't seem to take a drop today either, and it's like his shadow is alive. He's really talking, and at the same time, the head of the scavenger guild was driving his car and started telling his driver to stop. He realized it had already started and kicked the car door with his foot to start getting out of the car. He told his driver that he was going to walk by himself and let him catch up. At that very second, he started jumping from seat to seat to get to the guys who were sitting in the front seats as soon as possible. They started talking about how tomorrow they would have to seek compensation for the damage he had done again and didn't understand if they couldn't just drive the car. Come on already, Jean said, hitting the Vandanza, causing it to start flying away a few hundred meters. The two hunters, who saw who it was, began to tremble with fear, for they saw a terrifying force in front of them. Jinwoo ran straight to Jinho and started treating him with the healing potion he had. But the notification system showed that if his health level dropped below 10%, the effects of the healing potion would be neutralized. Once he realized this, he raised his gaze to the two hunters who were standing beside him and began to ask them if there was a healer among the two of them. With a horrified face, he told them to heal Jinho immediately. One of the hunters started to say that they didn't quite understand Korean, but suddenly Dong-soo appeared and started telling them that he told them to heal this puppy. He was happy to meet Jinwoo. Our hero told one of the hunters one last time to heal his friend, to which he heard that they had to ask the boss first if he would let them heal that guy. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo grabbed his head with her hand and slammed him with all her strength against the nearest wall. This caused him to fall to the ground. At the same moment, another hunter started telling Dong-soo that he didn't warn them that this guy was related to Jinwoo. Our hero started to say that he clearly asked him if he could cure Jinho, and then the hunter started stuttering terribly. Only a few seconds passed and Jinwoo used his ruler skill to pin that guy to the ground, causing him to start piercing the ground with his body. Dong-soo, who was getting closer and closer, started to say that he thought so, and after all, he was the one who killed his brother, Won Dong-suk. But Jinwoo stood still and heard Jinho tell him to be careful with this guy. To which Jinwoo replied to stop talking and better conserve his strength. But what Dong-soo wanted to hear the answer was whether he killed his brother and his team. To which Jinwoo told him to go and ask him himself, and at the same moment Dong-soo began to attack our hero. But Jinwoo dodged the attack and kicked him in the ribs with force, which sent him flying a few meters away. But he also crashed into the nearest wall. That wasn't the end of it. He lay down next to the bent pipe he ran into and started to get even angrier. But at that moment, our hero was already standing over him and was ready to hit him again. After a second, our hero hit him even harder, and because of that, he bent the nearest pipe that was lying below him. Our hero began to beat him even harder that the sounds of blows could be heard all around. But suddenly the head of the Scavenger Association, Thomas, appeared and began to tell Jinwoo to calm down. He warned him not to get into a fight with him and asked him if he was alive. To which our hero replied, breathing for now, and Thomas went on to say that in that case their conversation would be short and he would pretend nothing happened. And he would let it go. After all, this is the most appropriate option. To which our hero replied, what happens if that doesn't suit me? And Thomas began to say that then this conversation will be over. But our hero got tired of waiting and tossed Dansu aside. As soon as he hit the ground, he began to rejoice that now Thomas wouldn't have to stay but to intervene and tear him to pieces. As soon as our hero approached Thomas, he began to say that he so realizes that Jinwoo doesn't even know who he is. To which our hero replied that he didn't care who he was. And Thomas thought about the fact that if he had known him a little better, would not have rushed into battle so recklessly. After all, Thomas Andre grew up in a poor immigrant family, and because of this, many people treated him with contempt. Despite this, the heavens had gifted him with a superior talent that seemed to be the dream of every person in this world. It was an overwhelming ferocity and strength that could crush others. He always displayed his natural ability in battles and thus saw his power change, depending on his opponent, strength, power, brutality. He was like a king who possessed the whole world, ruling over people. And when a completely different kind of power appeared in the world, who could finally establish himself as a king, he crushed everyone who stood in his way, about those who looked with contempt, forced to crawl on their knees before him. Thomas Andre is the epitome of cruelty. Thanks to his own experience, he always knew how to suppress those who refused to obey. Thomas swung around with words for him to blame it all on his stupidity. But the scavenger guild that had approached the place at this time realized that this was the very place where they were supposed to stop and wait for the boss's orders. But suddenly, they saw some noise, and something flew past them with terrifying force. As soon as the dust settled, they saw their boss, who was resurrected because he was thrown aside, for it was our hero who hit him so hard that he flew away for several hundred meters. His subordinates started asking Thomas if he was okay. And as soon as Thomas started walking, his entire guild started hurting him behind his back and following him. But at this time, Jinwoo ordered Igris to take Jinho to the nearest hospital and let the doctors take care of him. They must save him so that you will be gone. And as soon as Igris was up in the air on his dragon, our hero turned around and saw the scavenger guild standing across from him. And at that moment, he began to summon his shadow soldiers, and Thomas began to say what could be better in a good battle and spit on Huang Dongsu's ambitions right now. It's not that important. There's only one way to restore honor and kill that insolent man. But that wasn't enough for Thomas. So he began to say to our hero, if you admit your mistakes, I will spare you. But as soon as he looked up, he saw that our hero showed him the middle finger. Thomas started to get even angrier and shouted towards our hero, which would make him regret not taking his last chance. His body began to increase as his magic power flew in the air. At the same moment, his entire guild was ready to fight the shadow soldiers that were standing. And as soon as our hero told him that he was approaching him to get kicked, the two formidable troops clashed in a fierce battle. The scavenger guild began to raise their shields to block the shadow soldiers. And just as a huge explosion sounded, several dozen shadow soldiers flew apart. It was Thomas Andre who started to attack everyone, but suddenly he saw an orc standing in front of him who had prepared a large shield. But there was no stopping Thomas. He jumped up and struck with such force that he destroyed that shield and also felled the big orc. Thomas knew that the shadowy ones had an advantage in the air, so he started falling back into the same building, gaining all his strength. He hit the ground, causing a blast wave to rain down on the shadow soldiers. But suddenly, he saw his last scavenger guild mate receiving Luli from the shadow soldiers. Nearby stood Hunter Jinwoo, who finished him off. Suddenly, our hero saw Thomas approaching him with all speed. However, the general stood in front of him with his shield, but that didn't stop Thomas. With cries of "Get off!" he struck the airing, causing it to fly off to the side. As soon as Thomas looked up, he noticed that the Hunter Jinwoo had gone somewhere. At this time, our hero was already near his back and tried to strike him with his blade with great force. However, he realized that he couldn't penetrate his armor. Thomas struck the Hunter Jinwoo with tremendous force. In response to the blow, Jinwoo began to fly uphill. Thomas started to tell him that the national level was just a joke to him. Suddenly, Thomas swung, and the hunter realized that Thomas was using telekinesis to pull him towards him. Thomas wanted to show the difference in their strength and desperation. However, the hunter was not so easily defeated, and he used his special skill ruler hand to lock Thomas in place. But Thomas didn't realize what was happening and continued to try to attack Jinwoo. Meanwhile, the hunter took advantage of the fact that Thomas was pulling him towards him and increased the speed of his attack. When the hunter's hand reached Thomas's face, the impact was so strong that Thomas flew off into the distance. As he flew, he felt himself bleeding, and when he finally stopped, he realized that he was seriously injured. To gather his strength, our hero was already near Thomas and began to tell him what he had said earlier. He could feel the difference in their strength and desperation. In response to this, our hero started throwing many punches at Thomas. At this point, Thomas realized that he was losing and decided to stop underestimating his opponent. He started to strengthen his body, but at this time there were a lot of cars moving on the road to this battle. A guy who was behind the wheel of one of the cars approached Adam to find out what was going on here. However, Adam replied that he didn't have time for a detailed explanation right now. The driver still didn't understand what was going on and talked about how, perhaps being an ordinary civilian, he was unable to understand the situation. They decided to drive on and realized that their lives were in danger, for if they did not stop, they would face danger. At this moment, Jinwoo thought that there were 4 people who had borrowed the power of the monarchs, and it was likely that one of them was someone among the 5 who had survived the Reed raid. Thus, these 4 people had become national-level hunters, and Thomas Andre was no exception. And as soon as Thomas's enhancement reached the maximum, our hero started running towards him to attack. But Thomas raised his 2 arms and struck the ground with such force that all the ground under our hero's feet collapsed. He then jumped into the air and started using some strange technique called captivity. A strange orb appeared in his hand. The hunters who were fighting against the shadow soldiers began to realize what this technique was and shouted to their comrades to stay away from the master and get away as soon as possible. Suddenly, all the shadow soldiers who were near Thomas began to be sucked into this ball. Our hero stood on the wall and watched this incredible force, like a black hole that could suck him in if he didn't have the power of a monarch. But Thomas did not stop his action, and soon there was a huge explosion that caused half the building to collapse. But our hero managed to jump even higher and stand on a ruined beam. He looked down and saw Thomas standing below, next to a huge hole from his big black ball. Thomas, looking up at our hero, began to say that this time he wouldn't miss. The hunter from the scavenger guild were carrying the wounded little by little at first and relieving themselves, trying to get as far away from this battle as possible. But suddenly, one of the hunters saw his boss standing, looking up the mountain. In an instant, he jumped upwards with incredible speed and flew towards our hero. However, Jinwoo was not confused and met Thomas with his foot, causing him to fly backwards. At this moment, our hero started to use a grab and his ruler hand skill activated, started to attract Thomas, and then accelerated. Thomas couldn't believe his eyes as he realized that he was about to go for a frontal attack. Thomas was so confident in his strength that he was willing to take all of Jinwoo's attacks and started to use his enhancement even harder. But as soon as they clashed blows, Thomas's armor started to break and in an instant, Thomas flew out of the building. Jinwoo's punch was so strong that Thomas flew off in the debris of the building that lay nearby. Our hero didn't stop and ran straight at him. When he got closer, he saw that Thomas was also about to hit him, but he dodged in time. And at that moment hit Thomas with a strong blow with his knee on his head. At one point, Thomas realized that his armor wouldn't hold up. He needs to change his battle tactics. But at this time, Adam and his hunters arrived on the scene with their subordinates. As soon as they saw the battle, they couldn't believe their eyes, for it was an incredible power, and they didn't realize who were the monsters fighting there. One of Adam's subordinates started to say that it was not safe and they should be on their guard, but suddenly they saw something strange. Because someone flew near them and for a moment it seemed to them that Thomas Andre had just flown in front of them. But one of the boys started to ask him what he would order them to do, but Adam knew it was a silly question. After all, surely they should stop him. But the one guy didn't realize who exactly. After all, the hunter Jinwoo, who was being beaten, lying on the ground and receiving many blows, couldn't understand how this was happening. A hunter with a 5 lich in magic can't deliver such powerful blows and such terrifying speed. It was probably the end. But suddenly he shouted that there was no way and never in his life would he lose. But our hero's next blow put an end to it. Thomas was taking even more damage and began to think that he had incredible power concentrated in his hands and was capable of overwhelming anyone. He started shouting that his name was Thomas Andrew and he would not lose. But the final blow that put a fat point, our hero started talking. So he said he didn't care who he was and kept beating him. But the feather hunters started yelling for Jinwoo to stop, but Jinwoo kept beating him, and until Thomas Andre realized that he had lost. He started saying that he was giving up. Literally, he was slammed into a wall and started saying he had lost. But the hunters from the brigade who were watching all this saw the incomparable Tomas Andres bowing his head, and they couldn't believe who could even do such a thing to him. And there are people in the world who can do that. If the public knows all about this, the whole world will be turned upside down. Suddenly, Adam started screaming for the healers to fix him as soon as possible, but the healer who was supposed to be there started saying that all his bones were broken and he was bleeding separately, and he couldn't do it alone. He needs another healer. As he started talking, and yet, he wasn't dubbed a national-level hunter for nothing. He's incredibly strong, and anyone else in his position would have fallen off the wagon a long time ago. After so much storage, the hunters began to look around and saw that there seemed to be no casualties. Adam, who was standing and holding his head, realized that all was not good. But suddenly one of the hunters from the brigade came up to him and started saying that Hunter Hwang Dongsu was not breathing and his heart was not beating, and Hunter Jinwoo was nowhere to be seen. But at this time, our hero was in Korea and was sitting on the roof of a building. He switched places with BR, and he began to tell the shadowy soldier behind him that it had been a long time since he had been to Korea. And now the bustling Seoul was spread out in front of him, and while they were here, the hunters were actively engaged in treating Jinwoo in America. But all of a sudden, the shadow soldier who was behind our hero started to tell the Lord to give him a name. And this shadow soldier turned out to be Hwang Dongsu, who had an unknown level and his rank was general. Our hero began to think about what name to give him, and he began to reflect that he died because of his greed. Thus, the name I want to give him is Grid, for it means greed in English. When our hero asked Hwang Dong-soo if he liked the name, he said that he was pleased that his king had chosen such a name for him. And at that moment, our hero told him that he should now back face down and face the next day in the International Guild Conference. Jinwoo was walking and noticed that there were a lot of reporters in this building. But the man standing next to him started to say that they must have already found out about yesterday's fight, and he was afraid that Jinwoo wouldn't be able to get away from them today. The bureau chief of the Hunters Association looked at Jinwoo and began to think that this person had completely destroyed the vulture, and they would provide witness protection for Hwang Dong-soo's case. The Association of Redundancy will see to what will be presented in the report. But our hero realized that he didn't need any problems related to Hwang Dong-soo, because he came here for only one purpose. As soon as everything is found out, he will immediately go back to Korea, and there is nothing for him to do here. When the head of the heroes gave our hero headphones, he said that he would translate the words that would be said through the headphones. As soon as our hero entered the huge hall, all the people sitting there began to turn around and look at him with strange looks. And they started discussing among themselves that he was the Asian hunter who had beaten Thomas Andre to a pulp. They also said that he had played a key role in the Tokyo Gate Sweep incident, and that this guy had even managed to take down the head of the vultures. He was in charge of all the hunters in their country, and they couldn't believe their eyes. And as soon as our hero sat down at a free seat, the meeting started, and some man with glasses came on stage and started to greet everyone here. He began to say that he was Dr. Belzer, and he revealed that everyone here is already aware of the fact that the intensity of the gate's appearance has increased dramatically, followed by the level of monsters dwelling in it. However, not everyone here knows that there was unusual activity in the sky, and they had received many reports confirming the fact that the concentration of magical energy absorbed by the atmosphere had also increased dramatically. However, this case had never occurred before in the entire history of the Hunter and Dungeon system, so it could be considered unique in a way. And until they find a more suitable term for it, the doctor suggests calling this phenomenon Magisphere. And he began to show a map and explained that at the moment the Magisphere was concentrated in the atmosphere over the territory of several states. And a total of 9 places where convenient phenomena appeared had been discovered, and the greatest concentration of this force was concentrated in Seoul, South Korea. Suddenly, everyone present stirred, for they realized that the hunter Jinwoo was from there. The doctor began to tell them not to look at Mr. Jinwoo like that. After all, no hunter can control such power. But our hero started to realize that it means the gates appeared in 9 places, and maybe it has something to do with the number of lords. But the doctor continued to explain that they do not know the nature of this phenomenon, and it is impossible to influence it due to the lack of any information. However, this does not mean that they will leave everything as it is, and perhaps their world is now on the threshold of great changes. And as soon as the doctor finished his report, a man appeared on the stage and began to say that he would continue. And as soon as he got behind the microphone, he began to say that he had an urgent announcement to make. And unfortunately, he has to inform everyone of some tragic news. About 2 weeks ago, Hunter Christopher Reed was murdered by a group of unidentified individuals. Those in attendance began whispering amongst themselves as to how it was that a national-level hunter had been murdered. And most of them thought it was probably a joke, since you have to have unimaginable strength to do that too, and started thinking that maybe it was the guy who had fought Thomas yesterday. The big screen started showing Christopher's body, and the man began to explain that the official report of Christopher's death would be released tomorrow, and everyone should listen to it carefully so that they wouldn't have any questions later on. After all, they have a suspect in the commission of this crime. As soon as they showed the suspect, it was Jinwoo's father, and everyone in the room started to look and think about the fact that there was another person behind all of this who was not Jinwoo's hunter. But this Asian man's face resembled the guy sitting behind them so much that two of the people present started whispering for no one to turn around. After all, they just look alike, because in any case all Asians are the same face to them, and it doesn't matter what he thinks about it. But our hero began to get angry, because he did not understand why his father went to the dungeon in the territory of the ruler. He began to remember the words of the dragon Reed, who said that only 4 people had gotten this power from them, and he should beware. Our hero didn't understand why the rulers sent a monster in the guise of his father here, but maybe it had something to do with what Kamish had said. The man on the stage began to say that the man found in the gate in the U.S. territory had been identified as a monster capable of speaking a human language. Furthermore, they requested the help of an S-level hunter, Wong Dong-soo, who spoke Korean, to help him conduct the interrogation. However, he knocked him out right in the middle of the process and turned the headquarters against the Hunter Association into a fiery ruin. The suspect was able to defeat Hunter Wong Dong-soo, who was a member of the main body of the Vulture Guild. Therefore, there is a strong possibility that he and a group of humanoid monsters like him escaped from the dungeon and attacked Hunter Christopher Reed. That's the conclusion of the Hunters Association. But suddenly our hero noticed in the video that his father told the hunter Wong Dong-soo not to even try to stick his nose in Korea, because he warns him for his own safety. Otherwise, there will be no peace for him even after his death. Jinwoo summoned Shadow Grid, to which he replied that it was correct. Jinwoo realized that undoubtedly this person was his father, and the man on the stage began to say that they wanted to request the help of guilds from all over the world to apprehend the suspect. Should he be found, he urged them to inform them immediately. But suddenly, one of the men from the audience started asking how they realized that this monster wasn't human at all, but the answer was heard that his magic power matched the energy redeemed by the monsters. Suddenly, the following question was heard. What do they say that he impersonated a man lost in the dungeon, and have they verified the identity? To which the man replied that yes, there was indeed such a person. The next question sounded like this: why won't you reveal the identity of this hunter? To which the man on stage began to say that he was related to one of the hunters present here, and so they had decided not to disclose that information. But suddenly someone raised their hand and began to say that it still wouldn't be more appropriate to reveal the identity of this man to make it easier to find him. And the person who asked this question was an all-star hunter from China, Jigong. He decided to ask straightforwardly, what does this monster have to do with Hunter Jinwoo? The man began to say that if he really wanted to know the truth, he believed he had no choice, and began to say that during the interrogation, the suspect referred to himself as Hunter Jinwoo's father. Therefore, they decided to investigate to confirm this fact. And Jigan began to ask Hunter Jinwoo how he would act in the event that his parentage was confirmed and the Hunter Society threw its forces to catch him. Jinwoo started to say that everything was already clear. The main prerogative of hunters is to destroy monsters. If this person really turns out to be one of them, he will definitely catch it and tear it to pieces. But if it is confirmed that it is his father, then anyone who dares to lay a finger on him will be destroyed. In that case, no matter what, he would defend his family. A little later, when everyone started to leave the conference room, the investigators from the Hunter Association started to ask Jinwoo if it was true that he would do such a thing, to which Jinwoo began to say that he was. The researcher remarked that to say such a thing in front of 500 strongest hunters representing more than 120 countries, there are probably only 2 hunters in the world who can do such a thing, and Jinwoo wondered who the other one was. To which the investigator replied that the one he had recently sent to his hospital bed was Thomas Andre. He went on to say that, by the way, on the occasion of the convening of the international conference, he was going to hold a lavish banquet, and to be honest, it took them quite a lot of effort and money to organize it. Therefore, if Jinwoo was not too busy, he would like to invite him. But suddenly our hero noticed that the 7-star hunter Jigan was coming in his direction. He started to say something, but our hero didn't understand a word, because it was Chinese language. So he started asking the investigator what he was saying, to which the investigator replied that he said he had caught a strange monster off the coast of China. Our hero was surprised that the investigator knew Chinese, to which the investigator replied that, in fact, he was in charge of the Asian area and spoke the languages of that group quite well. He proceeded to translate what Jigana had said, that he was amazed at the strength of this giant, and fighting him on the water proved to be quite problematic. From that moment on, he wanted to meet Jinwoo and see what he was really like, since he could easily defeat a dozen such strong monsters. He was also glad that someone had finally been able to rein Thomas in, and the fight about him had been exaggerated. But our hero reflected on the fact that at first this guy seemed too brazen to him, but now he sees that he is kind of not a bad person. Lastly, he said he hoped this suspect wasn't a member of his family, and started to leave. The explorer started to say that he wasn't going to fight later, at least it seemed that way to him. But the hero replied, all the better. Suddenly a man came up to him and asked him to come with them, and a little later, in the other room, Jinwoo was sitting at a table and Mrs. Sellner was sitting in front of him, and she started to say that she hadn't seen him for a long time, but Jinwoo didn't understand why she needed him, because he really didn't expect to meet her again. And she started to say that she's been having some pretty strange dreams lately, and in them their hunters are being victimized by unknown creatures. But more importantly, a few days later they come true, and our hero realized that what she was talking about now touched Mr. Christopher. Because a few days before the tragedy, they warned Mr. Christopher about the guards leading the disaster, but he didn't listen to them, and eventually Jinwoo realized what was next. And she began to say that the better hunters who had kept the peace on Earth for years would die one by one, and those who hunted them were unusually strong and could not be stopped. Jinwoo started to tell her that if he got it right, he should beware of those creatures. To this, the girl replied that no. She wants him to protect the hunters and memorize the faces of those creatures, but she couldn't. So she decided to go a different way, and right in her dream she checked them out with her powers, just like the time she looked inside the hunter Jinwoo. And she began to say that there was infinite power underneath their disguises, and just looking at it terrified her. She immediately woke up in a cold sweat, and it was worth it to look into her eyes. She still can't forget that dreadful voice that fearfully whispered, "You have terrible words." She went back and waited for the war. Jinwoo realized that it was the same thing that Kralekadov had told him about, a war between rulers and monarchs. In that case, those creatures killing hunters, he wondered whose side they were fighting on. Our hero started to ask why they were asking him to protect the hunters, and that girl replied that the same power comes from him as those creatures. Jinwoo wondered if she had discerned the power of a shadow lord within him. And in that case, those hunters from her dream were most likely the rulers. The man who was standing behind the girl began to say that those creatures were very strong, and to stop them, they would need the help of the hunter, Jinwoo, as only he would be able to resist them. To be honest, they had initially doubted his abilities, but after yesterday's fight with Hunter Thomas, they had no doubts left. And needless to say, his labor would be generously rewarded, and Jinwoo could take anything he wanted with him. Even that rune stone placed after the reed. After all, their world has been blessed with hundreds of hunters endowed with immense power, and it is only because of them that America can still hold back the enemy. And if they disappear from the face of the earth, their world will not stand and will go under the onslaught of an unknown force. But Jinwoo apologized, and as soon as he wanted to speak, the man interrupted him and started to ask him if yesterday's incident with Hunter Thomas had put him in a personal grudge. But Jinwoo started to say that that wasn't the case. He just didn't know who he was going to fight yet, and at that very moment he stood up and started to say that he needed to go home. And just as he started to walk out, he suddenly stopped, sighed, turned around, and started to say to Mr. White, could he then provide him with a list of the hunters who had requested protection from him, and it would be nice if they could also help him set up a meeting with them? To which Mr. White smiled and began to say that of course he would. On the last day of the International Hunters Conference, there was also a ladies' buffet where all the hunters were there, including Jinwoo and Jin-ho. And our hero began to ask his deputy if he was all right, to which he replied that he was more alive than anyone else, and what he heard was that he had fought Thomas Andre, the Goliath of our age, because of him. He almost cried. The hunters standing nearby started whispering about looking the other way, and one of the hunters said that he had seen it, and he couldn't even feel its magical power, for it was on a completely different level. Plus, he fought Thomas Andre to save his deputy. Suddenly, one of the hunters approached Jinwoo and started saying that he would like to meet him. It was the director of a company that specialized in recycling the remnants of magical monsters, and he wanted to purchase the giants he had recently killed from him. Would Jinwoo be able to give him some of his time? Here, Jinwoo realized that the first hunter had gone and started to say that he was mainly in charge of organizing raids to clean the dungeons. And business matters lay with his deputies, Vice President Jinko. He immediately approached him and began to say that he was glad to meet him, and, to tell the truth, he preferred to discuss such issues in a more private setting, but since he was already the head of the company, he could talk now. Our hero looked at his friend and realized that this puppy had already got the taste and really felt like a vice president. At that moment Mr. White appeared and started to say that he had brought the list he had asked for. When our hero looked at the ranking of the hunters, he realized that it was ranked according to their activities and overall contributions. The first 10 people had the highest score and would most likely be offered first. It turns out that they are the priority right now. Jinwoo also asked Mr. White what kind of place he would have been given there. He replied that, given his battle with the giants, it would probably be somewhere around 3rd or 4th place, as Thomas Andre was 1st, Lu Jigan 2nd, Christopher Reed 3rd, and Siddharth Bachchan 4th. But it was a lot of names for our hero, and he didn't want to memorize each one, so he decided it was better to just introduce all the soldiers and call it a day. Anyway, it would be easier that way. And that way, he'd be able to contact the rulers faster and figure out who was an enemy and who was an ally, and how he should fight them. But suddenly everyone present froze in place. For they saw Mr. Thomas start to walk into the room, and as soon as Jinwoo turned around, he saw that Thomas wanted to ask one question and started to show his hand. He was told that healing magic wouldn't help here as his injury was too great, and the same thing the doctor said. Sure, his arm is slowly healing, but it will take much longer to fully recover. He could have easily destroyed him and his entire guild. However, why didn't any of his guys die in that commotion except for Mr. Huan, and why did he spare them? To this, Jinwoo replied, because they didn't deserve to die and there was nothing to kill them for. And at that point, Thomas turned around and started to walk away, and lastly said that he planned to hold a lavish funeral for Mr. Huan. Even though he didn't deserve to die, Jinwoo should forgive him for at least that. By the way, when his arm healed, he offered to have lunch together sometime, but only if he left his phone number to his secretary. And at that moment, the secretary came over, bowed and started speaking on behalf of the master. She wants to say thank you to him for not harming their guild members, and asked for his phone number so that the mister can thank him for appearing good-natured towards their guild. Jinwoo can let him know if he needs anything, but he replied that he doesn't need anything. Everything is fine. 666. The secretary went on to say that their master doesn't like to lose. He will tear up until he pays someone back. Is it possible for you to ask for something from him? Jinwoo hesitated and started to say let it be some useful blade or dagger. After that, the secretary bowed and thanked Jinwoo once again. As soon as she left, Mr. White started talking about how they had a meeting with the hunters on the list next, and he could guide and introduce them. To which Jinwoo replied that he shouldn't and started asking that there was one person missing from the list and he didn't see hunter number 6. But Mr. White began to say that they had lost contact with him a few days before the conference and their association had tried to secretly search him through Brazil. But they were told he never came back, and Jinwoo realized what that meant. He had been killed and there were 7 left. At this time, the president of the association was sitting in his office, and he had a strange feeling, for his heart had been ailing lately. Although he had had problems before, but the fact that it was getting worse and worse every day, he soon began to realize that it was the end, because the doctor said that if he did not resign, he would be enough for 6 months at the most. A year went by, then 2, and here he is and he can't do anything about it, for he has already brought his limit. Suddenly, he noticed that he had received a phone call. As soon as he picked up the phone, they started telling him that nothing unusual had happened today. It was his wife, and he rolled over in his chair and started to say that he was going to go home anyway. But suddenly the president began to feel some strange force that was around him, and he didn't realize what it was. But suddenly he saw some strange creature appear at the end of the hall, and someone was sitting on a chair. As soon as he looked closer, he saw the strange creature sitting in the distance and smiling. The president started to ask him if he wanted to talk to him and started to turn in his direction. But that creature that was sitting across from him made the president feel that his aura was almost intangible and he would not be able to handle him. But that creature started telling him not to worry, because this place was completely isolated from the outside world and no one would disturb them. The president thought that maybe it was a dream, and suddenly at the same moment a snowy thing flew to him and hit him in the shoulder, and the creature started to say that the pain was also part of the dream. And the president realized that everything was real, and started to ask that creature again who he was, That creature started to get up and say that he wanted so badly to torture him some more in guessing, but it turns out that you're actually an ordinary person. But the president couldn't understand what he was trying to say, and then the creature started to show his incredible power. And telling the president to excuse him, because he doesn't like to mock the weak, and the president should show him a shard of light right now, or you're worried that your vessel won't hold up, because you don't have much left. And then the creature starts conjuring some weird magic spell and tells him to stop all the sad excuses and show him the shard. Otherwise, he won't have any more ceremony with him. And as soon as the creature attacked the president, he realized that they had finally met, because he saw something else appear in front of him, and that ice elf fired another shot. But the president was already ready, and he reflected that spell, from which it flew aside and made a hole in the wall. But now stood not the president of the association, but the brightest shard of light, and he began to say that he had completely isolated the space because of the head of the association between dimensions. And it was not bad, but Snow Elf began to say that he was already desperate and thought that he would not find him. And he turned out to be all the time hiding in this broken vessel without being able to use his powers. They had already located the rest of the shards, and 2 of them had already been destroyed. The Snow Elf longed to see that confused look on his face, and now there was nothing more to regret, for he had decided that he would gladly destroy his vessel, to which the body of the association president began to scream at him to try. If the Ice Lord could, but the Lord thought it was a joke, and that he had decided to challenge him this way, and that, after all, he mustn't forget that his body is just a temporary shell and his true body is elsewhere. And he doesn't wonder if he can reach it. And at the same moment, the Overlord started to use his ice skills and attacked the president of the association. But the president turned out to be not bad at fighting and repelled all of his attacks. Then he started to approach the Overlord to attack him back. Their fight became so hot that it started to destroy the whole room they were in. At one point, the Overseer managed to freeze half of the association president's body, but he was able to free himself from his captivity and continue the fight. They continued to fight. But the president of the association realized that for now his body couldn't move like before, and decided that he needed to end it as soon as possible. So he hit the Snow Elf with all his might. But he had time to react and covered himself with a large block of ice, thus avoiding a direct hit. Suddenly, the president of the association kneeled down, because he realized that he was already at his limit. But the Snow Elf standing in front of him began to say that it looked like his vessel had completely worn out and he looked like a worthless shard of light. And not even a second later, the Snow Elf moved in with incredible speed, approached the association, and used the ice to inflict heavy damage on the president. The Snow Elf began to speak. Just how long will it take to find a new vessel? A year or 2? By then, their army will be on the brink of war. And while my companions gather to strike back, my warriors will have completely destroyed this world. And it's my fault for choosing this way to protect the people. But suddenly the president of the association started laughing, grabbed him with one hand and said, "Do you think he would fight you for nothing?" They'd calculated something, but they also didn't take into account one small detail that could greatly change their plans. The Snow Elf didn't realize what that small detail was. And just as the president wanted to hit with all his might, Snow Elf dodged and the blow went through the wall. The Snow Elf began to say that it was very close and realized that it had been part of his plan all along. The president of the association replied that it was right, because he attacked the barrier that was near that building and a crack started to appear in the barrier, which eventually collapsed and there was a hole in the wall. Snow Elf didn't understand what all this effort was for to change this, but suddenly the president of the association started to say that now it was time. And today, a huge shadow ant appeared and started running towards the door in the wall and eventually made its way out. Snow Elf realized that it was a chaos dweller and just an ordinary warrior and wouldn't do anything to him. But suddenly he noticed a dark silhouette and started running after him. But at this time, the shadow soldier was already on Earth, and the Snow Elf made his way out of the darkness into the building and started running after him. And as soon as he got close, tried to destroy him. But as he swung, he saw that his big scythe was able to block someone else, a hunter named Jinwoo. And at that very moment, our hero grabbed the Snow Elf by the neck and began to ask him who it was. What kind of ice elf was in front of him? Suddenly, the ice elf saw many warriors lurking in the shadows, and he realized that the ruler of the shadows stood before him. He wondered why he had not contacted them, if he had already gathered such a huge army. But our hero looked at him and remembered that it was the same ice elf from whom he had failed to extract what our hero was always busy, and he had already forgotten about it. But the ice elf could not believe his eyes, he remembered that he was the very key link that they had missed. And at that moment the Ice Elf started to release very cold air from his mouth, thus freezing everything that was near him. But our hero bounced aside in time and looked at him, realizing that he had magical abilities. But that was just nothing, because at this moment, Jinwoo's amazing dagger began to appear in his hand, which he wanted to use right now. And as soon as it fully appeared, Jinwoo shattered the ice that was restraining his movement. But the Ice Elf bounced aside and started to say that he didn't plan to fight the Darkness Lord today. However, the hero didn't realize what he was saying. The Ice Elf continued talking and asked our hero that he had come already to save the man who was now upstairs. Jinwoo at first didn't understand what he was talking about, but then he remembered that he had kind of secured that ant behind his head for association. And as soon as he looked up, he saw the principal who was in a building that had a huge hole in it, and he looked closely and saw that the principal was seriously injured. The Snow Elf started to say to choose, for right now he was aiming right at the president of the association with the ice spear that he wanted to throw at Jinwoo. Should he save him, or should he fight him? That's the key question, the Snow Elf asked and released that spear. Jinwoo started to use the Monarch power skill, but the opponent cancelled the skill's effect and Jinwoo shifted at that second and started to run upwards. But at that moment, he threw his blade at the nearest window to break through it and climb up quickly, and just as the spear was already reaching its target, our hero appeared just in time, being able to successfully block this ice attack by throwing it aside. And at that moment, I saw the Snow Elf begin to enchant the space, thus causing a portal through which he wanted to escape. But I didn't want to just give up. I started summoning daggers that were going to fly towards that Ice Elf. As soon as the Ice Elf wanted to enter the portal, a multitude of daggers began to pierce through its thick skin. At this moment, the Snow Elf wondered if some pitiful vessel was able to store it. It wasn't bad, but as soon as he started to leave, he said one last thing. The Ice Ruler would look forward to their next encounter from that man who would soon be a corpse. You can take your shadow army and consider this as my parting gift. Jinwoo thought about the fact that it seems that because of the barrier, he didn't immediately sense the signs of danger, and that was too bad. He approached the president, and looking at him, he realized that neither healing potions nor anything else would help here. And at that very second, he decided to call for his General Barry. And suddenly Bear appeared and heard an order from his master to cure the president quickly, to save his life by all means. His servant began the treatment quickly, but soon after the process began, Bear turned to his king, saying he was powerless. Jinwoo decided to use the last vial of holy life, but suddenly the president's hand came up and grabbed Jinwoo's arm. He started to say that it wasn't necessary and thanked him for coming, but Jinwoo still wanted to save him, by all means, and started to tell the president to be patient for a while and that he would bring him to the hospital now. The president started to say that it was all useless, because there was no saving him after such an attack, and he was finally able to make contact with the Supreme Being. He spoke of the coming battle between the two and what they would have to do. As he continued talking, he remarked that it was good that they had Jinwoo. Who would have thought that he would be endowed with such power? And it turns out that the gates and dungeons were not for them, but for their protection. One day Jinwoo will have to make a hard choice, and he asked to stay on the side of the humans. And the last thing the chairman said was that he would like to fight shoulder to shoulder with Jinwoo and the other hunters, but his body was no longer fit for battle. However, he no longer had anything to regret because he had a whole generation of hunters as talented as Jinwoo and Bear behind him. Tens of thousands of beats had passed, and I had very little left. My heart kept beating relentlessly, as if waiting to see you. Yes, I think it was. I'm so glad I got to meet you. And thank you so much. These were the last words the president said to our hero. And shortly thereafter, his hand fell to the floor and he didn't move again. The entire barrier and ice began to crumble in that building. The next day, as an incredible thunderstorm was passing through and dark clouds were in the sky, the funeral was held. The cold days of fall were remembered with a heavy sound of torrential rains. And the breaking news on the headlines of all the media made the world known. Jonas, a Brazilian hunter, was found dead, and the head of the Korean Hunters Association died of a through wound in his chest. And Jinwoo, who returned to Korea, and Christopher Reed, the head of the Korean Gongi Association, were not spared either. With their passing, the whole world was plunged into chaos. The international media only had time to announce the death of the greatest hunters, and even the American administration has spoken out considering the events that have occurred. Who will stand up for ordinary citizens now? After all, even hunters cannot take care of themselves, and the death of famous hunters was a heavy blow to all mankind. Our hero stood at the funeral of the president of the association and began to ask Jin Chul's assistant if he was okay. To which the latter replied and apologized to Jinwoo for his recent lack of sobriety. And that monster who killed the chairman, is it not even possible for you to defeat him? Jinwoo said. She said that when he came back, the monster had already escaped. Jin Chul couldn't believe it because the day before, he had asked him to tell him about all the events at the international conference and told him to come back soon. Jin Chul thanked our hero for being with him until the very end. To which Jinwoo replied to him that he shouldn't, because he would destroy that bastard and would definitely kill the monster who dared to take the chairman's life. Jinwoo asked him if he could summon the reporters for chaos. After the death of the head of Koganha, and despite the pressurizing atmosphere in the sphere, the partners gathered for a conference and our hero started to say that a group of highly evolved monsters have targeted the top-ranked hunters. They are very powerful and act quite ruthlessly. One of the reporters started asking questions, and our hero explained that the head of the association was killed by several creatures from this group of monsters. However, Jinwoo replied that before they strike, these monsters isolate the victim with interdimensional magic. Therefore, in order to prevent hunters from falling prey to them, they should try to stay close to those who could protect them. Because then he remembers that the ice ruler said that he would look forward to their next encounter. This type called himself the ice ruler, just like the rulers of giants and the ruler of shadows. Clearly, no hunter could compare to them. But if suddenly there were no such people, all hunters should contact Jinwoo through the Korean Hunter Association, because the battle with the rulers would soon begin. At this time, the rulers of the other world had gathered, and the dark elf who had summoned them began to tell them that the shadow ruler was now on Earth. But suddenly another ruler began to ask a question. Wasn't it said that there was no vessel that could withstand his power? And for the same reason, the dragon ruler can't be there. But the ice elf began to say that he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was a greater danger than the shards of light, and it needed to be disposed of. If the other rulers would help, it would be easier for him to accomplish this task. But another ruler has started to say that getting into a fight with him is not saving death on himself. He's one of the strongest kings to have lived through chaos, and why not just wait for the Dragon Lord, the monarch of destruction? But the ice elf explained that even though they are now fugitives, they are still rulers of war. And until when will they only wait for the Dragon King? After all, if they're going to get rid of him now, it's about time while he's still a mere human. The snow elf started to ask for help. He would take all the responsibility and send him into exile instead of battle. But the other rulers immediately refused. After all, they did not want to follow the example of the Demon King. To this, the third ruler called them cowards. But one of the rulers stood up for those who were called cowards and said, "Don't they know what happened to the Demon King when he was defeated? And he doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in eternal sleep, consumed by the Shadow Lord's power." But one of the rulers started saying that he couldn't make us immortal with his shadows. It seems that the Shadow Lord and the architect teamed up and were able to create copies, and he would want to avoid the prospect of becoming a plaything in his world. All the rulers started to leave, and only the man-like Snow Elf remained. He began to ask the Ice Alpha, "Is there any proof that he is still human?" To which the elf replied that he had put poison on the blade, and that was not something the Shadow Lord would do mistakenly. But suddenly some strange girl appeared and started saying, "You're right, because the Shadow Lord for possessed, his body is completely human, wouldn't use such a trick." And Icy lastly asked if they would go with him, to which he heard the answer that they would help him and kill the Shadow Lord. At this time, as the sun went below the horizon and night fell in Korea, a thunderstorm continued. There was a conversation about how he should think about who will save you when the S-level gate appears on Earth again. After all, he wants to say that even if they pay 100 times the value of the house, even thousands of times the value of the house, no one will be saved. And when Hunter Sungjinwoo fought the ants on the island, the head of the association who was watching the broadcasts with him said that his dream had come true and now he could close his eyes without any.